Yeah, Governor is arriving. This venue. Now I request everyone of you to raise up. Yeah, Governor is arriving. This venue. Now I request everyone of you to raise up. Yeah, Governor is arriving. This venue. Now I request.
Good morning. Warm welcome to all the dignitaries for the South Zone Vice Chancellors Conference organized by the Association of Indian Universities and hosted by the Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. Kindly request all of you to rise for the national anthem followed by the Tamil Thai Vazhuthu.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்து கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வழக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you all. Formally invite the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru R.N. Ravi, and other dignitaries to light the lamp, Kuthuvilakku, and inaugurate this special event.
Take a second shot. Come on, guys. Take a second shot.
Thank you, sirs and madam. To formally welcome everyone present here, I would like to call upon Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran, Vice Chancellor, Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, all. I welcome His Excellency Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Founder and Honorable Chancellor of VAT, Dr.G.Viswanathan, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President, Association of Indian Universities, and VC of CSJM University, Kanpur, Professor V.N. Rajashekaran Pillai, Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, Professor H.P. Kincha, former Vice Chancellor of Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belgaum, Dr. Ruben Kumar, Director Events, and the conference coordinator, he happens to be there, esteemed Vice Chancellors, distinguished academicians, our respected Vice Presidents, Pro-Vice Chancellor, and honored guests, Deans, Directors, faculty, and volunteers from VAT. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude that I extend a warm welcome to all of you for this Vice Chancellor's Conference with a focus on the main theme of rethinking assessment and evaluation, a very appropriate topic at it. And the deliberations will converge, encompassing 4 vital sub-themes, which goes for innovation, skilling, ranking, innovative assessment methods, experiential learning, viability of one nation, one exam system, and continuous comprehensive assessment techniques. Very comprehensive topics indeed. Swami Vivekananda said, education is a manifestation of the perfection already in man, which defines the learning and its impact that it can create on people. As he said, the true education is not merely the accumulation of knowledge, but the process of uncovering the innate potential, strength, and the virtues within each individual. Given that in this era of dynamic global challenges and opportunities that we find, the role of higher education in shaping the future of our societies has never been more critical. And assessment and evaluation serve as the cornerstones of academic excellence, fostering accountability, innovation, and holistic development for the institution, students, and all. This conclave is thus an opportunity for us to exchange ideas, explore collaborative frameworks, share innovative practices that we follow in each of our institutions, align our goals with the aspirations of learners, and shape the policies that redefine the assessment process, evaluation, and the teaching learning paradigm in the rapidly evolving world. At this juncture, we also have AI emerging as a game changer in education. The choices of AI-driven adaptive assessments, personalized feedback, real-time analytics, tailored support to achieve students' full potential, etc. They are all there for us to deliberate on during these 1.5 days and embrace them. With our rich traditions in education as a global teacher and a knowledge leader, we illuminated the world with our emphasis on holistic, inclusive, and innovative education before. Today, as we all can perceive, India is poised to once again to lead the world in reimagining the future of education. By fostering innovation, nurturing talent, and embracing diversity, we can position India at the forefront of global education and leadership. Towards that, we strive. On behalf of Association of Indian Universities, AIU, and the host institution, VAT, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence here and the contributions. Let us make this conference a beacon of inspiration and a catalyst for a very transformative change. Thank you, and I look forward to an enriching and engaging day ahead for today and tomorrow. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, madam, for a warm welcome. It's a time for a felicitation. I cordially request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, to honor the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Ravi. Also, request to honor Dr.G.Viswanathan, Founder and Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology. Thank you, sirs. So now I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to honor Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Mumbai. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, madam. With the privilege, request. So I request to honor Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran. With the privilege, request Dr. G. Viswanathan, Founder and Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, to honor the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Ravi. Thank you, sirs. Also request to honor Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor CSJM University, Kanpur. Thank you, sirs. Also request to honor the Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Mumbai. Thank you, sirs. Also request to honor Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU. Thank you, sirs and madam.
Pankaj Mittal will do.
Okay. Sir, so I request, Sir Kincha, sir, I request Madam to honor Dr. Professor H.P. Kincha, former Vice Chancellor of the Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belgaum. Thank you, sirs and madam. To cordially invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to address the gathering.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. Namaste, pranam, vanakkam. The chief guest of today's function, His Excellency Shri R.N. Ravi ji, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, the Honorable Chancellor of VIT, who is a friend for a long, long time, Dr.G.Viswanathan ji, the Honorable President of AIU and the Vice Chancellor of CSJM University, Kanpur, Professor Vinay Pathak ji, the Honorable Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai ji, the Dynamic Vice Chancellor of VIT, Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran ji, the person who will be delivering the Centenary lecture of AIU, because we are completing 100 years, Professor H.P. Kincha, former Vice Chancellor of VTU Belgaum, distinguished chairpersons and speakers and representatives of apex bodies, esteemed Vice Chancellors of South Zone. Many of you have traveled long distances on road because Vellore is located in such a place. So thank you for coming. Faculty members of Vellore Institute of Technology, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. a very warm welcome to the South Zone Vice Chancellors Meet of AIU on the theme Rethinking Assessment and Evaluation. First of all, I would like to thank the university, especially the Chancellor, Dr. Viswanathan, a good friend, Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran, Dr. Ruben Kumar, the entire team of VIT, which has been working very hard for almost a month to make this conference a success and giving attention to even the minutest details. So thanks to VIT for hosting this conference and taking care of each and every Vice Chancellor in a very, very personal way. Thank you, VIT. We are grateful to His Excellency Shri R.N. Ravi ji, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, for accepting our invitation. I know it is a long distance to travel and he keeps very busy. So, but in spite of that, he agreed to inaugurate the conference. And the last time when we held the South Zone conference in Bharatiya University, he was very kind to inaugurate that conference too. So thank you, sir. Thank you for agreeing to inaugurate this conference. And this conference holds a special significance for us because this is the first South Zone conference in the centenary year of AIU. We are completing 100 years. We were established in 1925. So 2025, we are completing 100 years. So this is the first South Zone Vice Chancellors Conference in the centenary year of AIU. And I would also like to thank esteemed Vice Chancellors who have traveled long distances from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Karnataka, Pondicherry to come and attend this conference. The theme of the South Zone Conference is Rethinking Assessment and Evaluation. And this theme is the sub-theme of the overarching theme for the annual conference, which is envisioning future higher education, the pivotal role of India. So that is the overall theme, and these 5 sub-themes are there. We are having 5 sub-themes and 5 zonal conferences. For example, in the North Zone, we had the theme as Technological Integration in Higher Education, which was held in Graphicera University in November. Then we held the West Zone Conference, which was held in D.Y. Patil University in December, just a few days back, and the theme was Leadership and Governance in Higher Education. This is the third zonal conference of the year 2025. And here we are holding in VIT on Rethinking Assessment and Evaluation. And 2 more conferences we'll hold. One will be in Central Zone, which will be in KEET University in Bhubaneswar. And the theme will be Globalization and Internationalization of Higher Education. And East Zone Conference will be held in JIS University in March. And the theme will be Equity, Diversity, and Sustainability. And when all these 5 conferences are over, then we'll be holding our annual conference, which will be hosted by MIT University. And it will be done in conjunction with our centenary celebration in Delhi. And there the theme will be Envisioning Higher Education, the future of higher education, the pivotal role of India. Now, before coming to the present meeting and the theme of the present conference, let me share with some of you, and especially the Governor, sir, some of the highlights of AIU, so that you know what AIU is, especially the Governor, sir, and how big an organization it is. AIU, sir, was established in 1925. It is presently the largest university association in the world. We have 1,061 universities as our members. So this is the biggest in the world. And this 1,061 also includes 19 foreign universities who are the associate members of AIU. And the legacy of AIU can be known from the fact that stalwarts like Sarpalli Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Dr. Zakir Hussain, they have been the presidents of AIU in the past. And right now, the president of AIU is Professor Vinay Pathak, and the president is the one who is holding the maximum number of, seniority in terms of working as a vice chancellor of a university. So whosoever has the maximum number of working period as a vice chancellor is nominated as the president of AIU. AIU engages with the vice chancellors, faculty, students in a number of ways. We work in the areas of academics, research, the culture, sports, internationalization, and we have also been given the mandate to do the equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees by the Government of India. Some of the highlights have been like, for example, youth affairs when you talk about. So in youth affairs, we hold youth festivals at the national, international, and zonal level. We hold AIU National Moot Court Competition, AIU Women's Student Parliament, AIU National Youth Adventure Camps. So recently, for example, in culture, 2 of our delegations, I mean the universities, went to Egypt and China to perform. So they were very much appreciated there that the Indian culture was depicted in Egypt. There the Banasthali University went, and in China, Rani Durgavati University and Parul University went, where they depicted the culture of India. In sports, again, we are doing many, many events. Something like 292 events are held every year in various parts of the country, which are called at the zonal level, at the national level, and the international level. We have held so far 4 Khelo India University Games, which are always inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And they have gone very well with the university sector, and many good sports persons have evolved through our university games. In the Tokyo Olympics, around 44 Olympians were from the university sector. Thank you. And also one more thing which I want to share with all of you is that in the 31st World University Games, which were held in Chengdu, China, so India won 26 medals. So this, and it was 7th in the overall medal history. And this was a fact which was even spoken about by the Prime Minister on the floor of the House in the Man Ki Baat, and he even tweeted and appreciated our sports persons. So this is the type of work which AIU is doing. In the field of internationalization also, we are doing many, many things, like we are trying to promote internationalization of higher education. We have established a network called Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education for the first time in India. We are having such a network. So I urge upon all of you to please join that network. The folders are in your kit, so that if you want to promote internationalization in your university, but you don't know how to do it, whom to partner with, how to search a partner, how to talk to a partner, how to establish an international students office, we are there for you to forge partnerships, to improve internationalization, to promote internationalization on your campus. So do become a member of INI. We are also taking many higher education summits we are doing in foreign countries. One we did in Nepal, which was attended by many universities. The next one was in Vietnam. And the third, we are going to Sri Lanka in January end. So the Vice Chancellors who are present here, if you wish to go to that Sri Lanka summit, you can showcase your university. There will be students from Sri Lanka who will be coming for that summit. There will be Vice Chancellors from the Sri Lankan universities who will be coming. So you can be having one-to-one, like B2B and B2C, both types of engagements can be there in that summit. And we are also taking delegations, like recently we took a delegation to Taiwan, then we took a delegation to Spain. Now next 2 months, we are taking a delegation to UK and USA. So do join these delegations if you really want to improve internationalization in your own universities. The AIU guest house, I mean, many of you who want to hold your meetings in AIU, we have a very good conference hall. We have a very good guest house. You can be staying in guest house, and the food there is excellent. So our whole building is renovated, including the guest house and the conference hall. So you can be using those services of AIU also. Then, of course, we do come out with a number of research publications, books, reports, which are available on the AIU website. And regularly also, we are sending all these publications to all the Vice Chancellors. You must have also received AIU handbook, which is in 4 volumes, something like 3,000 pages, which we have sent to all the universities. Regarding this conference, the theme is rethinking assessment and evaluation. There will be 3 technical sessions. First will be on innovative assessment method and experiential learning. We know that the current methods of assessment are not working properly. Even the National Education Policy has said that the current way in which we assess a student through an examination, which is a 3-hour examination at the end of the semester, is not the right way of assessing and evaluating a student. So what could be the innovative ways? How can we use technology? How can we measure the experiential learning? How can we talk about hands-on experience, internships, collaborative projects? All this will be discussed in this session, that what could be the innovative ways of assessment and how to measure the experiential learning of the students, how to ensure that the learning is measured rather than the mugging of the student. So all this will be talked about in this session. Second session will be on viability of one nation, one examination. We have for many, for example, NEET is there, JEE is there. So there is a lot of talk that one nation, one examination. Is it really feasible? Sometimes it's important to have one examination so that the students don't have to go in for the multiple examinations. But on the other hand, one examination have certain issues also. So the discussions will be on whether one nation, one examination is good or not, and if it is good, how it can be improved further, so that if some deficiencies are there, they can be rectified or removed. And the third session will be on continuous comprehensive assessment techniques, that how can we do the 360-degree assessment of the student? How can we continuously assess the students in a number of ways? It could be projects, it could be activities, it could be assignments, quizzes, so many rather than only one term and examination. So how to do continuous comprehensive assessment techniques of the students, that will be discussed in the third session. We have very good speakers for all the three sessions, and you'll really enjoy the discussion. And the discussion in every session will be about half of the time of that session. Rest half will be given to will be left to the floor for discussion, so that a lot of deliberation is there and everybody gets a chance to participate. There will also be a session on innovation, skilling, ranking, and assessment. So you know that innovation is very, very important in the university system. Again, many times the universities don't know how to set up an incubation center, how to bring out a prototype, how to do innovation within the university. So what we have also done at AIU is we have signed an MOU with T-Hub. So T-Hub is a venture based in Hyderabad, and they will be doing a hand-holding of the universities, and they will help them to bring out prototype. They will be training the faculty as well as the students. So that T-Hub is a good T-Hub is a good proposition to improve the innovation in your own universities. We are also doing a lot of consultancy on ranking and on accreditation. So if you want any consultation on ranking and accreditation, we are there for you. And this session will also be very, very important. I hope that the positive deliberations in this conference will lead to meaningful results, and all these results will be shared with the Government of India so that they can be part of policy documents of the Government of India. So I'm sure there'll be very good deliberations, and thank you very much for attending once again, and thanks to VIT for hosting this conference. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Madam, for briefing the various activities of AIU and about the South Zone BC Conference. Now I request Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor Somaya Vidyavigar University, Mumbai, to address the gathering.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Tamil Nadu and Chancellor of all the public universities in the state of Tamil Nadu, Chancellor of this great institution, Founder Chancellor of this great institution, Vellore Institute of Technology, Dr. Viswanathan, Vice Presidents of the Vellore Institute of Technology University, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President of the Association of Indian Universities, Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. Kanjana Bhaskaran, distinguished Vice Chancellor colleagues from different southern states of the country who are AIU members, officers of this university, VIT, Professor who is going to give the lecture today, former Vice Chancellor of the Karnataka Technological University, now Professor Emeritus in Indian Institute of Science, who is going to give the centenary lecture, and all the other invitees. First of all, let me, on my personal behalf, and on behalf of the Association of Indian Universities, and also on behalf of the Vice Chancellors of the University, thank the VIT University for hosting this event. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Chancellor and their management of this university for taking this institution to the highest levels of excellence in university education in this country. I extend my warm wishes and congratulations on the 40th 40th year of this university. I vividly remember that I was chairman of the committee in 2000, which recommended the VIT College, Engineering College, to be a university, where Dr. Murali Manohar Joshi constituted a committee. I was privileged to visit this institution, and from that day onwards, I have been seeing this university as a teacher, as an academic, and as an academic administrator. The type of activities which these universities have been doing is excellent. Students, teachers from all over the country, maybe, of course, now you have 6 universities or 5 universities, sir, I do not know, 6 universities. You have also a university in Mauritius, I think 5 universities. So 5 universities. It's a great, I mean, India can contribute significantly in private sector in higher education. This is an illustration of what is happening in private sector in higher education. When I say, of course, I have been in the public sector of higher education system almost all the time, but only after post-retirement I came to the private university system. Dr. Pankaj Mittal mentioned that there are over 1,100 universities in this country today. And out of these 1,100 universities, so, Your Excellency, Honorable Chancellor, out of these 1,100 universities, more than 50% of that are in the private sector, private universities, whether it be private deemed to be universities and all that. And private and overall investment in higher education, very eminent experts like Farhan Kumar, all these people are sitting here. If you just look at the returns from higher education, I can confidently say that this is the most productive sector in the country, higher education. Why I am saying this, that not that because of the overall investment, but why I am saying is that if you just look at the input-output ratio, the output is so high. We are all products of the Indian higher education system, and the Indian higher education system is not only contributing to India's development, the global development as of now. So Indian higher education system, of course, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the national education policy has come forward, and several new initiatives have started. And of course, when we thought about converting this institution to a university 40 years ago, it was all they were all pioneers. But now it is planned that by 2035, this country will have only universities, 3 types of universities, that is teaching universities, teaching and research universities, and research universities. So all the autonomous colleges will be ultimately the universities. And therefore, it is very important for the leaders of the university to think about the future of the higher education system in this country. And I understand that the theme of today's conference is evaluation and assessment. That is a very sensitive area. We are saying about the assessment and evaluation of university students, but we are also concerned about the assessment and evaluation of the universities and colleges in this country, concerned in all the sense. We are also just looking at the parameters which are being prescribed by the University Grants Commission, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, National Institute of Ranking Framework, NIRF. We are, as Vice Chancellors, as teachers, we are concerned. When it comes to assessment and evaluation, the teacher is the most important person who is going to assess. Ultimately, the assessment and evaluation is in the hands of the teacher, and therefore empowering teacher, appointing qualified teachers, giving them capability to assess appropriately. These are the things. Promoting the independent initiative of teachers is the necessity of any higher education institution. I know that premier institutions like this doing it, and that is why they are excelling. So in the private university sector also, of course, private universities as well as public universities, there is excellence. That is because of the promotion of the independent initiatives of individuals in these institutions. And let me wish this conference all success. Thank thank you for giving me opportunity to come over here. I wanted very specifically to come to this university on the 40th year of its existence. Congratulations to the Chancellor and all the faculty members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your informative insights. Cordially request Dr. G. Viswanathan, founder and Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, to address the gathering.
Very good morning. Honorable His Excellency Governor of Tamil Nadu, the President of the AIU, Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, the Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Vice Chancellor of VIT, Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran, the Vice President of the AIU, Dr. Rajasekharan Pillai, Dr. Kincha, other Vice Chancellors from Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, and Karnataka, and other distinguished invited speakers from various parts of India, and other professors who are present here, very good morning to you. I'm very happy that the AIU has chosen VIT for hosting this conference of Southern States of India. And I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of VIT and its professors and students. As Dr. Rajasekharan Pillai pointed out, we became a university in 2002, and we are now celebrating. As an institution, we are 40 years old. And when we became a university, Dr. Rajasekharan Pillai was the committee which recommended university status. And Pankaj Mittal was the joint secretary who signed in the file to become university. Of course, Atalji was the Prime Minister, and Murali Manohar Joshi was the Minister for Education. I would like to remember all of them this time, because now we have grown from 180 students in the year 1984. Now we have in the 4 campuses, Vellore, Chennai, Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh, and Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, we have 1 lakh students. I would like to welcome all of you. They are from all the states and union territories of India, and also from 80 countries of the world. I would like to thank for the AIU for giving this opportunity. As it was pointed out, education is the most important thing for any society or country to come up economically. We want to be an advanced nation. Unless we come up in education, it's not possible to become an advanced nation. So we should spend enough on education. We should take care of education, which is not happening. Even though they try to help to some extent, but we have more than 55,000 colleges and 1,200 universities. Many of them are suffering for funds, and especially in the field of research, where we are lagging behind. Because we are lagging behind in expenditure, our gross enrollment ratio is very, very low. At present, our gross GER is only 28%. China was also like us about 30, 40 years ago. Now they have crossed 60%. And of course, the Western countries, they're all 70 to 80%. US, it is 88%. Even now, with all the growth, they spend more on education. For example, USA spends 6.1% of the GDP. China spends 3.6%, and we spend 2.9% of the GDP. No doubt the new education policy mentions that our aim is to increase it to 6% of the GDP, which is there pending for the last 60 years. How the government and the private should participate in education. This was discussed by the first Education Commission, presided over by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, where eminent people like Dr. Zakir Hussain and Dr. A.L. Mudaliar were members. I would like to quote one paragraph from that report, which was released in 1949 after independence. Exclusive control of education by the state has been an important factor in facilitating the maintenance of totalitarian tyrannies. In such states, institutions of higher learning, controlled and managed by governmental agencies, act like mercenaries, promotes the political purposes of the state, make them acceptable to increasing number of their population, and supply them with the weapons they need. We must resist, in the interest of our own democracy, the trend towards the governmental domination of the educational process. This was the report written by Dr. Radhakrishnan Commission, and this was quoted by the Chief Justice B.N. Justice Kripal in the judgment of TMA Pai versus Government of Karnataka in 2002. I wanted you to remember this. This was in 1949, and after almost 60 years, our Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, has spoken about the government controls in August 2018, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. The regulatory system was mired in red tape, harassment, corruption, a colonial system bred mediocrity and dependence. He also said, we are determined to end the Inspector Raj and bring supporting, enabling system that will mentor, train, and orient the teacher. That's what our Prime Minister said. I am quoting this to tell you that the new education policy, as Dr. Rajshekharan Pillai pointed out, wants to do away with this caste system that exists in the universities. At least now we have 7 kinds of higher education institutions, and the new education policy talks about only 3 kinds of universities: research universities, research cum teaching universities, and autonomous colleges awarding degrees. I hope it will be implemented as soon as possible. The other important thing mentioned in the policy is that we will put an end to the affiliating system. This affiliating system is an anachronism. It does not exist anywhere in the world except India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. So it has to go, and of course, time has been prescribed. We should start moving towards that. The other thing is funding. And the new education policy talks about Higher Education Commission of India, which will take care of, it will have so many arms. One will be for control, one will be for maintaining quality, the other one is for grants, etc. Because at present, we are lagging behind in getting grants for even for research. Take, for example, in this campus, Vellore campus, we have 44,000 students. About 4,000 are research students where we pay them stipend, a monthly stipend of 35,000 rupees, where we don't get any help from UGC, AICT, government, etc. And the rest 40,000 are bachelor's and master's students. And I found only around 600 to 700 students are getting government help, both union government as well as state government. This is the situation. That's why the poor class and the middle class are unable to go for higher education. It is time now that we spend more on education so that this country can also come up on par with Western nations and advanced countries. That's the most important thing I want to emphasis on this, where our Honorable Governor is present. The other thing is, We have so many controversies in this country, so many disputes between state, center, between the inter-states, etc. I want all the political parties and government to consider keeping education above all controversies and corruption. Only then we will be able to march forward. It is done in many developed countries where they talk to the opposition on the education policies because there should not be any interference even if the other party comes to power. That should happen here also so that we will have a smooth sailing in as far as education is concerned. And we are a federal government. We have so many states, union territories, and this is a country of diversity. Officially, we have recognized 22 languages in the constitution, but really, we speak 121 languages in this country, major languages. Dialects are in thousands. So we have to see that all the states' views are also accommodated. I find this is happening in the two countries where it should be modeled to us. One is USA, the other one is Australia. In USA, there is no Ministry of Education at the federal level. Only it is left to the state governments. There the state governments dominate, but at the same time, the money help, the financial help comes from both center and the state to the universities, apart from other old students, businessmen, industrialists, etc., which is not happening in our country. That's why we expect all the money to come from the students. That is not possible for middle class and the poor class. That is one thing. In Australia, it is somewhat different. There are similarities between state, but there are differences also among state because state laws are different from each other. So thinking of one system for the entire country is not possible in India because this is a country of diversity where we want unity in diversity. That's what we should emphasize upon. And education should be able to lead all other things. They say money is not available. I find every government is losing so many thousands of crores in public sector undertakings. If we are able to save that, it can be given to education. And central government loses about 2 lakh crores a year. Tamil Nadu government loses about 20,000 crores a year in public sector undertakings. And it happens almost all the states are losing. That's one way where we can save some money and give it to education so that all the students, poor and the middle class students, will go for higher education. According to 2011 census, there are 14 crores of children eligible for higher education. Between the age of 18 and 23, only 4 crores are getting it. The rest of them are outside, waiting for a chance to enter into colleges and universities. It is time now that the government takes care of these things, both the union government as well as state government, spend on education, remove the discrimination which exists between universities and universities, and give them enough financial help, at least in research. We cannot lag behind in research. I'll give you one example. In the year 2020, India was granted 23,000 patents. US was granted 3.5 lakh patents. China was granted 5.3 lakh patents. That's where we are lagging behind. Unless we spend enough on research, education, etc., we can come up. We spend only 0.7% of GDP on research. China spends 2.5%, US spends 3.5%. So we have to compete with them. Of course, we have to adjust our budget so that enough money will be available for education, particularly for research, so that we will also be on par with the universities of the West, particularly US and Europe and Australia. I thank the AIU for giving this opportunity. And also I would like to thank our governor amidst his multifarious duties. He has found time to come and inaugurate this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for quoting Dr. Radhakrishna Sarvapalli words in this juncture and emphasizing the importance of education to all. Now I request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor CSJM University Kanpur, to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor of the state, Thiru and Ravi sir, the visionary Chancellor of this university, G. Viswanathan ji, Professor Pillai, Professor Kincha. The Chancellor told that this university is one of the university which has got Lady Vice Chancellor and Lady Registrar both. I think Madam Kanchana Bhaskaran, Pankaj Mittal ma'am, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today it's a great occasion on the two account. One account is that we are celebrating the 100th year AIU, and this is the first conference, and the Honorable Governor is actually witnessing this kind of conference. The second is that this part of the country is celebrating Vaikuntani Ekadashi. I don't know how many of you know, but there is a big occasion in the Sri Rangam temple, and it is known as one of the Ekadashi in our Indian tradition, where the gates of Vaikuntha gets opened on this day. So this is another auspicious day. When we have fixed this date, we were not knowing about this Ekadashi, but when I looked about, I came to know that this is a very, very auspicious day as per the Indian tradition and Indian values. Friends, I think the moot questions which has to be raised by me has already been deliberated by the visionary Chancellor of this university, Mr. Viswanathan. One important thing which I want to really suggest all of you that there are questions that how India is growing, how Indian education is growing is important, but how our competitors are growing, and this whole centenary or this whole 100-year and the next year will be known that how we compete with our competitor. It is not a question of the technology, how we are growing. And we have seen with Nokia, Kodak film and all those things that how our competitors, how fast they are changing their operating system are important and how sturdy or how well we are going. I think Professor Viswanathan has put up very important questions. And as a big universities, as a big country, it's a thing that we have to pause that how China is growing, how South Asia is growing. And it is true that in last 10 years, when the Prime Minister took, we have actually gone in a geopolitical situation with a very strong footing. China is growing, their production is much better. But geopolitically, when we traveled throughout the world, I felt that still Europe and US has got more faith in Indian students and the Indian community rather than any other community. That's a silver lining and a gold line for all of Indians. It's important that our university needs a research impetus. It is also important that our Indian students need newer technologies. As all of us in this hall cannot say that which skill is needed in the next 5 years because we don't know the skills, the technology, the AI, IoT, the blockchain, the cyber space. They are moving so fast that we really don't know which branch of engineering will prevail, which skill we should teach, or which skills are needed in the new gig economy. But one thing is important that fundamentals are required. The fundamental ethos is required. And one important thing is that education with values are required. And I think the Indian tradition, the values in education are important. We must congratulate our Prime Minister who has put us and who has also fostered the new education policy. I think there are a lot of critics and there are a lot of debates on this NEP. But one important thing is that after this independence, we have got one education policy which is rooted in the Indian ethos and Indian systems. As we look to the lot of literature which was actually surveyed by the Britishers for the Indian education system, you must have seen that without any governmental system, we were having the GER, which is up to, if you look to this Calcutta presidency reports of the people who have compiled, that the GER is up to 70%, and every village and every part of the country was having schools and things for higher education. I think it's also important to be deliberated that education should not be actually run only by the government or by the private entities, but it can be also run by the society and as a collective part of the society. Because we look into the Indian tradition, most of the education system or education institutions were run by the society. The society has taken the responsibility of getting the research, getting the economy, getting the education to their people in that part. I think today we have got, and I will request Pankaj Madam also, because with the views of the Chancellor, we should have also a good Chancellor's conference where we can look upon the Chancellor's ideas and can really give it to the government to see that how this research education can be fostered around. I think AIU is also geared up with the generation next AIU. All of us have to produce the next generation with the next kind of aspiration of young people. Our institutions have to be changed. I have read somewhere that we are moving great in economy, but the number of jobs are getting less. Even IITs are facing problem. That was the news article. Why India is not creating so many jobs where the economy is growing good. So every institution has to look after. And I have read at one article that if we have made our acts and regulations in 70s, we have had an infrastructure of 80s, how we will actually go in 24 and have a competition with the world in those kind of things. So I think these things need larger deliberations, but AIU is committed in the centenary celebration to change its software. See, we have now got a poster competition where you can look in the whole campus that what are the good practices which every institution should follow. So we have made this new thing that in every conference we will invite the posters from the institutions so that the institution give us and we put on the website. We are also moving in technologies. We are also moving, trying to do skills and all those things which Pankaj Madam has told. And with the last thing that our Prime Minister, and we are just 2 days before the kind of the Yuva Divas or the birth of the Swami Vivekananda. So the Prime Minister thought, and the Prime Minister has got a mission to make this a Viksit Bharat in 2047. I think his dream, and all of us have that dream. We have to go, we have to work harder in every areas. And I remember that the famous thing which he has told in G20 countries, that Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. So we have to go with the traditions of this country and the new technologies with the country. So we have to make a future. With this, I thank, and we are really wants to hear our Honorable Chancellor, who is also a physics scholar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, and a good day ahead. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your aspirational words. Special moment of this great event, release of the University News of AIU. University News is a weekly journal of AIU. It is very popular amongst the university and academia. Humbly invite the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru R.N. Ravi, to release the same. Thank you, sirs and madams. With great honor, warmly invite the Excellency, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru R.N. Ravi, to deliver the Chief Guest Address.
Dr.G.Viswanathan, Chancellor, VIT, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President, Association of Indian Universities, Professor V.N. Rajsekharan Pillai, Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, Professor H.P. Kincha, former Vice Chancellor, Visvesvaraya Technological University, Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran, Vice Chancellor, VIT, all the Vice Chancellors present here, thought leaders, leaders of higher educational institutions, those present and those connected online, gracious ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the very best for the new year. A very, very happy Pongal and the auspicious day today, Vaikunt Ekadasi. I'd like to thank Dr. Viswanathan for making this beautiful and intellectually vibrant campus for this event. This institution has grown. We heard from the Chancellor how from the modest beginning, it has emerged as a model for higher educational institutions. Association of Indian Universities, we know it is the apex body of universities in terms of number of universities, nearly 1,100, almost all the universities of this country are member of it. The fact that for nearly a century, this association has been steering the course of higher education in our country through their collective wisdom, which has gone into shaping the policies, education policies of the state and central government, as well as other institutions, educational institutions. The fact that this association is a centenary of its long journey, it makes it all the more important because this is a landmark. And this conference will deliberate and contribute to the future journey, not of this association alone, but of higher educational institutions in the country. Friends, new education policy has given us the policy as well as a broad roadmap for transformation of our education system, including the higher education system. We know that we are moving away from the traditional education system, which emphasized largely on memorizing, rote learning, and examination once in a year, or whatever be the period, once in a while, assessing the student's merit. From this, we are moving to what we call experiential learning. So the learning and teaching is moving from the traditional to the more contemporary, the modern, which is the need of the hour. You know, there are not many questions that come to the mind and is confronting all of you, all of us. And perhaps the number of questions are so many that encapsulating them all in a nutshell could be a difficult proposition. But the fact remains that we have to transform, we have to change. And the change for the better, change to make this country better, change to make this world better. Change so that this country, the great country, fulfills her destiny for the mankind. You know, we have been talking considerably about methods, new methods of teaching and learning. And experiential learning. It's not easy to transform because for a long time, ever since the British colonized us, we lost our indigenous system of teaching and learning. There's Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji mentioned about Bengal, Calcutta Presidency report. It's not only Calcutta Presidency, but all the three presidency report on education, if we read, which was at the beginning of the 19th century. It tells you about the status of education in Bharat. And the reason why all the three presidencies embarked on a study of the Indian system of education was the fact that the British and European educationists, intellectuals, professors, they were overwhelmed by the corpus of knowledge, the system of knowledge production, the system of transforming that knowledge into products. It was so robust that this country, Bharat, was the supplier to the market of the world. If you have read, and I'm sure many of you have read, the CED report on status on this global the world economy, a millennial perspective. It tells you that until the 18th century, this country, Bharat, was the economic driver of the world, or the engine of world economy. Ours was the largest GDP. And it was not that it happened without a robust system of creation of knowledge and transformation of those knowledge into products. When we say that the world was our market, right from the Roman Empire in the West to the China in the East, this whole reason, because at the time there was no United States of America, they were just coming up. North America, in fact, not only USA, but entire North America, Australia, these were all colonies, which were lands which were being colonized. So the Europe and Asia, these were the countries, these were the continents. And this country was the one which was reigning the market, the global market. And when they came and studied our system, at the time, they impressed upon the British government to commission a detailed study of India's indigenous education system. In fact, if you read the report of the professor, not report, but the letter of Professor McConaughey of Edinburgh. In fact, the Edinburgh at the time of the three universities, British universities, Oxford, Cambridge, and Edinburgh. Edinburgh was more active at that point of time and perhaps closer to the government of United States, of UK. So the whole team of professors, right from 1760s, when the British first colonized this, began the colonization after the Battle of Plassey. When they came and they saw, they were overwhelmed. And then they wrote a letter. It was sent by Professor McConaughey of Edinburgh to the president of the Board of Control of the East India Company. And that president, Henry Dundas, was a leading politician, member of the British Parliament. There he writes, he urges in his long letter that we must discover, collect, and translate the knowledge which are there in India, the wisdom of the ancient people. In fact, the word that he used was ancient Hindus. There he goes to say further that we must know about their science, their mathematics, which will enrich the European science and mathematics. We must know about their philosophy, the social philosophy, which will broaden the European system of thought. That was the time of European Renaissance, when intellectual Renaissance was happening in Europe. What they call is the age of reason. At that point of time, when all the new ideas about the individual and the polity was coming up, they said that this will broaden European system of thought. And then he says that this we must know. And I'm tempted to quote the line, and I'm wording his word. I'm quoting his word, the word in the words in the letter, where the letter says that we must know about the ancient Hindus from whom Moses received his learning. Moses was 1,000 years before Jesus Christ. And Greek, her art and her religion. Now, this was the status. And they came, and that letter prompted, when he passed on, Henry Dundas passed on to all the three governors, asking them to conduct a detailed survey of education and business education in this country. Madras Presidency report itself is very interesting. Madras Presidency, at the time, Bentinck was the governor here. There were 16 districts in Madras Presidency. And every district collector gave a detailed report. Some of them is far exhaustive. And reading this, you will start wondering, this is what we were and where we have come today. So It is the colonization that introduced this system of rote learning. The critical thinking was not in the interest of empire. They wanted Indians to be just serving for the company or for the British government. So they systematically killed the indigenous education system and planted to a system of rote learning, passing an examination based on rote learning to serve their interest. The generation of Indians would not be critical in thinking and who would always be in the awe of superiority of the European system of knowledge and Europeans. Friends, Dr. Viswanathan mentioned about how the state controlled education is a tyranny. It is. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, after we became independent, we followed a socialistic pattern of development. And we know that in a socialist society, a state controls everything, including the thought process. And this is what Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan's report says. But this is what we followed. In this country, in Bharat, education has seldom, not to my knowledge, never been a state controlled. It has been a state patronized from time to time, but never a state controlled. Take the case of the greatest university of all time, Nalanda. Was it controlled by Mauryan or Gupta rulers? No, never. What they did, they made 1,000 villages around, gave the university as an endowment, that those villages will supply the necessary, whatever are the necessities of the student. These are elaborately recorded by Wan Singh in his memoir, that how they used to supply all the needs of the university, Nalanda University. This was endowment. It was never, ever controlled. In a Gurukula system of education that we followed, first, a state or the king had no control over education, no control whatsoever. But then we followed a pattern, continued the colonial system. In the time of colony, when Bharat was a colony, at the time it served the interest of the empire. And thereafter we followed a system, the same, that perhaps prevented critical thinking. In our education system, in Gurukula education system, it is never teaching and just rote learning. In fact, it is not merely learning. In fact, it's teaching, learning, and innovating. Innovation was a part of that system of education. You know, one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, Ramanujan, in his convocation address, one of the convocation address at BHU, Banaras Hindu University, in his address he talked about our education system. Of course, at the time it was a colonial system. He said, look, bookworms, they eat the book, but they only produce dust. We don't want our students to be bookworm, to just memorize and produce dust, useless. They must produce knowledge. Knowledge, learning of knowledge must produce more knowledge. And knowledge which are useful knowledge. This has been the tradition of this country. Unfortunately, we had lost the tradition for a long, long time. Now we are trying to pivot back to our system of education wherein teaching, learning is integrated with innovation, research and innovation. Friends, Dr. Viswanathan also mentioned about how in the year 2020 we had 22,000 patents, whereas China had more than over 5 lakhs and US had over perhaps 3 lakhs. Yes, because we didn't emphasize on it. Thankfully now, the things are changing. In the last 4 years, in 2023, report of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization report, shows that we have 400% jump in our intellectual property. It is about almost 88,000 that we did in 2023. Yes, still we are way behind because still 46% of the intellectual property which are created every year, or at least it was created in 2023, was in China. 18% was from US. Needless to say, that quality of US intellectual properties were much superior. Nevertheless, the boom that China has created in creating the intellectual property is manifesting in Chinese heft today. We, from less than 1%, we have just gone over 2% in the last 4 years. Nevertheless, it is a small step. Nevertheless, it is a decisive step. We have to emphasize more and more on creating knowledge, creating intellectual property, because the world is driven more and more by knowledge, more so knowledge of technology. The way the Industrial Revolution brought about the differences in those who possess the knowledge and technology and those who didn't, today's knowledge is widening the gap much more. Asymmetry is much greater than what it was in the past. Today, when we are at the threshold of ultra-advanced technology, if I use the word ultra, with the generative artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, the nanoscience, nanotechnology, graduating and aspiring to go to the PICO, 10 to the power minus 11 to the 10 to the power minus 12, going further to that scale. Nanorobotics, imagine, nanorobotics, invisible to our senses, operational. AR and VR, in the age of 6G and perhaps the 7G, which could not be very far off. Enabled by these platforms, artificial reality and the virtual reality, clubbed with advanced robotics, nanotechnology, leading to nanorobotics and synthetic biology, synthesizing the gene and creating creatures. I think, friends, we are all staring at an unpredictable world, very discomforting if we are left behind. Because the asymmetry that it is creating, asymmetry in not only knowledge, asymmetry in power and wealth. This asymmetry in power and wealth, if we do not appreciate and overcome it, it is a very scary scenario. So we have to create knowledge. We have to create intellectual property. There has to be greater thrust on research and innovation. And when it comes to control over educational institutions, higher educational institutions especially, I think Prime Minister Modi has made it very clear. We need to appreciate that. We need to assimilate it. as our ancient system was, we have to liberate the education system, our educational institutions from the control of the government. More and more have to be independent, more and more have to be autonomous. We heard about federal system and also how is the US could be a model. But let us also not forget that US model in terms of technology could be today a model, but how sustainable that could be, whether we can have a better model. A model which is not controlled by the state, because in our country, knowledge institutions have always been sustained by the society, not by the state. The states have patronized, but largely by the society. How do we leverage that and translate it into the contemporary context? You know, we talk about federal system. Yes, US is a federal system. But let us also talk, when we put in our context, why is it that our state universities across the country, I am saying, state universities, why are they lagging behind the private universities? If you look at the number of patents, various outcomes, you will find state universities are not in a healthy state of affairs. They are not in a healthy situation. Why? Now, in fact, this federal or federalism notion must be clearly understood in the Indian context. In the Indian context, we must realize that our federalism is first of all, our federalism is not American federalism. Our union is an organic union. In USA, states got together and created the union. Here, the union existed even before the states came into being. States have been created. They are time to time. At the time of independence, we had 15 states. Today, we have more than 28. We have 28 states and some union territories. And there is no guarantee there will not be more states tomorrow. There will be. States will be created. But let us not get into the notion of federalism, US federalism. That is not our characteristic. We call about have unity in diversity. In fact, it itself has to be understood. It is not an intellectually fabricated unity. It is not that intellectually impressed unity. In fact, the Bharatiya system has been where we have seen unity in diversity. Diversity exists. Diversity is there in every aspect of life. Look at a flower. Its numerous petals, no two petals are alike, but they are organically connected. Millions of leaves of a tree. Each leaf is different. If you look at the tree from the perspective of leaf, no, that's not the way. It is integrated. Bharatiya system, it has been an integrated system. It has always looked at diversity as a beauty, as a celebration, not as a difference. It is the colonized thinking that has brought to a stage when we are trying to say that we must celebrate unity in diversity without understanding what this unity is about. It is not that unity is fabricated, unity exists. That existence of unity is to be appreciated and celebrated. Friends, we have to grow and we have to leapfrog in our growth, in our knowledge, especially in the field of technology. We are doing it, as I mentioned, that there is a greater thrust on research and innovation. There is need for greater resources. I fully agree with that. There cannot be any compromise because this is what will shape us. You all, the leaders of your own respective institutions, shaping the destiny of lakhs of students, each one of you, each one of your institution, you are actually shaping the destiny of this country. It's very important that each of these institutions, they invest considerably in research and innovation. So from the teaching, learning, we have to incorporate as a part of that innovation and research as well in same breath. Now, when we talk about teaching processes, we often talk about students to learn, students to have more practical knowledge, more project-based knowledge. What about teachers? Should they not? In our ancient system, in our Indian system of education, the teachers and student both kept learning from each other. It was a continuous dialectics between the teacher, the guru, and the shishya, the teacher and the taught, that led to the evolution, further synthesis of knowledge and growth. So even the teachers must continue to have the spirit of a student. It is necessary. It is not enough to just talk about the students. We must introspect and see that even teachers must. And how do they do that? We have to create, I'm sure, the sessions of 2 days, you will be deliberating over this. An AIU, which has been the thought leader in the entire process, would be deliberating over it. You are envisioning the future higher education. Future higher education and the pivotal role of India. In that context, you have come to the sub-theme. When we talk about the pivotal role of India, how India can pivot the higher education. One, of course, we have to place greater thrust on innovation and research. A student and teachers must be in the constant mode of evolution, learning and innovating. There should be assessment also for the teachers, not for the sake of producing papers, because I have seen in our state, we produce over 6,500 PhDs from the state universities alone. I'm not talking about the quality of those PhD, less said the better. They must be worthwhile. There must be an assessment that when somebody does the PhD, somebody does the research, is this research something which is contributing to the corpus of knowledge, genuinely contributing to the corpus of knowledge? We need to think about it. So this has to go on and we must step up. But there is another aspect also. Friends, we are talking about the future of, or rather the future higher education, not future of, but future higher education. You know, it has to be sustainable. We know that even the Western system of education, while in terms of science and technology, they have gone ahead and we must leapfrog and be at the front. We are confident that we will be. The way the transformation is happening, because our potential capacity is no less. Our latent capacity is less than none, which is now manifesting day to day in the number of research papers, number of intellectual properties being created, number of innovations, a startup. The very fact that the growth, we are the fastest growing economy, is not because of the major huge industries, but because developments happening, the growth happening at the MSME sector, micro, small and medium sector. They are the engines of our growth. All these are happening. And we must leapfrog in all these areas of whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it's synthetic biology, whether it's advanced robotics, whether nanotechnology. But there is another aspect to it also, because this advancement in science and technology has brought us to a stage where the world is staring at a very serious problem of existence. Inequality, growing inequality. On the one hand, you have filthy affluence, waste, so much of waste being created day to day. On the other hand, we have a starvation. We have people who are nowhere in the reckoning. Continents which are not in the reckoning. Mass of humanity. The conflict among the people, among the countries, we are all witnessing. Overall accumulation of weapons of mass destruction to multiple countries, multiple hands, each one capable of destroying the world many times over. The climate crisis, we are all staring at it. This world that is not sustainable, if the present drift of our evolution and growth continues on the Western model, it is not sustainable. Why is it that we are moving towards that with so much of technology and science and prosperity in some part of the world? And here comes again the Indian knowledge. What is the Bharatiya Drishti? The way we look at things. Bharatiya Drishti, the vision. You know, today when we are talking about all this mode of reckless consumption-driven growth, a growth that produces so much of waste, we produce something today with its life for about a year. The next year, a new model comes and this becomes useless. You cannot even go for repair. You have to throw it. This is not a sustainable. Long back, I'm sure many of you have read it. The two papers. One paper was published in 1967. It was a lecture of Professor Linwood Jr. at the American Association for Advancement of Science. American Association for Advancement of Science in December 1966. Linwood Jr. had delivered a talk which subsequently published in the journal Science. Historical roots of our ecological crisis. Historical roots of our ecological crisis. At the time, ecological crisis was not something that people were talking about much. It was not yet a mainstream narrative. But yet there were people who could foresee the change that is going to happen, the crisis that the world is going to face, and they sounded the alarm bell in 1966, 67. Historical roots of ecological crisis. And there they put this squarely on the anthropocentric view of life. A view of life that humans are at the center of creation. And the rest of creation is for your pleasure, you enjoy it, you exploit it. And that is leading to where we have reached. And the second was a report of Club of Rome in 1972. Club of Rome, which published the report, Limits to Growth. Exploitation of the resources. There they said, at the time, much of the world was not even conscious of it, but there were some visionaries that thought the pace at which we are exploiting the resources of this earth, is it sustainable? Because these are finite resources. Now, the way we look at the world, the way we look at the economy, the way we exploit it, all these which are the product of the Western system of thought, here Bharat has something significant to contribute to make it sustainable. This is Bharatiya Drishti. In Bharatiya Drishti, Vyakti, individual, Samashti, which is the society, Srishti, which is the creation, and Parameshri is the creator. They are all integrally connected. In the Western view of economy and life, individual is sovereign. And that goes into shaping the polity and political structure. And this has led to where we are today. Of course, in the socialist view, it is the state, which is the supreme. But this integral connection between individual, the larger self-society, creation, and the creator, Vyakti, Samashti, Srishti, and Parameshti. This integral connect, this, which was the Indian way of looking at it, a Bharatiya way of life and knowledge. This has to be appreciated. This needs a lot of research today. We need to create corpus of literature, modern literature, wherein you have to bring about a paradigm shift in the thought process, which emerged at the time of what European Renaissance, what they called is age of enlightenment, which gave the concept of individual as the sovereign, society as a contract of the individuals. And one went to the extent of saying that human being individuals are moving hydrocarbons. All this intellectual revolution that happened and shaped the global thinking, these are challenged by the Indian system of thought, where we have integral view of life. Individual is autonomous to an extent, but is not fully autonomous. It is part of the collective. It cannot exist without collective. And collective itself, one collective is autonomous to an extent, it is connected with the larger collective. And this is how it goes on. This integral view of life. This needs a paradigm shift in our philosophy, our ideologies. When we say our ideologies means ideology of the world. We have to understand it, appreciate it, articulate it, do number of researches even in this field, come up with the modern literature in a language intelligible to the rest of the world. And I'm sure AIU, Association of Indian Universities, being the apex body, it has to take up the responsibility. How we gallop in the field of science and technology. We create more and more technology. We innovate more and more with the perspective that we are all integrally connected. That means sustainable technology. It's not just reckless technology. Not that technology that leads to the destruction is not sustainable. Any field that we go. So, galloping in the field of science and technology with Bharatiya perspective. And there are institutions which are doing it and doing it marvelously well. We need to expand it, make it possible for all institutions across the country to emulate that, to imbibe that. And at the same time, also to give that view on life, how we look at individual, how we look at the environment, how we look at the society. That this also has to have a sound footing. So theoretical basis of philosophy, the social philosophy, and the galloping in the field of science and technology, this has to go together. Now, Swami Vivekananda's birthday, which is observed as a National Youth Day, is just day after tomorrow. He used to say that Bharat has a great responsibility. And to fulfill the responsibility towards the world, it must have a body whose muscles are made of iron and whose sinews are of steel. That means technology, a strong technology. But whose heart and mind are compassionate, Vedantic, where we look at the world as a family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Yadu Mure Yavarum Kelir. This is what we say. It has to go together. Sri Aurobindo, when Bharat became independent, he said, now the India's Renaissance has come. It's a time for India to awake, to wake up and take up its responsibility. Because you must grow capable enough that you are able to fulfill the destiny of the world, solve the problem of the world. Where he said, India, I'm quoting his words, India can, if she will, give a new and decisive turn to all the problems confronting the mankind. Because clue to their solution lies in her ancient knowledge. Clue to that solution. And the solution, Indian knowledge is that drishti that we are integral with. Vyakti, samashti, srishti, parameshti, we are all integrated. If you look at it from that perspective, then, when we are technologically strong, then alone we'll be able to fulfill our destiny and save the world. This is a great responsibility. Friends, you are not just the leader of your own institution. You are the one who will shape the future of the nation and the world. Be conscious of it. You don't necessarily have to wait for policies to be framed. Policies will be framed in any case. With such a galaxy of intellectuals, thought leaders, you will be coming up something very, very worthwhile and crucial that will shape the direction of our higher education. But you also have the autonomy to do it within your own institution. Do it. Private universities are doing in a big way. When I say big way, significant way. State universities too have their, with all the limitations, you also have leeway. You can also try and do that. Let us take up the responsibility collectively with a sense of destiny, sense of purpose, that this country, Bharat, has to grow to save the world. And we have set the target that the next 2.5 decades, we must be in a position to shape the destiny of the world. And that I have no doubt we'll be able to do that. And with your leadership, with your intellectual prowess, innovative capacity, the country will fulfill her destiny. Friends, I wish this conference, the 2 days, the very best. It's utmost productive, I'm sure, after that 2 days deliberation. A lot of good ideas, good policy inputs will emerge that will not only enlighten you all, but enlighten our national education system. Thank you very much. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for the impactful talk and foresight words on need of transformation in Indian educational system. I now invite Dr. A. Ruben Kumar, Nodal Officer of AA South Zone Vice Chancellors Conference and Director Event Management VIT Vellore to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone. On behalf of Association of Indian Universities and Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, it is my privilege to deliver the word of thanks on this memorable occasion. First and foremost, we express our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Ravi, for gracing this event with your esteemed presence and for your inspiring inaugural address. Your words have set the tone for the proceedings, and we are deeply motivated by your insights on traditions. I extend my sincere thanks to the official of Association of Indian Universities, President Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, Vice President V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, and Secretary General Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to host this AIU South Zone Vice Chancellors Conference 2024-25 in VIT Vellore. I would like to thank our Honorable Chancellor, Dr.G.Viswanathan, for his visionary leadership and keen interest in the arrangements of this conference. And also, I submit my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Vice Presidents, Mr. Shankar Vishwanathan, Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Executive Director, Dr. Santhya Penta Reddy, Assistant Vice President Kadambari S. Vishwanathan, and Mrs. Ramani Balasundaram for their constant guidance and support in making this conference a fruitful one. I sincerely thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran, who has taken keen interest and extreme effort to bring this conference to our campus. And I would like to thank Professor Parthasarathy Malik and Registrar Dr. T. Jayabharati for the wonderful cooperation in making this conference to have in this manner. I would like to extend my thanks to Professor H.P. Kinsha, former VC, VTU Belgaum, for his concern to deliver the second memorial, that is second AIU Centenary lecture at this place. I would like to thank the organizing committee members from AIU, Mr. Vijendra Kumar, Head Meeting Division, Mr. Shivam Dixit and Dr. Alok, Joint Secretary, and from VIT, Dr. Arnan Ambaraj, Dr. Vel Murugan, Dr. Sujata and Merlin, and all other committee members for the tireless work behind the scene to ensure the smooth execution of this event. Your dedication and teamwork have truly made this a great and grand success. I would like to express my gratitude to all the Vice Chancellors and attendees for your enthusiastic presence, your support and encouragement make event like this worthwhile and impactful. A special thanks to all our supporting departments and VIT, government officials from various departments, district administrations, and sponsors for the wonderful cooperation and support in organizing this conference in a smooth manner. Our gratitude to press and media for their coverage. Last but not least, thank you to everyone who contributed in any way to make this event a great success. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this great event and wish you have a wonderful deliberation and happy stay in our campus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Request all of you to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Now we request all the Vice Chancellors kindly join for a group photograph in the adjacent hall. So we request you to come fast and stand in your queue.
Vice Chancellor of South Zone, eminent guest, faculty member of the VIT, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of VIT, and our Honorable President of AIU, Mr. Vinay Pathak sir, and Honorable Secretary General, Madam Pankaj Mittal, Madam. Our past president here, and our G.D. Sharma sir, Khil sir, and our past Secretary General, Furkan Gamar sir. Sir, namaskar. And our, as you all aware, it is my pleasure to introduce the second lecture of the AIU Centenary Celebration Series. As we continue to commemorate the 100th year of journey of the Association of Indian Universities, we are privileged to have with us today a renowned academician, Professor H.P. Kinsha sir, Emeritus Professor at the Indian Institute of Science, ISC Bangalore. Sir, we are very happy to find you here. As a great welcome to sir. Kindly to welcome to sir, who very happily accepted our invitation. Professor Kinsha sir is a distinguished scholar and emeritus
as you know, that professor in ISC, is a long and illustrative career in the field of engineering and education. As a former professor of ISC, Professor Kincha sir has a profound impact on the higher education and especially in technology education. And his research and teaching have inspired generations of the students and scholars. He has also served as the chairman of the Karnataka State Innovation Council, and has been a member of the several national and international committees, including the AICT on teachers training. Sir served as the chairman of the AICT teachers training. Today, Professor Kincha sir will share his insight, thought, the experience with us, and we look forward to a stimulating and thoughts-provoking lecture. It is an honor to have him with us. Pleasure to please join me to welcoming to Professor H.P. Kincha sir on podium. Sir, we humbly want to request to please join, and we continue to celebrate AIU 100-year journey and looking forward to a future and excellence. And at the same time, I want to just announce one thing: National Conference on Innovative and Solution for Sustainable Cities, jointly organized by the Kotak School of Sustainability, IIT Kanpur, and Association of Indian Universities, and Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. So I think this booklet and this pamphlet with everyone that people can join this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. And I'm in the midst of a very august audience of all the vice chancellors of the southern part of the country, along with the president of AIU, Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, sir, and all other office bearers of the AIU. I've been given about 20-25 minutes to speak. And I think that is the ideal time, because research says that 20 minutes is the maximum of a concentrated hearing that can be done by people, and not beyond that. Beyond that, it becomes boring. So I'm happy that they have given me about 20-25 minutes to speak on. And please stop me. I am also a teacher like all of you, who have a tendency to keep on speaking. But please stop me at the end of 20-25 minutes. I'm grateful to AIU to call me for this centennial lecture, the second centennial lecture for the AIU, which is as a part of the Southern Zone's Vice Chancellors Conference. I did some thinking about what to speak in a conference like this. The standard subjects of NEP 200 are the subjects which are the subtopics of the NIRF, are the N4 of the education, NBA, NIRF, NAC, and then the new education policy. They're all subsets of that. And I think we have had many lectures on this and the various nuances of these four organizations and the parameters that we talk about for the quality and for excellence of higher education institutions. Whenever we talk about higher education institutions, we talk about excellence, we talk about world class, we do talk about the institution that any vice chancellor will say that I want to make my institution as the best in the state, best in the country, best to come in the Times ranking list, or to come in the first 50 of the NIRF list, or things like that. People do, all of us talk about it, and we have the desire to be there, But if we to really say, what does a world class mean? What does a good higher education institution? I may get tuned into the technical because I'm a technical person, so pardon me if I get tuned into the technical sometimes in my talk, pardon me for that. But what is a world-class system? What is a world-class institution? Now, if we were to ask this question and what I should be doing to become a world-class institution, I don't think any of us will have the right answers, even though there is a book produced, a book which gives some 9 parameters for the world-class education, 9 parameters for the world-class. Can somebody get me a glass of water, please? World-class education, 9 parameters that have been given, starting from the funding, internal funding, external funding, and everything else that are given. But none of us is clear about what is a world-class university. What is a world-class university? But I think if you were to ask this question was asked, and then the answer given by the Cambridge University Vice Chancellor, the Cambridge University Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Maya. Keep this open. That probably we should let the question hover in the universe, the question of what is the excellence or what is this. But we should probably, and leave it undefined, doesn't matter. But we should be aware of what does this mean for us to be doing as the leaders of the higher education system, what we should be doing, what we should be doing in our universities. And the 4 factors which she gave as the answer to this question was commitment to breadth and excellence in all fields of human inquiry, and not only in niches. This is one point that she made. The second point was engage in cutting-edge research, and at the same time, teaching the next generation graduates, The third point was great universities must allow their resources the freedom to experiment, the researchers to be having the freedom to experiment, and then also have the tolerance to expect and accept the failures that may happen in this process. They accept the failure, not the successes. Successes, I know we'll enjoy always, but we should have the thing to be able to accept the failures in this system also, and also should have unpermeable boundaries of the working that happens in an educational institution. Probably these 4 traits of a university, along with always keeping in mind that we are a part of the local system of politics, local system of regulatory system, and local system of the educational environment that we have in our university. We cannot run away from that, that is for sure. Even though we may keep and always comment on the regulatory systems, the interference, the bureaucratic things that we have, but we cannot get away from that. We'll have to work within that. And it is always said, the best innovation that we can do is remain in the system and then do something forward, I think we should be following that is the answer that she madam gave, that the madam gave for that particular thing. I didn't want to talk on the philosophy and my own thoughts on what we should be doing on the national education policy and the sub-parameters that this policy talks about. I was a part of the 1986 education policy also, and participated in quite a few of the seminars. And the similarity of questions that I see that we talked about in the 86 seminar and what we are talking in the 2022 or 2020 policy or the 2022 policy, the NAP policy, or the ESPAL committee report that came in between, or the Knowledge Commission report that came in between. And all these things are part of the series that have happened and have participated in quite a few of them. Questions remain the same. we answer from a different platform, from a platform that we have reached over this period of time, and try to get new answers to the question at this point of time. We try to look at the foreign systems, the American system, the Western systems, the Chinese systems and their systems, and try to adapt those systems to our requirement for getting that quality or the excellence that we desire for. But a intelligent mind is one which will have what I call as two opposite ideas in the mind, and still continue to work and then take suitable decisions. And that is the definition of an intelligent mind. Two completely opposite requirements and still continue to work in that particular atmosphere. Now, if we were to look at universities as it is today, there are a number of such opposing ideas that we have to work with, as the leader of that particular institution. And if I just name a few of them and talk maybe half a minute for each of them, and the others I leave it undefined and not talk, but just give the names to you. The issues of quality versus quantity. This is one issue which is always having different dimensionalities of decision making. Do I need quality? Do I need quantity? I think there are needs of quality also, and there is needs of quantity too. So where do I go? Which direction I go? And what type of directions that I take? In fact, if you see, we talk about the GR ratios, we are talking towards the quantity of the quantity and forgetting about the quality. Probably in India, we have taken that path of the quantity at this point of time. And then we'll worry about the quality of these things tomorrow, after some time. I think this is one thing where the decision making of the vice chancellors will be very critical of where do you move in between these two. The second point of dichotomy, that if I can call them, is what is I call as the repair versus prepare. Now, what do I do in this repair versus prepare? If I see the unemployment matrices and the types of unemployment that are available in the country, the types of unemployment, the last mile unemployment, the interventional unemployment, and the structural unemployment, and where do I intervene, and what do I do for these different types of unemployment that we have in the country, and what steps do I take? We are in a mix of all these things today. And we take the easy way out. On this. This also has the basic question of what we call as the liberal education, and an education with the aim of providing him some employment or providing him some earning opportunity. Now, where do you see, if you heard the speech of the Honorable Governor this morning and the others that morning, we talk about the Indian system of education of the past, or we talk about the education changed by the technological progresses that have happened. This is again a part of the repair versus the dichotomy of what we may call as the repair versus prepare. Do I prepare citizens? Do I prepare individuals who have the opportunity to do something and have the opportunity? You know, in the system, we are today pushed by the requirement of providing something to the individual at the end of the education system, providing him some means of trying to earn something for his living. Or do I want to prepare citizens? I want to prepare citizens. And this leads us to the point of liberal education to be included into the sense of the education itself. And then the question leads to what liberal education? What is the liberal education that I want to give? The definition of liberal education that I give, and what I would teach my boards that are there in my university. But I will not go in detail about the liberal education implications and the inclusion of liberal education in the university systems as today, because that will be one more lecture. That will be about an hour lecture or more than that lecture for that. I was talking on the dichotomies of a university system wherein all of you are working, If I take the third dichotomy which I want to talk, it is the quantity versus quality. Equity, excellence, equity and excellence. What do I do? The issues of equivalence, equity, and the equal opportunity, that we are talking about. And these are again dichotomical decision-making scenarios that all of you face. And the issue of price versus cost. What is the issue of price versus cost? I have certain cost of education. And what do I get as this is the price, and the price that I charge to my wards for the education to be given. I get different answers from the government, for the government universities, from the private universities. There are different answers because the funding mechanisms are different. And so the debate about price versus cost dichotomy always comes. Even in a private university, if I have to fix a fees for the students, there are a lot of debates. How do I fix it? What do I do? And why do I do that? Why do I fix that fee? So this is again dichotomical decisions that happen. In a government university, I have to follow the government norms and put the fees, and that's it, nothing more than that. The next question is the funding versus delivery. Funding versus delivery. I get certain funding, and I have to get, if I take public money and I have to give public delivery, there is one model that I have to do. But if I take public money and then I do public delivery and private delivery, there is a dichotomy. What do I do with this dichotomy? How do I take a decision? Because I take public money and I'm doing some research for an industry and giving him a private benefit to that individual. And how do I handle this type of situation? Then there is a question of what I was talking, excellence versus the exclusion versus inclusion. What do I do for this exclusion versus inclusion? I have wide gates both at the input and at the output of the university. If I take the IIT system, I have a wide gate at the exit, but I have a very narrow gate at the input point, at the end point. And if I take a situation like a CA, Chartered Accountancy, or that type of an exam, I have a wide gate at the input, but a very narrow gate at the output. What the government desires today is, I need wide gates at the input and wide gates at the output also. This is the desire that the expectation of the government system should be. And what do I do when I have wide gaps, very wide gate at the input point also, and a very wide gap at the output point also? And then I have to fulfill the criteria of excellence, equity, and things like that. What decisions do I take in this situation? Then probably there is a debate about private university and public university. For me, this debate is very trivial. The right point for the debate is good university or a bad university, whether it is private or publicly funded. But there is a Brahminical system that exists which considers that all the private universities are bad, and which is not true. So the debate has to be on the good and bad rather than private or public or liberal university or whatever that is there. That is again a point of that point that comes. Then the issue of the other dichotomies that the university works on, I will not talk on details because this will take a lot of time for me to speak on. But the other thing is that the universities are supposed to be conservative and radical at the same time. It has to keep on the conservation of carrying on the social history of the region, of the country, and things like that, and be at the same time be very radical in its approach, very radical. The universities have to be critical and supportive. They have to be critical of some activity, and sometimes they have to be supportive of some activities which is required from the university. The universities have to be competitive, and universities have to be collegial at the same time. The universities have to be entrepreneurial, and they have to be also be caring about the system. They have to be entrepreneurial. Everybody asks. Then the universities have to be certain versus provisional. They were certain versus provisional. The universities have to be traditional and at the same time innovative, at the same time be innovative at the same time. The universities have to be ceremonial at that some time, and what called as eco-contract universities that we have to be. We have to be local and we have to be international at the same time, local and international at the same time. We have to also take care of the social justice in education. We have to take care of the point of the quality, quantity. So I listed some points of the dichotomy of the system which a university vice chancellor faces and has to take decisions sitting on the chair of the vice chancellor. And what does he do in this? And which direction, which small step he takes is the question that exists before that. So therefore, what it means is that the expectation that the good vice chancellor or any vice chancellor will have the characteristics of what? Characteristics of what? What a vice chancellor should have the characteristics when he takes that chair and takes the decision about various things which are placed before him, Well, I expect we all of us expect that the vice chancellor will be a very talented individual. Will be a very talented individual, will be a very smart individual who will be able to keep his own amongst other smart individuals, in his university. Because that is the most difficult job. That is the most difficult job of vice chancellor faces. The vice chancellor, a good administrator or a good academic administrator will need the characteristics of affinity with their institution. Should be a team player. Should be a jack of all trades. To be able to work in a very diverse situation, in a very complex environment, to have a keen sense of empathy for everything that happens in the system, to have what is called as a know all answers, know the answers for everything, or at least know where the answers exist, if there is no know. The vice chancellor has to be financially literate. I cannot say that I don't know anything about finance. Therefore, I am only an academic. But then the vice chancellors or the leaders of the institution have to be financially literate also. Have to be little bit legally literate too in the present situation. Legally literate. Will have to be legally literate. Will have to be having the networking ability. Will have to be an individual who is flexible. An individual who can generate new ideas. An individual who is a dynamic person and a committed person. An individual who can implement the ideas in the system. Just ideas will not work. They have to be able to implement the ideas in the system. And probably an individual who can also try new things and not afraid to speak about something which is wrong, not afraid. I think these are some of the characteristics that came to my mind to list it of the individuals. And I'm standing in the midst of individuals who have these traits in them to run their own university systems. No. But I think this last point that I mentioned, to have the courage to speak for what is good for the educational system and not follow a prey to the pressures of the systems that want me to say something, I think this happens very often. This happens very often in the system and things like that. So I talk about the dichotomies of the university system, and I talk about the possible characteristics of an individual who runs an administration of such a dichotomic system, And in midst of all these things, preserve the excellence and the quality of the institution, But I can keep on continuing on that for quite some time, but I won't do that. But now I have two more points to make before I end. And one is I will talk about the present, and one I will talk about the future. For the present, every Vice Chancellor must be now must be at some time or the other in their work schedule, face many issues that they tackle about. And I will mention a few of them. And I hope some of the Vice Chancellor at least face these issues and they say what to do in this situation. I'll take only 3 or 4. I will not take more of them. One, the issue of including economic development as a part of the vision of the university. I think we had the first academic revolution, the vision was teaching. Then second academic revolution, the word research came in, that the universities became a vision statement of teaching and research. And now we talk about teaching, research, and part of economic development. And quite a few of us are struggling with what does this economic development of a country or a region mean for a university, and what I can contribute on that, There are various ways in which we can contribute, maybe through capacity building, maybe through good research, maybe through consulting, maybe through technology transfers, and maybe through entrepreneurship initiatives. And we do all these things depending on the strength of my university. I do some of these or all of these in whatever way I can do. But in doing so, there are new ways that are coming up in the university, and I'll take only maybe 1 or 2 of these new ways in which we do struggle. And this is, in the issue of IP, we all talk about IP, we did morning also we talk. And everybody in the university, every Vice Chancellor expects his faculties in the universities to get at least 1 or 2 patents in a year. And that pressure is put on the person to get me 1 or 2 patents because these are important for the NIRF or for the NAC and get some marks out of that. And I get some patents. In the university, and I very happily indicate I have 100 patents, I have 150 patents and all that. But the issues that get along with this IP, the portfolio management of IPs, the portfolio. How do I do the IP portfolio management in a university? How do I do that? I don't think any university does it today, the IP portfolio management. The issues of technology transfer of these patents and the points that have to go into this technology transfer agreement. How do I do that? I do talk about royalty and down payments and things like that. I very easily talk about these things, but there are much more nuances in these issues of technology transfer. If I ask just one question, how do I value my technology? I have a technology, IP patented, I want to sell it to a company. How do I value it? Do I have methods of valuing? Does any university does a very scientific way of valuing of the technology? No, we don't have those scientific ways. I do some way of the valuation, and just leave it on that. But that is, we should have, I'm only raising one issue at this point of time. And probably I can raise a few more issues of this and things like that. The issue of faculty entrepreneurship. I think now faculty entrepreneurship is picking up in quite a few universities where the faculty allows their the university allows their faculty to become an entrepreneur along with an academic person together doing the job. Many questions open up. Many questions open up in the minds of Vice Chancellor or anybody who manages this 24-hour employee versus allowing them to work on an industry at the same time. And how does he make money in the same time as the time for the university? And how do I justify it? How do I, what is the model of faculty entrepreneurship? How much equity do I want to take in the company floated by the employee? 5%, 10%? What? I don't know. On what basis do I take up these numbers? I don't know about this. There are ways in which this can be done. But I think quite a few Vice Chancellors face this question today. Valuation, equity arrangement, equity contracts with the company, and what do I do, what do I don't do, what do I allow, what do I don't allow in this type of things are questions that open up. The other question that comes up in this economic development issue is the issue of what I call as the creation of special purpose vehicles by the university today. Quite a few universities now open up what they call as Section 8 companies or societies or things like that for promoting this. They run up incubation centers. They run Atal incubation centers. They run other centers and things like that. But the issue of financial management of these institutions that we create within an university, and as an independent organization, how do I run these two? The Vice Chancellor is head of a private organization and is also the head of the university. And he is doing this dual role, which require completely different mindsets to run, completely different mindset. So how do I do? Where are the balances? Where is it that I have to, what is it that I have to do? I think, and what are the financial arrangements when I have these two organizations running in the same physical premises, What is the academic arrangement between the two? What is the academic conflict? What are the financial conflicts that happen by these activities? And how do I handle this academic and financial conflict that happen in a university? And the last point is, how do I take the output of these organizations, which are independent legal entities, into the activities of universities? And the tax implications of these, I think there are quite a few such issues which remain, which have been worked on by a few universities, and that I'm sure quite a few of the Vice Chancellor must be facing today. So I'm just raising this issue at this point of time, right? Because I didn't want to, I said I will talk few minutes for the present issue and few minutes for the future. The financial models of running the university is another issue which becomes a part of a. There are three models of financial things that we need. Models. One is for the government type of university, which get funding from the government, and then the EBITDA of these universities and the other things are in the government model of working. On the other extreme is the private university model, financial model, private university financial. And the in-between is the PPP mode of institution, the triple ITs that run now, which are a completely PPP mode of institution. And these three financial models are different financial models. Now, in whichever type of institution I have to understand the financial models of these universities and run my universities accordingly, So these are other things which probably in the minds of the Vice Chancellor must be coming at some point of the time or other when they run their institution. The other point I wanted to mention at the present point of time is the debate of skill versus knowledge. The debate of skill versus knowledge. There is a lot of pressure to put skill sets in my curricula. But I am at the same time compromising on my knowledge. And where is the balance that exists of inclusion of the skill sets into my curricula and do away the knowledge part of it? I think this is a very serious question which probably every vice chancellor should debate about what I should do. I think I just get a notice from the somewhere of whatever regulatory organization, please make 20% of your curricular skill set. But what is the implication of these on the degree that I give from the institution is a very important point to be debated. And how do I make up for the knowledge gap that I put in the student by including this skill into my system, There are issues about, probably you must be facing the issues of technology acceleration that is happening at this point of time, and the implications of this technology acceleration on the education systems of the university, the education system. Obviously, the issues of multidisciplinarity continue to have an impact on the education. We all say that we need multidisciplinarity. Everybody in this speech will say we need multidisciplinarity. But what are the implications of this multidisciplinary, and how do I nurture this multidisciplinary program? So I think these are some of the things that I have got a list that I have to stop now. So I'll take 2 more minutes and then I will stop with the permission of the House, I will take these last 2 minutes on the future. Now, if I have to talk about Viksit Bharat goal and 2047, what do you think will be the educational model in 2047? It's a question that we should be debating. And what I should be doing at this point of time for the next 2 or 3 years to get in tune with that. Can I predict what 2047 will be in this field? I cannot predict it. It is just impossible for me to predict with the changes that are happening in the system, with the changes, with the things that are having the new technologies, acceleration of the technologies and everything else, with the new toolkits that are coming into the system. One of the toolkits which is most talked about is the AI toolkit that we talk about. But AI is one toolkit. That's all is what we have. There will be many more toolkits that will be there by 2047 or 2050. So at least even for 2035, what is the expectation that I have? Maybe I'll have students which are what is called as, they are already with the biological advances that is taking place in the system, will be biologically modified, Maybe they'll have interface with their brains, direct interface with the brain, when we are talking about nanobots or the direct interaction with the brains. Maybe I'll have the development in the GMR, the genetics, the nano, and the robotics that will take place, which will probably change the whole landscape of what and to whom I am teaching, Maybe these are the type of students who are sitting in my class or in a training part of an industry, training school of an industry, and they are being taught by robots. Then what is the role of a teacher? When they are being taught by the robots, getting back and forth an individualized education system that we are talking about. And this individualized education system, if I have to start thinking on from today itself, what will I think? I can only think of what I feel will be the things that is required to be taught to the student at this point of time. Probably I have to move from information giving, which is what we have been doing, to taking them on the wisdom level and giving them life skills learning. I mean, if you read the World Trade Organizations or the Switzerland Conference Organization, the skill sets that the new students wanting to be learned. I wanted to speak, but I will not speak to him on the new skill sets required for the university students that the university should lead them to. Probably it is time for all the intellectuals sitting over here to talk about the new scenario of the education that is emerging very fast. We are at the point of singularity, and we go beyond singularity of what this impact of the singularity will be on the education system. It's a very important discussion that we need to do. And the super intelligence systems, the AGI systems, and whatever that will come, it is only one part of the toolkit. There will be many more new toolkits that will be coming up in the future. And what do I do about these toolkits in my education system? Maybe AIU should organize a brain or a round table brainstorming on these issues of what the future of education will be by 2035 or 2050 or whatever period that you want to do. Thank you for your patient hearing. I just talked something which came to my mind going away from the usual lecture. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I am prepared to take questions if there is time or if the organizations permit. I am available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very sorry due to the lack of time. We are unable to allocate. Now I request Vice President of AIU, Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, sir, to honor our speaker, Professor H.P. Kincha. Followed by the next session, I would like to request the speakers to come on the dais. I'd like to invite, shall we give a big round of applause? Thank you so much. Now I request our Chairperson, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, and Co-Chair, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, to come on the dais, and request the speakers, Dr. Dinesh Singh, Director, Policy Academy Planning Bureau on AICT initiatives and inventions, Dr. Sanjit Singh, and Dr. Sujit Jigandar, please kindly come and join. Yeah, I would like to thank Vice President Sir for honoring our speaker, Professor H.P. Kincha.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Of course, when AIU thought about the 100 years celebration in the governing board, there was a suggestion that we have to celebrate this 100 years by 100 lectures of eminence from distinguished people from across the country or abroad. That was the suggestion which I made. And in this connection, of course, it's very important. For example, it is not necessary that it should be the Vice Chancellor or somebody who's leading the university to give the lecture. Probably we have to get perceptions, different perceptions from people who are working in different facets of development. For example, in this, when we consider about a university, he mentioned, let me congratulate Professor Kincha for the excellent lecture. A university is a place open to people, open to ideas, and open to places. I just thought about this quotation when we were celebrating the 25th year of the Indira Gandhi National Open University. We wanted a new brand and a new emblem for the Indira Gandhi National Open University. It's an open university. So every university is open for that particular purpose. A university is a place open to people, open to ideas, and open to places. And therefore, it's very important that the society at large would definitely interact with the university system. You should not, probably university should not keep aloof from the society at large. And therefore, these lectures should be of eminence from different walks of life. That's why we initiated this thing. So we invite from Vice Chancellors, from the different universities. We can conduct, of course, we conduct only 2 lectures so far now, but we can conduct these lectures across the universities in this country, across the universities and university level institutions, and even in colleges in this country, we can organize this. You can give suggestions. You can give suggestions to the AIU office or to me or to Dr. Pathak or Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Whom do you want to invite for this lecture? And it should go as AIU Centenary lecture series. And of course, we will try to provide, and probably we expect the university to take care of the logistics for the lecture, but we will be able to provide very eminent people who are ready, who are coming for different purpose, very eminent people for this purpose. This is what the AIU can do. And of course, AIU is the Association of Indian Universities. We are all part of it. And therefore, we can make it a big success if the universities and education institutions come forward requesting the AIU to suggest a few names for these lectures. And that ultimately it can be combined. It will be a historic document for the history of university education in the country. And therefore, I invite the Vice Chancellors and the heads of higher education institutions to suggest if they are interested. If they are interested to organize a lecture, we will give a panel of names, or you can identify a panel of names, and we will give the formal invitation. And if there is a need for ultimate provision of logistics, we will try to find out how it can be provided. Thank you very much.
Can we start now?
Yes, sir. Now I request Dr. Arnanambraj to brief about the speakers. There's very short introduction, and then we can, that's it. Very short.
So very good afternoon. Now we are going for the next session, titled Session on Innovation, Skilling, Ranking and Assessment. I am very privileged to introduce the chairperson, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President, AIU and VCCSJM, University Kanpur. A brief biodata. Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak is an administrator of excellence and an exemplary scholar. In 2024, he was unanimously elected as the President of the Association of Indian Universities, Delhi, after serving there as Vice President for a year. Professor Pathak has a long career as Vice Chancellor of 8 universities nationwide. He excellently has managed multiple universities for 3 full terms, namely Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani, VMU, Kota, with an additional charge of Rajasthan Technical University. Professor Pathak's contribution to the higher education administration is unfathomable, serving his role as the son of soil. He has contributed as an active member of the Task Force Committee for New Education Policy Implementation in Uttar Pradesh. His tremendous leadership acumen is also recognized by various bodies who have appointed Professor Pathak as chairman of the expert committee of VCs for the development of e-learning material appointed by the governor of Uttar Pradesh, along with the chairman of the technical committee of MP, Boj Open University, Madhya Pradesh. So with this brief introduction, the biodata is very big. Because of shortage of time, I am requesting you, welcome you, sir, to chair the session. So I also welcome Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU, who is co-chairing the session. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, is the second Women Secretary General of the Association in its 97 years of existence. She has been serving the higher education sector for more than 3 decades at senior position at the University of Grants Commission of India. She is the Chief Commissioner for Guides of Bharat Scouts and Guides. She is also the member of General Assembly and Finance Committee of the Indian Council for Cultural Relation, ICCR, New Delhi. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and has been topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics from ARI, New Delhi. Dr. Mittal has also served as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagatpur Singh Mahila Vidyavalaya, Haryana, the first rural women university in North India for 2 terms. Dr. Mittal is also the recipient of many awards and honors like Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators, President of India Award in 2017 for Digital Initiative in Higher Education, Honorary Doctorate D.Litt from Karnataka State Women University, Karnataka, First Batmam Sri Shubhashini Devi Award 2018 for contribution in societal development and community engagement. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, ma'am, to co-chair this session. So let me introduce the speakers of the session. Dr. Dinesh Singh, Director, Policy and Academic Planning, Bureau of AICT Initiatives on Invention. Sir is having 30 years of teaching experience as Vice Principal and Training and Placement Officer from Department of Technical Education, Haryana. Welcome you, sir, for this. I also welcome Dr. Sanjit Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor from Marwedi University. Dr. Sanjit Singh, currently the Pro Vice Chancellor for Research ranking. I think sir is not there. I can. Okay, sir. Research and accreditation at Marwadi University, Rajkot, is a highly accomplished academic leader with over 16 years of rich experience in academic administration, research, global university ranking. A visionary professional, he has spearheaded transformative initiative in higher education, focusing on enhancing institutional reputation and fostering a robust research ecosystem. He is also the Director General of UPC RAM, Raj Bhavan, UP. He has successfully driven large-scale research activities leading to over 5,000 Scopus Index publication annually and securing over 75 crore in research funding. As a dedicated researcher, he has authored over 57 publications and supervised multiple PhD scholars, contributing significantly to areas like sustainable development, ethics, and energy policies. Welcome you, sir. So I take this privilege to welcome the other speaker, Sri Sujit Jagidhar, Interim CEO, T-Hub. Sujit Jagidhar is a distinguished leader in global consulting and information technology with a career spanning over 2 decades at top-tier organizations, including Wipro Technologies, Oracle India, and Godrej and Voice Manufacturing Co. Limited. He joined T-Hub in 2022 as Chief Innovation Officer, where he led Corporate Innovation International Program, Government and Partnership. In 2024, he was appointed CEO of T-Hub. Sujit's entrepreneurial journey includes a notable 2-year venture at Wipro, where he ideated, designated, and developed 2GO innovation travel and express management platform and reducing corporate cost, enhancing employee experience. Welcome you, sir. With this brief introduction of the chair, co-chair, and the speakers, I handing over the session to the session chairs for further taking. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and thanks to my colleague speakers, and thanks for the nice introduction. It is already 1:30. This is a lunch time, which is as per the official thing. We will take 40 to 45 minutes to bind up this session. I will request our speakers to be in brief and take some discussion kind of a thing because it is important for the fraternity of vice chancellors or the administrative leaders to discuss among. I think both honorable speakers will be also available in the lunch time with us. You can ask the questions. So first of all, Shivam, is he there? Sanjeev? Huh? Okay. Where is the video? So I will request Sanjeev, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Shivam, where he is? Can you hear? You said he is connected. So we are not able to hear him. The problem, so we can take him as the second speaker. He has come?
नहीं हूँ आवाज आ रही है मेरी
Okay.
जी जी आ रही है
Sanjeev, have you come, please?
Yes, I am here only, sir.
Sanjeev, you have to unmute us. You have to unmute.
हाँ अनम्यूट ही हूँ सर मैं.
We are not able to listen you.
I am here only.
No, he is now not on the mute. The speaker is not there. Can we hear speaker? So now it's unmute. It's our voice is not going. What is happening? Okay. So Sanjeev, you have to wait for some time. Unko phone karo so we can have another speaker. So I will So, but the voice is going here. So, but the voice is going. I think one of the biggest thing which we have in our country. So I will request him. I think 14 one of the biggest we have in our country. So I will request him. I think 14 one of the biggest we have in our country. Sujit, you can start, please.
Sir, whenever you say yes, I'll start.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very good afternoon. Sometimes technology, is out of our control. Hello, can you hear me now without an echo? Or do you have another mic?
All right.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I take a step back and talk about India's picture. I'm sure most of you know India today. I'm little worried, I'll become a robo. I'm sure we have all seen Rajnikant's Robo movie, right? I'm feeling like one, by the way. No worries. So let me test again. It works. I think a round of applause to all these guys. You fixed it. Okay, so the reason why I'm here and talking about innovation and also the support to the startup ecosystem is that in the last decade, India's transformation has not just happened because of great organizations that we have. The Wipros, the Godrejers, the Birlas, of course, they have been contributing. But subtly, I think the governor, honorable governor has mentioned, some of the other speakers have mentioned, the transformation has been happening at the lower end of the pyramid. The startups, MSMEs have actually transformed, and I come and I represent that industry. And like I said, T-Hub over the last 9 years has supported creation of about 60,000 jobs. Very proud of that fact. And we have incubated 2,500 startups. Some of you have seen T-Hub, I'm assuming, because they have heard about T-Hub. Hopefully you have seen T-Hub. It's in one building, we have about 550 startups operating across 20 sectors, building cutting edge technologies. I was at Mumbai, thanks to Professor Pathak and Professor Mittal. I was talking to the vice chancellors during the Western Zone event. I was giving an example of some of the startups with the cutting edge tech that they are working on. In fact, Honorable Governor spoke about, the robotics and nano SIMs and nano satellites, etc. One of the startup that is working on what is called vertical takeoff and landing of, vehicles. They are not just at prototype. They have already got an order of 60 units of vertical takeoff and landing. Lo and behold, in the next couple of years, you may see these flying across our own heads. Now, about 2 days back, I was at a hospital. There is an entity called AIG, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology. Some of the doctors and engineers have come together to create some cutting edge tech in endoscopy. So many of us would have heard about endoscopy, and some of us would have probably gone through or have some of our families who might have gone through. Endoscopy process or colonoscopy is extremely challenging process for especially those who undergo, though there's no pain, but it is a difficult process. The doctors and engineers have come together, and this is a startup that is being built in a hospital to create a tech that actually, takes in a capsule. The person takes in a capsule, and the movement of that capsule is controlled from outside because there's a chip inside. And not only to actually look at the intestine and the gut, but also to inject medicines remotely from outside based on where there is a challenge. I mean, the kind of technology transformation that's happening and startups are making a difference because we have been working with hundreds of corporates that are coming and working with these startups. And in the last 9 years, we have also helped raise $2.5 billion worth of funding for these startups. And there are venture capitalists and there are angels who have supported. Now, why am I talking all of this to the vice chancellors and principals and professors? The reason being, we firmly believe, and this is Government of India, the state governments, and you heard it also, innovation starts early, innovation starts at colleges and universities. And I think the dichotomy previous professor mentioned is extremely applicable because where do you focus? How do you build innovation hubs that makes a difference for you, not only in terms of, the capability, the IPs, all of that, but also differentiate you in terms of ranking as well, right? So you create a big difference. How do you do that? That's where we come in. We have been engaged with at least a dozen universities and colleges in helping their innovation journey. There are programs that we have been running, and that is evolving because obviously we get feedback inputs, we take that and we refine. But in the process, when the students mature out of the colleges, we have a series of programs that take them from that step till they get launch their products in the market. And that's what we do, day in and day out. While we do it for the startups, we can collaborate to take handhold the students beyond the universities into the market. So with that, I end, and I'm sure there are much more things to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujit. And my university, we have gone through T-Hub. So getting an innovation center at the own university, and especially for universities at Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, is really something where we can take help of Innovation Hub or T-Hub. They have got a wonderful program, and even you take or don't take, please do visit T-Hub. See the world's one of the best kind of innovation hub with Makers Lab, and recently coming up with the AR, VR kind of technology which they have. They are very professional people from all over the industry. He himself has worked in medical and all those things. AIU has launched a program. We have done an MOU with them. 40 universities are in place. We have got only 10 places to look. If some of you are interested, please do talk to him in the lunchtime. Now I will invite Mr. Dinesh, who is the Additional Director of AICT, All India Council of Technical Education. I think in the next generation, the AICT has also taken another kind of a step, which is more of helping the people in skilling, helping the people in innovations, doing a next generation kind of a work rather than the affiliation and all of it. So thanks to our chairman, AICT, Mr. Sitaram, who has given the first lecture. He has now deputed Mr. Dinesh. We will tell you some things which they are taking, and it will be more of a good question and more of a technique, because the AICT has also launched some idea lab, which people are trying to do. And on 16th, they are doing Uddamotsav. So that's a big program of Uddamotsav also AICT is doing. So they are also doing a lot of things beyond the hackathon. So Mr. Dinesh, you should be also crisp. And if we have got an animated discussion, we can have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. It's my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Pathak, President AIU, and respected Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General AIU, for showering an opportunity to present the AICT initiatives among all the distinguished Vice Chancellors and the academic institutions from the various institutions and universities. I express my immense thanks to Honorable Chancellor of VIT University and Vellore and Vice Chancellor of VIT University for organizing such a fabulous conference for the South region Vice Chancellor. So next slide, please. So let's have a brief introduction about the AICT. AICT is a statutory body, as you know, everyone, set up by the Parliament of India in 1988 with an aim to regulate and uplift the technical education. The primary function of AICT is to regulate, is to coordinate and integrate the development of technical education across our country.
Dinesh, AICT, everybody knows about AICT.
Correct.
If you go to the new things about skilling, hackathon,
Correct.
it will be much.
Thank you.
The information is
next slide, please.
Because we have already gone through the pains of AICT.
Correct.
Everybody.
So as you stand at the crossroads of the rapid technological advancement of the global knowledge revolution, such an exemplary discussion on innovative skilling, ranking, and assessment is the need of the hours today. So today's students are not just preparing for the job exist, but for the careers that are yet to be created. They should be problem solvers, critical thinkers, and creation of new knowledge. So to nurture this type of such talent, AICT has an innovation cell with the collaboration of Ministry of Education, which has an aim to create an environment that fosters innovation in alignment with the NEP 2020, provides a strong foundation for innovation. So for fostering the culture of innovation in education systems, as you can see in the slide, there are the four vertical pillars. First is the national creation of national platform, and second is the importance of policy intervention, developing of innovative courses and establishment of householding. So the AICT innovation shall encourage and support the development of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education systems as well as in school education system. We have adopted the school education system this year also, because we have a strong feedback from our higher education system, higher education colleges, or for our students who has come to admission in the engineering colleges or education systems have a very not a strong basic concept, very weak basic concept. So we have introduced this thing in the schools to have a strong foundation among our stakeholders. So the next, so these are the certain schemes which we have introduced through the innovation cell. Just like the Kapila, we can have a Yukti, we have NIRF ranking is there, school innovation cell are there, IICs are there. Now this is the most important slide for you to have information regarding this one. Here are the four most important factors for us. For the first is the higher education. So in the higher education system, AICT helps through its innovation cell, creates an innovation cells, and these IICs will serve as a hub for promoting innovative thinking and entrepreneurship activities among students and faculties. IICs among the institutions are igniting spark of creativity in campus across India. These IICs are selected through the portal. Any institution, not the AICT approved institution, any institution across our country can apply for these IICs, and when we give the ranking to these IICs, basing upon the inputs of their creative ideas, their creativeness, they are working on the innovation ideas, we give them the ranking in the form of star. If there are 5 stars, we treat them as a mentor institute. If the star is below 2, then we treat them as a mentee institution. Again, we create the awareness among the IP awareness and funding of IPR also. We are also financial support to the IPR. Next, for the teachers, this is very much necessary. Every speaker in the morning session has emphasis on the skilling of the teachers also. If the teacher has a skill, then he can impart the skill in our stakeholder. So we designate the innovation ambassadors in every institution through these IIC cells. We also funding the patent filing. We have also developed the entrepreneurship educators. For the students, we organize hackathons, ID boot camps, innovation design entrepreneurship boot camps, and holding their innovative ideas. Then the I&D training through mentoring through the IICs. For the institutions, we organize the boot camp for the 5 days, and for the schools, we organize the boot camp for 2 days. For this purpose, we also give them the financial support also. And for the schools also, I have mentioned it. School Innovation Council has been created, prepared DTI courses, design thinking and innovation courses has been formulated. So curriculum is there, mentoring, funding, and innovation. Now across the year, AICT Innovation Cell is organizing the hackathons. You have heard about the Smart India Hackathon. Previously, the problem statement comes from the industry. But from this year, there are nearly 30 government organizations or institutions or departments have submitted their problems to AICT Innovation Cell, and we have circulated these among our students or the stakeholders who have to participate in the Smart India Hackathon. So you can see most of the government organizations. Now is the innovative initiatives. So for higher education, I have discussed about IIC. Now we have transformed a 2 years program. 2 years program, the MBA PGDM innovation and having a 80-degree credit. Now the Yukti is the most important part for everyone. What is the Yukti? Yukti is a 360-degree experiential learning program designed for innovation from IIC institutions to work on their prototypes, innovations for market validations, IP generation, prototype innovation refinement, business plan development, startup formation, etc. For this purpose, we used to support the financial support up to 10 lakhs per institution. And for that, we had 8 regional centers for the AICT. Now they have been converted into the regional innovation center. 8 innovation centers has been just transformed by the AICT. Now we have one investor network. I will come in the next slide. For the schools, I have already discussed all these things. Now this is the status of this. We have innovating challenge to 29. We have received 1650 registrations in 29 and 17 projects has been funded by the AICT. In the Yukti challenge, 2 editions has been already processed. Nearly 4,500 innovation has been nominated and process is still going on to give them the funding and to have a hand holding with the industry people. In the innovation challenge in 2020, we received a 1450 nomination and 62 has been funded and had a hand holding with the market leaders or industry people. Now this is the most major part, mentor-mentee program, which I have told you that we have to assess our institutions on depending upon their performance regarding the innovation. So for this purpose, we have 5-star. This will work as a mentor program, mentor institution, and those who have less than 2, it will work as a mentee program. So this is the statistics regarding this one. And we also organize the impact lecture for our IIC cells. For this purpose, we give 20,000 per day for this type of organizing these type of lectures on IPR or startup e-policy, product development of innovation ideas, etc. Now, this is a Smart India Hackathon. I have told this is a nationwide or year-long organization, and we are also organize the international hackathons. Now, these are the glimpses of the outcomes of our international hackathons. The journey started from 2017, and now the 24 has just been concluded, and our Honorable Prime Minister has always guided in each hackathon, guided and encouraged our stakeholders to take part in all these type of Smart India hackathons to make our country Atmanirbhar or make in India or make by India, make for India. So these are the glimpses of our Smart India hackathons. Now this is the most important part. This is the statistics of internal hackathons. Nearly 4.9 lakhs students has been registered, out of which 3 lakhs for the male and 1.90 female has been registered. Total team 89,000 here nearly. Total problem statement we have attempted nearly 23,000, 32,000. And the institutions which have organized the international hackathons are nearly about 2,300. These are the international tie-ups and hackathons with the innovation cell. Yeah. Now this is another. In the morning session, everyone was talking about the patent filing and patent to promote the stakeholder for filing the patent and provide full financial support. We have one scheme that is Kapila. This is for the Kalam program for IP literacy and awareness for the higher education also and for the school also. So 100 patents per institution per year. We funded the 100 patents per institution per year. And the funding is like that. Financial support, 5,600 per patent, and for maximum 100, nearly 5.6 lakhs, we used to fund the institution. And due to this, there is a steep increase in the overall granted under filing of patent, that is nearly 23,000, and the granted is 4676 in numbers. Overall, increase of 151% of granting of. Next is that there are 2 courses we have developed. This is design thinking for innovation, and these are the pro bono basis, and the 7 online courses having the credits of 4 and 3 credits. Now this is for the schools. I will skip it because of shortage of time. Now this is the most important part. This is the investors network. We have created a network of 108 industries who have a hand holding with the AICT Innovation Cell. Suppose we have a very good idea. Our stakeholder have given a very good idea. So that for that purpose, more than 25 lakhs, minimum 25 lakhs, the investor has to give the funding, and the limit is no limit is there. It can be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it may be. So minimum 25 lakhs, and nearly 809 investors are onboarded with us. Now the second part is the skilling, upskilling, upskilling and reskilling. AICT has done a marvelous things, have a marvelous schemes for these type of things, this type of skilling and reskilling. First, we have introduced the working professional scheme amongst our institutions. Working professional is that we are working in the industry, but they are not able to explore their liabilities in terms of their education, or they can improve their education, so that working professionals can join these courses on the flexible timing. Previously, it was part-time or weekend, but it has been removed now. It is on the flexible basis. Next is there you can see the statistics. Next is the proficiency scheme. This proficiency scheme is for the individuals who can be a working professional, who can be a wife, who can be a housewife, who can be a businessman, who can be any individual. He can join any course in any institution at any time. Suppose if I want to join a cybersecurity course in a 5th semester program, he can come and he can join that course. He has to pay for that one. He can get the certificate from that university, and it is also, and he can accumulate the credit also. So this proficiency portal has been launched, so that an individual can be benefited from. So with the help of these, we can skill and upskill and reskill the. Next is the apprentice embedded degree diploma program. The AICT guidelines for AADP designed to integrate apprenticeship training within the academic curriculum of the AICT approved institutions. Next is the National Apprentice Training Scheme. You can see here from here, Professor of Practice is another milestone by the AICT. UGC has formulated the policy only for the Professor of Practice, but AICT has formulated for Professor of Practice, Assistant Professor of Practice, and Associate Professor of Practice. And in this, we have given the 10% reservation for the female candidates who have come from as a Professor of Practice or AFP or SO. Next, the tech section, we are collaborating in the tech section with the Microsoft, SAP, and EduNet Foundation to upgrade our skills of our.
I think Vinay sir, we have to conclude. We have got another.
Now you have much more about AIT internship portal, career portal, placement portal is also there. These are the certain MOUs we have signed with most of the industries. Amazon for skilling and upskilling. Amazon for the Women for the World. Microsoft, we have the Reliance Foundation. Just now in the last year, we have signed MOU with the Reliance Foundation for skilling our students. You can see the statistics over here for the Cisco, and Meta is there, Salesforce is there, and the CDEC for the high performance computing. HCL with the projection sign, Educate with the faculty development program, ISRO with the faculty development program, NITEL and NPTEL with the faculty next gen, and the 7+. Now the 7+ has been introduced. The APNAT, we have signed the MOU with the APNAT.com. In the 7+, only the institution academicians are allowed to go for it. In the 7+, industry people can also deliver their lectures and upload their lectures on the 7+ platform.
Can we now conclude?
Yes. This is the need with the public-private partnership between the Government of India and AICT. These are the certain categories of the need. There are nearly 26 categories, including the Indian knowledge systems, related to Gati Shakti systems. And our Honorable Education Minister has distributed 12 lakh NEET coupons. Now the NEET 4.0 has been launched in the last month. Now the assessment part is there. Pathak, we have a Pathak is a AICT scheme that promotes the holistic assessment of faculty and student learning outcomes. There are nearly 1.45 lakh questions bank is there, so that individually a student or a faculty member can assess his knowledge, whatever he has gained from his outcome.
We will discuss remaining. We can lose.
This is the assessment matrix. Nearly the 4486 institutions has been on the board of 42,000 faculty members, 70,000, 7 lakh students has been enrolled. Assessment is for nearly 5 lakh. These are the certain disciplines which have covered it. This is the overview of evaluation, and the future plan is the 5 lakhs provider 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this exhaustive things. And if anybody of you have got any questions, you can have online. The third speaker is of Mr. Sanjeev, who will give on kind of a ranking framework. He's an expert for the NIRF, PHE, and having this quality parameter. Can we have Sanjeev? Can we have Sanjeev on the thing? Shivam, can you make it now? Just 5 minutes if we have, because he's waiting for a long time. Is there?
Am I audible, sir? Hello? Hello? हेलो
संजीत ज्वाइन कर लो भैया
ज्वाइन किया हुआ है सर मैंने मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं तो वीडियो भी ऑन
वो तो he has joined ना so where we are okay Sanjeet can you speak now
yes am I audible
no he doesn't have the voice I think volume is not there with the speaker I think volume is not there see again he came
मैंने ज्वाइन किया हुआ है
you can wind up
Sir, can you use a headphone? Because we have a loop. Whatever we speak, it is echoing.
No, I'm on a desktop. So I don't have a headphone. I'm on a desktop.
I think there's a technological problem. Let us break for the lunch because everybody is hungry and let's have a wonderful lunch. I think there's a technological problem. People don't want or the God doesn't want we should go in rankings. it's a nice pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks to Sujit. Thanks to Dinesh for joining us in work. We will be sharp at 2:45 after doing the lunch so that we can have a session at right time. Thank you very much. Can we have a felicitation of these people? Any felicitations there?
On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank the chair and co-chair and also for the speakers for the wonderful session. Now I request the chair and co-chair to give away the memento to the speakers.
Yeah, we will break for lunch. The lunch is arranged in the adjacent hall. The restroom is just behind this auditorium. You can go use this passage to use the restroom also. So we would like to welcome all of you to join for our lunch. Thank you.
technical session on innovative assessment methods and experiential learning. In an era where education is rapidly evolving, this session focuses on groundbreaking approaches. Today, we gather to explore approaches. We gather to explore some technical glitches. Can I continue? Yeah, please. Today, we gather to explore transformative ideas and strategies that will redefine the educational landscape. Before we dwell into this enlightening discussion, it is my pleasure to introduce the distinguished academicians who will guide us through this session. Let me first introduce our esteemed chairperson, Professor V.N. Rajshekaran Pillai. Professor Pillai is a renowned academic leader currently serving as the Vice President of the Association of Indian Universities and Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, Mumbai. With 47 years of experience, he has held prominent roles as chairman of the University Grants Commission and executive vice president of Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. And he also served as the executive director of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Government of India. A visionary in the field of education, Professor Pillai has been instrumental in promoting academic innovation and fostering research excellence. We are fortunate to have him here to lead these sessions. Let me introduce the speakers now. Dr. S. Mohan. Dr. Mohan served as the Vice Chancellor of Puducherry Technological University. With a praiseworthy background in engineering and technology, his contribution to higher education and research have been widely recognized. A recipient of several awards, including the Indo-US Science and Technology Fellowship, Dr. Mohan has initiatives that bridge academia and industry. Next, Professor P.L. Dharma. Professor Dharma is the Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, Karnataka. With an illustrious career over 36 years, known for his interdisciplinary expertise, he has significantly impacted in the field of social science and public policy. His leadership has elevated Mangalore University as a hub for innovative teaching and research practices. He is a recipient of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Rashtriya Puruskar Award and many more. Next, Dr. Parang Diwan. Dr. Diwan is the founder of Paradigm Consulting and founder Vice Chancellor of UPES Dehradun, a pioneer in higher education. Dr. Diwan has introduced path-breaking program in energy and allied fields. He has won several institutional awards for his outstanding contributions in the field of education and social causes. His entrepreneurial vision and academic experts have shaped numerous successful ventures in the education sector. Next, Professor K. Tarni Karasu. Professor Tarni Karasu served as the Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, a distinguished scholar and administrator. He has enriched the academic community through his dedication to excellence in education and research. Under his leadership, Pondicherry University has achieved remarkable milestones in both national and international area. I also extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed delegates and academicians gathered here. Your presence amplifies the importance of today's deliberation. Let us embark on this intellectual journey together and explore the transformative power of innovative assessment methods and experiential learning. Now, without further ado, I humbly invite our esteemed chairperson, Professor V.N. Rajshekaran Pillai, to take up sessions and guide us through this intellectual journey. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't want to make a chairman's speech or anything. Of course, we have distinguished academics three vice chancellors from the state universities, public university system, and one leader from the UPES, Dehradun. So the topic today is innovative assessment methods and experiential learning. Of course, a lot of we talk about technology, lot of technologies, it's a welcome thing. And we see the fruits of technology, we benefit out of it. But ultimately, one thing we have to probably bear in mind is that technology cannot teach or technology cannot evaluate. It is only the teachers can teach and teachers can evaluate. And the technology has to be a very careful tool in the hands of the teacher. Teacher should understand the technology in the right perspective. Otherwise, of course, technology, we talk about technology enhanced learning. I was heading a university and also this open university in the country, Indira Gandhi National Open University. I was also the chairman of the Distance Education Council, providing some sort of a license for several institutions to conduct distance education earlier. But these are all, maybe in all these things, we have to just look at the teacher as the main kingpin in evaluation or imbibition of technology. It's very, very important. Of course, teachers have to be equipped with teachers should be ready. Teachers should be responsive. Teachers should be welcoming technologies by understanding the thing. And then, therefore, the technology in innovative assessment methods, when technologies are used, I think teacher has to be teacher who is teaching in the classroom, has to be part and parcel of these things. That's very important. And when it comes to experiential learning, for example, whatever we teach in our classroom, it is only the text of knowledge and skills. We teach them theory, we teach them practicals, we give them projects. These are only the knowledge and skills which are the text of education, higher education. This knowledge and skills need to be applied to the society. And if we want to apply to the society the knowledge and skills, you should understand the context of the society. And the context of the society, we have all seen that it is a very dynamic thing. It changes from place to place. It changes from time to time. Even in a country like ours, the contexts are very different. And therefore, it is very important that to immerse our knowledge and skills in the context of the society. That is where experiential learning is coming. So understanding the context of the knowledge and skills. And this text-context correlation is nothing but the social relevance of knowledge and skills. Only when only students will get an idea of the social relevance of knowledge and skills when they are immersed in experiential learning. And now we teach experiential learning. We take them to different places. But of course, we take them for different modules for this particular activity. But understand until they know the social milieu of the society, of the country, they will not be able to assimilate it properly. And therefore, in experiential learning, it is also very important, not only the technical knowledge and technical skills, but also understanding the human sciences behind the knowledge and skills. And that is where experiential learning is going to contribute. And of course, they are the experts, they are the practitioners. Let me invite Professor Mohan has some commitment. So let me, with the permission of the others, let me invite Dr. S. Mohan, VC, Puducherry Technological University, to give his remarks. 12 minutes. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. It's indeed very difficult to make you without sleep because lunch was very heavy. But I'll try to because chairman has given around 12 minutes. So I'll try to talk only on that. Right. What I have taken up is mainly on the assessment part, the experience learning. There are other experts who may be talking about. So what I wanted to tell about this assessment, recently, so one of the good student from computer science and engineering, he wrote a big mail to me that everyone is using the chat GPT and they are writing the assignment, whereas I am doing on my own, but I am getting less mark than the chat GPT student. Can you do something on that? So this is what the question. Then we talked with all the colleagues. Then we find that we have to come out with a good policy statement that when chat GPT should be used, when should not be used, and so on. So that's a development. No, Mohan. So we try to had a discussion with the faculty, and the faculty side, they are saying that we are giving assignments, they are copying, and we have to give mark. This also not ethically all right. What need to be done? So this was a long discussion what we had, and then come out with a policy. So I just wanted to highlight that particular system so that when we make assessment, we based on whatever they are submitting as assignment or the result. So that we had some kind of a questions. So what I am going to talk about is mainly how this AI is on the higher education. There are good things. There are also difficulty that we may have to chat upon. So the main problem we found out, the students are good in ChatGPT, but the faculty are not that good in ChatGPT. They don't know whether it is copied from there. In fact, those who are not knowing ChatGPT, they were highly impressed by the assignment and gave very good mark. So then we may have to make a different thing. So let me. So I just make a small 2 slides only for my university. So this is a very young university which has started in 2020, and only one constituent college. We have not, even though it's an affiliating university, and also got the UGC thing. We have 4 schools, the School of Computer Science and Information Technology, and we have Mechanical and Environmental Technologies, and also Electrical and Electronics thing, and also the Natural Sciences. So we have around 14 departments and around 50,000 alumni, which were originally engineering college, and 7,000 students currently they are there, and around 350 people as a faculty and staff members who are there. So the world is really changing, and as a faculty or as our university also need to change to take up this AI into the consideration. So the many jobs, as you know, will be automated, and what it is by 2035, almost around 85 million jobs will be displaced. But the good thing is 97 million new jobs will be created, and 40% core skills will change what it has been as an engineering, and seamless integration between human and machine. IR5, that is industrial revolution. Degrees will become obsolete, skill will become important, and graduates to remain as beta mode, continue to learn new skill. They are not going to stop on that. So we have, how do we prepare our students for these kind of future? And what changes that should be introduced to make assessment and also make it experiential learning. So what I am going to talk about only about the assessment. So here, I think I need not repeat, there is a lot of changes in the education setting. So many generative artificial intelligence, it is not ChatGPT alone. Platforms are now open access and easy to use through intuitive chatbot interfaces, and there are preventing AI from, so now, in fact, there was one suggestion, we have to come out with another AI software to prevent or to identify who are all doing the ChatGPT assignments. So that is what now, like any virus, antivirus. So now we may have to also look at on that particular thing. In fact, 2 of our faculty are started working on that. So to find out how we can assess whether it is cop or from ChatGPT or their own words. So the learner preference has changed quite a lot. So now the chalk and talk and no longer rule the classroom. So in fact, now people are in our university, what we are doing is only 50, out of 50 minutes, only 25 minutes he will talk and then try to have the 25 minutes a discussion. So within among the students and also for the teachers. So that really attracts the students very much, and more they are on the digital learning. So we may have to put every subject on this. And the transformation is taking place in everywhere, not only for colleges, but also in the schools itself. So now we are going for a big flipped classroom setup so that the students will be able to have a lot of discussion. It's a lot of advantages on the flipped classroom, what we have seen. And the next generation learning space will be entirely flipped classroom. So, and there are immersive learning. So this also AR, VR technique that people are now, whoever is the alumni who may be in USA, he does all those things for a class, and we can easily, the students can interact with them or do a project along with them and so on. So the ChatGPT is one of the, all of you may be knowing, but there is, it's a very easy one. You just give the correct words, then it will give an exercise, or even if you want an image to be built by it on a particular topic that you give, it creates a nice image and then give it to you. So ChatGPT is not only for chatting, but also on the image creations or whatever you want, it will be available. So in fact, the ChatGPT is the one which has the quickest to reach 1 million users, whereas the many other new developments took a lot of time, and this is only with the 5 days, almost it reaches 1 million people. So compared to any other thing. So that means every student is knowing about that particular one. So we have to now look at on that little more carefully. So we had 3 questions. One is, how will the students use this technology to be beneficial or to be on the copying side? So, and always as a teacher, we always say that he has copied and so on, but he may be a good user of the ChatGPT. We cannot say no for it because that's the technology which has developed now. So we may have to find a way to evaluate that, and how can we embed AI in our teaching, learning, and assessment? How will we, as educators, keep up with this, what is happening? So these 3 questions that we have discussed quite a lot. And the more important point is this, all the 90% of the students, except that some students who are not having that much reach or not reach, may not be afford to get a good computer or laptop. He is only having a difficulty. Otherwise, all the students know about ChatGPT very well. Only the faculty wise, when we have put on is only computer science people plus maximum of 10% of the faculty know about ChatGPT very well. Okay, they were only asking if Vice Chancellor is asking to give a write-up, they go to ChatGPT. So in fact, one time I asked one of the computer science professor, finally I appreciated him that you have written very well. And he told that I have not written, sir, it is ChatGPT gave that report. So that's the way that now everyone works on it. So there are some positive there are some negative side. So, but we may have to look at these side. So how will the students use AI technology? So they really create essays and blogs and video transcript. In fact, that is very good. And also summarizes peer review publications, especially research scholars are using that, and enlighten and give the use target. Otherwise, literacy review, when we were all studying, we may have to spend a lot of time and keep all the literature on the table and then try to correlate. But now ChatGPT will, if you give you a topic and the literature review is done. So that's the way that it is really helping quite a lot, and also helps students for individual study. So for them, if they need not go and ask, or if he has a stigma, he can have this ChatGPT and then ask any question, then it will try to explain. So that way it will be really help. And also that it is for people with some having dyslexia and other problem, that also the ChatGPT really helps to repeat for many times. So that's one thing. And also then should we teach students how to use AI? So this, I think we may have to make that the students what it is, especially the ethical values, and when you have to use, when not to use. Unfortunately, we are not teaching them. So now we are including this under the professional ethics, one unit, as how the AI tools should be used positively, or how it should not be used as a thing. So AI will be in fact, sometime it will not make a bad writer good, but it will make a good writer to do the better one. Okay, those who can write and have a good understanding of AI will have it's a good tool for lifelong learning. So we need to have the ethical value and also the academic integrity. These two have to be taught for the students, and it should be inculcated or incorporated into the regular practice, especially on the curriculum. And academics should equally mindful the digital divide. If the teacher are not knowing about all these tools, then it may be very difficult for them to make a control. You always have only the doubt about the student rather than the beneficial use of these ChatGPT and so on. So that's what we have come out with the thing. And also the more main question that all the faculty were saying, that are they going to use ChatGPT for cheating the assignment? But unfortunately, at the world level, the data says the number of cheaters have not increased much. The same percentage of cheating or in the copying in the exam remains the same. It is not increased. That means it does not mean that ChatGPT has enabled them. But how can I make the assessment AI proof? These are all the questions, and more nuanced thing that we may have to incorporate, not only in a computer science department, other department also we may have to talk about these particular thing, little more on that. So the solution to cheating is only that we may have to come out with a new software which can identify whether it is taken from the ChatGPT. And also please remember that the ChatGPT collects data, but there is no authenticity. That is what that we have to ask for the source from where they have taken and so on. So these are all some of the things. Our students, however, if many people say that ChatGPT should not be allowed or AI tools should not be allowed in their class and so on. But we have to prepare the students for the job which is more on AI based. So we may, that's why we have made a decision, we cannot make that kind of a rule. The best way is the teachers would learn the ChatGPT and other tools so that he also knows from where he has copied. So that's what mostly that even books or the teachers will know about from which page he has copied. So the same way the ChatGPT also they have to really look at. Our student only way to teach them the academic integrity and also the ethical practice. So that's what and to keep update. In fact, we have developed a course material for them and also a policy on using the AI tools on a positive way, and what not to be used also we have we are in the process of developing and then finishing it. So the conclusion is the domain of future learners are changing rapidly. So what we may talk about today may not be true for another 10 days. AI technology will drive the changes in education, and we are the late adopter. So compared to any other thing, so education, I think we may have to adapt it very quickly. There's an urgent need to reinvent teaching, learning, assessment in line with AI. I need for smart campus with AI-driven applications, and AI should be the new tool rather than a threat to our teaching and assessment. And I feel the AI skills steer the proficiency on the future, and higher education teaching community has to adapt and use rather than keeping away from this particular one. So with these few words, thank you very much for the chairman for giving me a little concession on giving on the first one. So thank you very much for her patience.
Presenting to be a monologue, I would suggest maybe two or three questions from the audience, just 2 or 3 questions. If there are any questions from the audience, please. Okay, it's all right. No, but anyway, there are no questions for this time. Thank you very much. Let me invite, of course, you can think about questions later also. Let me now invite Professor P.L. Tharma, Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, for his lecture.
Namaskar to everybody present here. Before I speak, let me thank AIU as well as VIT for the wonderful opportunity to meet all of you and exchange wonderful ideas that we have had in the morning session. Dear friends, I'm honored to be one of the panelists, which is chaired by Professor Rajshekaran Pillai, whom we have all the time admired and then respected in Mangalore University, Karnataka. Sir, indeed, I'm honored to be one of the panelists in your chair. My co-panelists, I would like to draw your attention to what has happened in the morning. The wonderful presentation by the founder of VIT, that was absolutely one dimension which took us to a very different story, where how and then why private institutions in India have to survive. And there was a case that was presented to defend the private institutions, of course, here and there with little bit of concern for public institutions. And later came in Honorable Governor, who came in and then gave us a wonderful history trajectory as to why in India today, that is in Viksit Bharat, that we need to also defend the public institutions. I'm representing the public institution, university in Karnataka, and I would be speaking for the public institutions in the larger context of the experiential learning as well as the innovative assessment method. Also keeping in the background of what Professor Kincha Saab said, and it in fact opened all our eyes and then mind, because he has advised us to be both academic administrators. Let me just draw your attention on the issues, which I think is very, very important. In Mangalore University, I'm sharing my own, the experience in Mangalore University as a student and as a teacher and as the administrator, academic administrator now. In Mangalore University, we introduced experiential learning for the simple reason that it is basically a public institution, number one. Number two, it is the national priority today, and therefore experiential learning ought to be part and parcel of the institution. That is one. And in my university, that most of those students, particularly 72% of the students are women, They are all first generation students, first generation learners, and therefore we all thought personally, all the policy making body thought personally that experiential learning is something which is supposed to be introduced in Bangalore University so that their moral boost can be encouraged, and their positions and their individual self can be, elevated. And that's why we thought the curriculum needs to be designed in terms of experiential learning. In our part of area, at least in Mangalore, our education is not directly linked to, the development of educational or knowledge system, though it ultimately does. But basically in Mangalore, our education is directly connected to employment, because the first generation, because of the kind of social composition, cultural composition, everybody looks at institution today, everybody looks at the university today, because that will give them the independent existence as the, as the bread earners for the family. And that's why that's very important that experiential learning today was very, very important to us. And I understand as a public institution, the institution's obligation is to have a experiential learning today. And I understand myself personally that over the years, at least for the last 2 years, as a professor in the department, because of this experiential learning, the moral boosting has taken place. And I can see now the students doing a wonderful job by themselves in terms of as a product of the experiential learning. I also see that the experience learning has escalated the trust on public institutions today. I'm talking of Karnataka. We have also large number of competitions, which Professor Kincha was trying to tell in the morning session, where we are competing with each other. There are n number of private institutions, also people like us with less resources, no teachers, no competence when we compare to private institutions. And therefore, we think today that the kind of experiential learning today is also going to boost the public institutions. And very important, to sustain, that's what the morning's the debate deliberation was, to sustain public institutions. We thought this is one of the best way where we can have experiential learning. Now, what are the experiential learnings that we have started with? This is just to introduce our university, my dear, fellow Vice Chancellor subs. We have got now one of the finest issue, which I believe most of you have done, project works on issues concerning the society, which has become part of the curriculum today. We are, a coastal area, and we live in coastal area. Most of our, particularly 42% of our people live with the sea and then the sea-based activities. And we only thought that we give them the project work, thereby every project work is going to help the small chota-mota communities living with this reality. We have adopted 6 villages, and most of our students, as part of the curriculum, work in villages, track the development of the villages over the years, from the birth to the, up to 10 standards. Almost we have become a data bank where the district administration looks at Mangalore University for all the data activities, while the policies at the Gram Panchayati level is being designed. We are also talking in terms of intramural competitions, where students go to all our 185 colleges, conduct the programs, sports programs, instead of the teachers. Our students have taken the leadership of the teachers today. We have got evolved a sports policy, cultural policy, cyber policy, where students have a major role to play. We have about 360 kilometers of campus, where we do not allow our teachers to take up the project work to survey the campus. Our students from the both social science as well as the science faculty conduct a survey on flora and fauna, and we have a wonderful record. And today, we are giving lots of information to major, institutions, scientific institutions, and then agencies in terms of flora, fauna available in Mangalore University, which is basically the students give to Mangalore University. Now, we thought that the kind of experiential learning that students have needs to be assessed as the new education policy. But before that, most of our teachers today primarily young teachers and particularly the guest faculties. Most of our senior teachers have retired and we have not recruited anybody. And therefore we are surviving with a little bit of, small chota mota actions, some tinkering, some social engineering. We only thought and often raise this question, my dear friends, whom are we assessing? Are we assessing the students? If yes, am I capable to assess my students today? Most of the students, Murugan sir was saying that they are absolutely good in technology today. With AI and with all kinds of data analytics today, they are able to teach us in a big way. They are able to solve a larger number of problems of university administrators, university teachers. But whom are we assessing today? To assess them, the kind of the level that they have reached today, am I capable to assess? And that's why the question that was raised in the morning, the teachers needs to be assessed first. And that is what I do. Have I gone through a training where I can assess my students today? What kind of training that I get to assess my students? My students are extraordinarily good because they are absolutely focused on education because they have to survive today and they're taking care of their family today. And therefore, we need to see what kind of training I have to assess them. How effective was my training when I undergo training in terms of assessing my students? What was the effective kind of training that I have had? That needs to be taken, and that is what we do in our university. Every once in a month, we all sit together. How do we assess our students across the disciplines? And who are training us, who are training the teachers today? Now, there are a number of companies sitting and they have given a brochure. Fortunately or unfortunately, today, companies, executives land on the university promising that we are able to train the teachers today. Now the software engineers have come, software companies have come today to teach the teachers, saying that, look, this is what you need to do today. My dear young friends, universities today, particularly higher education institutions today, are not giving work to reflections. The knowledge is generally not happening. Therefore, skill, Kancha Sahab was saying, Incha Sahab saying, the skill has become more important rather than understanding, reflections, at least understanding the genesis of the higher education today. Faculty development programs needs to be often taken very seriously to assess the students whom we think are target group today. And why does my assessment as a teacher? And who does my assessment? There is a NAC. AIU also has got a wonderful scheme today to assess my ability, which whom is all the time is put in a framework as to how good a teacher am I? Who examines if I am able to assess my student? There are a number of questions. Once I am there, I think next comes the very important issue, which I think is very important. Let me now tell you, my dear friends, which is going to definitely help us what is going to happen. My students today, Mangalore University students today, after their first semester, conduct tour packages today. No professors today will go to an agency. No professor today will go to an agency to book the air tickets, train tickets, and they will never depend upon tour packages available in city. And our tourism department conducts the tour and arranges tour packages. And this is something that is happening in Mangalore University today. Mangalore University account, I don't know, all my senior vice chancellors must excuse me. Mangalore University has introduced a new account system where MBA students as well as MCOM students have started taking up a project and internship in our accounts department. The finance officer today is assisted by very systematically with a double entry system managed by both the professors of the Department of Commerce and MBA as well as the students of commerce. I'm very, very proud because I don't need to spend money in terms of double entry system, in terms of chartered accountants, because my students are doing this job beautifully. When there is a program like this in VIT that is organized, arranged, the food science department enjoys, almost arranges catering system. All our national seminars and international seminars are undertaken by, or the food catering system is taken by our own students. They are now capable of not only earning money, they are also capable of managing the entire show today. we have undertaken the assessment of government policies. Karnataka government has introduced all freebies today. It is almost 2 years, and we are trying to plan and then assess as to how the government schemes are working at the grassroots level. The free bus facilities, as you know, absolutely brought a different revolution at the Karnataka government level, where women have been traveling free of cost. The Department of Political Science in Bangalore University has completely engaged in the 4th semester to assess the program as to how the government policies have become successful or not. Assessment of Kaiga nuclear project is being studied, and we have got almost the 3 to 3.2 crore project today in Bangalore University, managed by medical physics, where they are trying to entirely look into Kaiga project and giving them the report how both flora and fauna has been affected with this kind of nuclear project today in Bangalore University. I'm so happy to also tell you, my dear senior members, we have the innovative assessment system. This is going to be my last point. We have got an innovative assessment team along with our teachers. As most of you have done, we have evolved our syllabus in such a way where we invited the academics, from different industries and academia industries, partnership. We have invited people from the industry, we have invited people from the banking, and that's the reason why academic administrative heads of industry, banking sectors and NGOs evaluate the work undertaken by the students in the capacity of members of the BOA and BOS. I'm so happy to tell you, my dear friends, after having seen the project work of some of those students of ours, the representatives from the bank as well as representatives from the NGOs have immediately given them the green card so that they could go to their bank and then NGOs, they can work. That's how, our assessments are being done, not only by the teachers, but also by the outsiders. With few innovative startups, the students have started making identity and earning money while learning. Their success in creating market for their product is assessed by marketing experts. A small example, then I'll stop. A student from Kodagu, that is adjacent district of Kodagu district, Mangalore, is a coffee estate owner's son, came to Mangalore, did his MCom in our university, and while doing so, his father was, producing coffee powder. He came here, and in final year, almost when he came to 3rd semester, he started selling his father's coffee powder on the campus. He started selling coffee powder to almost every hotels in Mangalore, and he became a leader, and that's what we thought the startup was. He himself gave employment opportunities to his own classmates, and large number of networks have been done. Now he sells coffee powder at the international level market, and we did not do anything except he took up this and also took his classmates and did a wonderful job. A campus today, my dear friends, Mangalore University campus, though very small campus, big campuses here, 2,700 to 800 students, we are trying to see that the in themselves in the camps, so that they learn each other. Science students have started raising questions. Why our campus has a very, very different kind of standards at different level? There are students who stay in a big hostel. There are students who stay in a small hostel. We now understand the students started raising these fundamental questions because they started thinking very, very differently. I'm extremely happy. I'm grateful to my teachers. I'm grateful to the new education policy, which has helped our teachers in doing these innovative exercises on the campus, these innovative initiatives on the campus, and also a sort of experiential learning. 4th semester, my dear friends, all our syllabus is nothing to do with the classroom. Most of our students go out, spend their time, prepare a wonderful project, come back, and those projects are being assessed not only by me or my professors, also by the experts invited from the different parts of the companies and then agencies. Thank you so much. This is a small experience from Mangalore University. I wanted to share this with you, and then my students are making proud of my university, which is one of the leading universities Karnataka today. Thank you. Thanks for time.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. First, thank you for sticking on to the time as well as taking assessment and evaluation to a different perspective, not only the student evaluation and teacher evaluation, the social audit of activities of different public funded government public funded colleges. It's we definitely will have questions later. Thank you very much for your question. Let me invite Professor Divan for his presentation.
Yeah. Can you please put on the presentation? While presentation is coming on, a very good afternoon to distinguished colleagues on the dais, esteemed gathering of the Vice Chancellors, and I must also thank the leadership team of AIU for inviting me here and leadership team of VTU for hosting me here. Indeed, it has been a very, very pleasant experience, and South zone is very important to me because we do a lot of work in southern universities in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Coimbatore as well. So as I was introduced, all right. As I was introduced, I was the founder Vice Chancellor of University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. And after serving 4 consecutive terms, I decided to take a very unusual route and embraced gig economy. And last 10 years, I worked with in various roles, styles, with more than 60 institutions, EdTech companies, and so on and so forth. And it has been personally a very enriching experience. Based on some of the learnings that I've had with at UPS and at other institutions, I put together this presentation, and it's a framework presentation so that we would know various aspects of the okay. Quickly agenda, we will talk about a bit of innovative assessment techniques, what they are, frameworks. We'll also talk about a bit about experiential learning and what should our teachers and other colleagues and institutional leaders should do to facilitate these kind of activities. So first and foremost, let's look into the need of innovations in assessment. So one area is accountability. A lot of us are aspiring to get into rankings. We all churn out at the end of the degree programs, beautiful attainment matrices of COs, POs, but there are the actual assessment techniques which really measure the outcomes. So innovations in assessments are needed for actually measuring the outcomes. Second part of is increasing student diversity. There are traditional NAAC questions of slow learners, advanced learners, how you are handling. But beyond that, there are learners who are more visual learners who see by looking, learners who learn by hearing, learners who learn by a combination of thereof. So are there any assessment techniques which varies assessment of student depending on what is his learning style, what is its learning technique? Then we have rise of digital transformation. Every university I meet is going through some kind of digital transformation, putting together ERP systems, LMS systems, CRM systems, what have you. What digital transformation is led that it gives you a great hold on assessments, and especially the innovative assessment and with continuous feedback and things of that sort. Stakeholder expectations, there are 2 main stakeholders to my mind. One is the students who seek employment and employers who come to recruit students from campuses, and all of them want practical, hands-on skills which are transferable to the work. As they say in US, learning. I mean, the student should be knowledgeable enough to perform on day one once he joins the company. Then we have global standards. Today, a lot of Indian universities are competing globally. They're trying to get into QS, THE rankings. So how do you align assessment systems to be among the global ranking systems? So this is the kind of a neat platform. Why should we go? Why should we look into innovations in assessments? Traditional versus innovative, we always known what I call mug and chug. Historically, you just feed information to students, they just wrote learning, comes the exam, they vomit it out. So it is called mug and chug.
And mostly the things that do in Mug and Check is the memory recall, multi-option questions, 4-option questions, you just take. But that doesn't really, work in the assimilation of learning, application of learning, application of skills. So today we are moving towards innovative assessment methods to promote what is called learn and churn. Meaning you learn, then you interpret, you analyze, you do the analysis, apply. So that is called learn and churn. And the questions are also moving to what is called thought-provoking questions, problem-solving questions, etc., which are more amenable to innovations in assessment rather than just the traditional assessment techniques. So that's another area of interest. So in a framework perspective, you have formative authenticity in terms of, what should be the content of assessment, whether it really captures evaluation of the things the students have learned. Then continuous feedback, in our times when we were students or when we were teachers too, quizzes or assignments will come, we will give the feedback after 3 days, 1 week, 1 month. By the time it's too late, you should have submission today by the midnight or maximum next day morning. You should give the feedback to students, what went wrong with the assessment, what went wrong, what was good, what was not so great, what could have been done. And technology today gives you that power to do so. And adaptability, like I said, there are different kinds of learners, different kind of performers. There are fast learners, slow learners. Adaptive learning gives, the intelligent or so-called fast learners should be given more difficult assessments than the average learners. So all that is a framework, a continuum framework, which one needs to work to create innovative assessment setup. So I'll take just briefly, and since the time is limited, I'm not gonna go in each of those very strongly. So some of the more innovative is project-based learning, portfolios, gamification. In project-based learning assessments, let's say we take one example, we give to our planning students a problem in urban design or urban transportation. So a set of students work on that live project, create things, then there are rubrics to creativity rubrics into how it delivered, what was it efficient. Similarly, in business schools, you can run a marketing campaign. Students can run a marketing campaign, and that marketing campaign can be evaluated in terms of efficacies and things like that. Or in terms of design, students, they can do into innovations in product design, packaging design, and see how the packaging was received by by the customers, or what was it liked by supply chain intermediaries in terms of protection of. So there are rubrics, there are presentation styles, reflective journals, presentations, and peer reviews. So many interesting things have come up in the recent times, but it requires a will among the faculty, a will among the academic administrators to make it happen. Another is portfolios. Portfolio existed in largely design schools, but they are now moving from design schools to other, even in a languages course, there could be a portfolio of poems, short novels, essays, which could be evaluated by peer reviews. So portfolio is not just restricted to design school now. Portfolios are also, even in computer science, people these days produce portfolios of codes, that these are the set of codes I've written for certain applications. And when he goes for placement purpose, so that is a very good showcase because, there is a stat that in India, in most of the computer science programs during the lifetime of students, 4 years, they don't write more than 2,000 lines of code. Where in America, each computer science student does minimum 25 to 30,000 lines of authentic code. So that's where the portfolio of codes, portfolio of products, etc., come into being. Next is gamification. Gamification is again very powerful technique. If you look into online platforms like Coursera, edX, or even language learning platforms like Duo or Bubble, as a hobby, I keep on learning every 5 years one of the new foreign languages, and I use a platform called Duolingo. And it competes me, gives me points, it creates a leaderboard. So it gives it achievement motivations that should rise from number 10 rank to number 5 rank to number 2 rank, things of that size. So gamification plays a very great role in what is called achievement motivation of the students. So gamification in terms of challenges, etc., hackathons, etc., have been there. for ages, but now, as we saw in the ICT presentation, much more things are happening. So gamification is another tool as well as assessment process. Ma'am? Yeah. So then let's briefly look into the role of technology on assessments. Professor before me was talking about ChatGPT, AI, but the power of AI is also in based evaluation. So as he was saying that my students are making ChatGPT write the things, so ChatGPT can also be used to evaluate whether it is a genuine piece of work or it is produced by. So AI-based evaluation simulations is again a very powerful, and even in older days, when I was a chemical engineering student, we used to have very strong simulation packages where you could simulate entire refinery operations, etc., and give inputs and parameters to see whether you're going to crash the refinery or you're going to optimize the refinery, what kind of things will happen. And adaptive testing platforms, again, I said each person is served testing mechanism based on the kind of strength that person has. And then there are analytics dashboards, which give you a real-time information on various areas of strength, areas of weaknesses, what areas he has learned well, what areas he still needs to do much more work. So this is the role of, it was not available in our times as a student or in our times even as teachers, but last 5 years have been phenomenal in driving the technology for assessment purposes. The modern LMS systems, state-of-the-art LMS systems have many of these things inbuilt into it. Now, I'll briefly touch on the experiential learning aspect. Some people said learning by doing, learning is best attained when you actually do a thing. And reflections after you do a thing, why did I do that? Did it went well? Maybe I could have done it that ways. Emphasizes learning through actually what we say doing. And it has 3 core principles. Obviously, active engagement of teachers as well as of students. It should have real world relevance. It should not be something which is done for the hack of experience. As the Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University was explaining, their students are doing very meaningful real world experiential learning in terms of either organizing tour packages, running culinary for events, or even selling coffees to the... So all those are real world experiences, and these are what experiential learning actually means. A lot of people say experiential learning, but very few are able to currently deliver. And at the end, in experiential learning, very key component is reflection. So we must reflect, the students must reflect, teachers should help him reflect, write a reflection journal where this was done, this was the outcome. If it had been done this way, maybe I would have, at times in events, glitches happen. As an early afternoon, we had that echoing coming. So if students were managing the sound system as a real life work experience, so they would have learned many things that could have become a good repository. Methods of experiential learning, there are many. Internship is most popular because but internship should also be meaningful, and you should send students to organizations where they really value or give meaningful tasks. Otherwise, they just sit in a nice AC room, write some report. And we at UPS also encourage not just and I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago, faculty internships. So a lot of young faculty have never seen industry in their life. They come after MTech, PhD, MBA, and join as professors. So we used to mandatorily send faculty also for internships, case studies, design thinking workshops, and most of the things that, my distinguished colleague, VC of Mangalore explained to you. So their world of experiential learning is wonderful. It's up to you how much you exploit it, how much you are able to, weave into the curriculum and then assess it. It's good that you have sold tons of coffee, but what is the assessment rubric of that? If I were to grade that student, how would I have graded that student? In what course I would have graded? In entrepreneurship course, in marketing course, in selling course. So that is also important. And then design thinking workshops to look into what could be the best possible system, process, optimization. So things are absolutely mind-boggling in terms of this realm. Technology, enhanced experiential learning, and simulations I already mentioned. Way back, I left UPS in 2015. So in about 12, 13 timeframe, virtual reality was only emerging. And being a petroleum dominated university at that time, and no university can own an offshore rig. And there was a demand for offshore rig experience. So we worked with a startup, VR startup, to create a digital oil field where there was a rig on the high seas, and using VR and tactile, I will stand on the deck of that rig and storm will come, or there will be a earthquake, what would happen to the pipelines going under the sea, whether the valves will blow, what preventive action would it take, and we also built into a communication technique into it, business communication or personal communication techniques. Let's say your rig was about to sink or capsize. What would be that last SMS you would send, and how pithily, because you have fraction of a second, what you will compose. So that was also. Service learning is another very interesting thing. A lot of people or universities do what is called outreach, CSR, just for the heck of it. But if you do actual service learning, there are a set of our students who were involved into sanitation of slums. So slums have its own challenges. So you create a service process, you create a diagram of lanes and how, where the sanitation needs to be done better, blind corners, optimum placing of bins, sizing of bins. So there are many, many things that could be done. Role-playing live action scenarios these days, with AI assistants in business schools, they can do actual live boardroom experiences. Board of director meeting is happening. You play. When I was with the AIMA, we used to have business games where four-member teams used to take the roles of CEO, CFO, CMO, and take decisions and actions which will lead to profitability or disaster of your company. So role-playing, live actions, all these are technology enhanced now. IMA was way old system where you have to input. These days, it is in real time, marrying AI, marrying augmented virtual reality. And a lot of these platforms are not terribly expensive. There are many startups who would like to have a beta site. Your institute could be the first one to test that out. If it works, then they can sell it, refine it. So it's only, of course, last couple of things, challenges in implementing innovation. There are always challenges. And one of the biggest challenges, mindset shift. What we have been doing since ages as a student, or when I was a teacher, or when I was a student, I'll keep on doing it. So that needs to change management or mind shift management is the biggest thing, but you need training, you need hand-holding, you need to have excitement. Infrastructure requirements also, all said and done, if you don't invest into AR, VR, AI, other platforms, simulation platforms, no matter what you say. So that's where the role of administrators, management comes into being. And then we should also recognize there is a digital divide. There is India, there is Bharat. There are a lot of rural colleges or rural spaces where the modicum of devices, what to speak of AR, VR, even the baseline computing facilities are not there. So those are also challenges to do a widespread thing. Then recommendations are obvious. Train faculty as champions of innovation. So many things. I was a little out of touch with the AICT stuff today. Gentlemen who presented, so much AICT is now giving you options in innovations. You should use all those facilities. You should use all those fundings that they are saying. Partner with industries for live projects. Yes, that's very important. And at UPS, we used to do that a lot. And we had hugely successful industry partnerships. Scale technology-enabled assessments. So scaling happens if you use good set of ERPs, good set of LMSs, experiential tools are embedded into it. So at UPS, we always used to go for what I call state-of-the-art or Rolls-Royce solutions, which means we were the first one to have SAP implementation for ERP. We were the first one to have Blackboard implementation for LMS. Both were at that time the most expensive, most state-of-the-art products. Then final slide, future directions for higher education. Obviously, develop curriculum with flexibility, with learner autonomy, rather than what teacher wants to teach, it should be what learners want to learn in a curriculum, and curriculum should be flexible enough. And I'm talking about at a course level. I'm not talking about CBCS or fully flexible. I'm talking about within a course, curriculum should be designed for students to allow them to choose bits and pieces of that curriculum. Harness AI, AR for personalized adaptive learning. These are the technology tools. And again, how you do that. And then faculty should build competitive edge, because tomorrow we're going to be fighting in global rankings, world rankings, attracting, so far we have been the exporters of students. I see there should be a time in foreseeable future, we should be importers of students at our universities, not just from Africa or Southeast Asia or etc., but real globally. At the end, we are in good space, and next 10 years are going to be very, very exciting. And I'm personally very excited about how the future is going to unfold. Thank you all. Thank you for your attention and patience.
Thank you, Dr. Divan, for the presentation. Let me invite Professor Taranika Rashu, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, a distinguished polymer chemist, for giving his lecture.
Respected Chairman and esteemed Vice Chancellors, distinguished guests and colleagues. Good afternoon to all of you. So it is a privilege to address this esteemed gathering today on a subject that is pivotal to transforming the landscape of higher education, innovative assessment methods and excellent learning. So actually, the first speaker was talking about AI. So the second speaker was talking about the experiments in his university. But the third speaker almost covered whatever I was planning to speak. So it is indeed very useful for me also. So I will touch upon whatever some of the points which are very useful for discussion, or what are the innovative methods, innovative assessment methods and excellent learning. And at the advent of National Education Policy 2020, so we are moving towards the skill-based teaching, and where we cannot use the existing method of just only chalk and talk. And this needs also a lot of innovations, especially our national education policy talks about the vernacular language teaching. So in this topic, we are very weak. Basically, we don't have any expertise here so far. So where you need definitely innovative curriculum and innovative assessment methods. And of course, we have to go for the experimental learning also. So the assessment and learning is the two fundamental pillars of education, as all of us know. So can you go to the next slide? Yeah, next. So please show the full size. So this is we have all discussed the assessment and excellent learning. What is the role of this? Go to the next. Next slide. So in the case of the the three key points. So the important thing here is, so today I am going to talk about the urgent need of innovative assessment methods, the transformative potential of experimental learning, and actionable strategies to integrate these approaches to our academic frameworks. So whatever the our last speaker was talking, so I will also put the limelight on these points again. The innovative approaches, if you take the innovative approaches, the portfolio-based evaluations, the peer assessments, open books exams, and project-driven evaluations, and emphasis critical thinking, and then the creativity and practical application over superficial recall. And these are some of the methods encourage students to engage deeply with the material and showcase their understanding through variety of formats, allowing for the more holistic evaluation than the skills and knowledge. So when we go for the skills, you can recall the famous story we always in the Mahabharata, when Arjuna how he was tested. These are all already in our Indian knowledge system. But we are now moving towards our Western system where just making a question paper and then telling them to recall the answer. But our traditional system is not the way. It is generally to test the skill based, whether whatever we taught is really reaches the student. So please go to the next. So if you take the experimental learning, the experimental learning bridges, it is a gap between theoretical knowledge and the real world application. And it is, as you know, it provides students with opportunities to learn by doing. And doing so, it also nurtures essential skills such as adaptability, teamwork, decision making. This approach prepares students to navigate complex professional environments with confidence and competence. So these three also, I think our previous speaker also mentioned, these are some of the experimental learning learning methods like internship and industrial collaborations and the community engagement projects. When generally, if you take the students to the community engagements, they are really thrilled to see how the community works, what are the problems they face, how we can solve the problems of the community by understanding their problems. So these are all the present education system we don't have. So we have to take the students to the community and tell them, see what are the problems they have, especially the basic science and then the humanities, social science students. They don't go to they meet the public and find out the solution for this. So these are some of the techniques. And I think at Pondicherry University, we have also established several collaborative programs with industries, allowing our students to work on live business projects and participate in cutting-edge research initiatives. For instance, students from our management program engage in live business projects, while those in the science take part in the research initiatives that contribute to the solving global changes. Most of our science stream students at the last year or last semester, they take the project. In their subject, they find out the novel topics and then solution-based projects they are doing in our university. So if you take the strategies, it is already some of the points we already mentioned by our previous speaker, like to effectively integrate the innovative assessment and experimental learning into our academic frameworks, a comprehensive and collaborative approach is definitely needed. We must make strategic institution-wide effort to prioritize these transformative methods. So like the curriculum reform, then faculty empowerment, then technological advancement, and institutional support. These are some of the very important topics. So if we go to the next, the go to the next one. Yeah. So if you take the curriculum reform, generally we take the basics and then we don't change the syllabus. Whereas in the present scenario, we must redesign the academic programs to integrate the experimental learning methods and the competency-based assessments. And the interdisciplinary project very important in the new NEP courses. The interdisciplinary projects is given very much importance, but it is very challenging also. It is not very easy to make the interdisciplinary projects, but the teachers should be very innovative to go to those type of projects. That projects that replicate real world challenges, so will be very crucial in helping students for diverse career path, because generally we take the basics and then we only give the applications in the one of the disciplinary, but when it comes to the other disciplinary, we don't interlink. So there only we need the faculty empowerment. So as an educator, we need to equip with the skills to implement modern teaching and assessment methodologies. So faculty training programs, workshops, and peer learning forums will be very essential in facilitating this shift. So at Pondicherry University, we have introduced continuous faculty assessment development initiatives to enable our educators to adopt the latest pedagogical techniques. If you take the technological advancements, so leveraging technological tools such as learning management system, virtual labs, simulation software will definitely enhance both assessment as well as experimental learning. These technologies will not only improve the learning experiences, but also help bridge the resource gap in institution with the limited access to the physical infrastructure. So in the case of institutional support, it is very crucial. We advocate for policies that recognize and support innovative teaching practices, and institutional support, including funding for projects, recognition for faculty involvement in this initiative, so will be key to their success. So to bring the faculties into these initiatives is one of the challenges for the educators. So we have to be very innovative, and in our university, we in a small initiative, like every birthday we send our IQSC cell send the birthday greetings to each and every faculty members, and also whenever they complete the year, we also sell the anniversary for the faculty members. So some faculty members, they feel thrilled. So when they receive this message, they feel also sense of involvement, and they tend to come to the whatever the initiative we are initiating, they are part of this. Then in the student-centric frameworks, students should be actively involved in the design their learning process by engaging students in the conversation about their learning preferences. We ensure that these methods we implement are in line with their aspiration and needs. So these are some of the points I thought I can share with you. So all of the points, it is well known, but how we are taking into the next level, how we are going to implement to our university based on the needs of the student. Every university, their student IQ level is different. So based on the student IQ level and then expectations, so we have to design the curriculum, we have to train the teachers and implement this. So I take this opportunity to thank AIU and VIT for taking this initiative. I thank one and all for my listening. Thank you.
Sharing the practical experience in Pondicherry University for implementing some of these policies. I think we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, definitely. Some questions, urgent, very urgent questions you can put. There is.
Namaskar, sir. My name is Professor Anand Deshpande from Bagalkot University. Hello, I'm audible? Yeah. Yeah. My name is Professor Anand Deshpande. I'm from Bagalkot University, Karnataka. I have a quick point to make. Teaching, learning, and assessment. These are the three important verticals which we see. As far as the teacher is concerned, it is more like a facilitator's role, if we see today. The learning, of course, we know today's generation, they are fast learners. Only thing is they need to be facilitated and properly oriented. Now, as far as assessment is concerned, I have one point to make. The type of questions that we ask them in the examinations plays an important role. You know, in case if you start asking application-based questions or, you know, the kind of knowledge or skills which you plan to build among the students, those type of questions, if we start putting in the question papers, the students should start preparing for that on their own. No, it is natural. Even for the institutes also, we know we are being assessed for these parameters, we start preparing for those parameters. On the similar lines, you know, the question paper, the design of the question paper also plays an important role in the whole assessment process. So I just wanted to know quick points from you, sir.
Thank you very much. That is endorse that particular point. Putting the right questions is the most difficult thing rather than getting the answers. Putting the right questions. And therefore, it's very important that teaching, learning, and assessment should go together. And of course, as teachers, we should also understand that assessment is not just the assessment of the learner only. It is also an assessment of the teacher. For example, we should take the assessment results of the students. As teachers, we should imbibe it and we should definitely adjust or improve or refine our teaching also. So that's why you call it continuous assessment and all that. It is actually an exchange between the teacher and the taught. If I am not successful in making the students understand or pass the examination, I am also failing as a teacher. Thank you very much. Your points are very pertinent. The other questions are in the room.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. At the outset, I take this opportunity to congratulate all the panelists for their very effective and informative address. And regarding Professor Dharma's presentation about the experiential learning, I am Professor Suresh Nargodar, Acting Vice Chancellor, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, which is a unique university in the country established at Gadag by the government of Karnataka with an intention to conduct study, research, extension, and also providing training for the officials at various levels of the rural development and Panchayat Raj University. And we are offering 10 postgraduate programs, all with orientation to promote rural development and strengthen Panchayat Raj system, and also 5 undergraduate programs to give impetus and to incorporate the new education policy of the government. And our experience, all our courses are experiential based ones. we have made the rural immersion, that's rural stay of 1 month for all the students mandatory, wherein the students will go to the village, stay there with, of course, they will be under the guidance of the faculty. They will study the problems of the rural areas, try to find solutions. They verify about various schemes of the Panchayat Raj department and other departments for the benefit of the people. They will identify the problems. They will offer the solutions, and the same thing will be even informed to the government, and thereby the students are acquiring a lot of hands-on experience. And apart from that, we have made projects and also internship of 4 months in the final semester for all the courses as mandatory. So this is helping the students to become more employable, and a result of which almost 80% of our students are well placed through our placement program. And many of them have become entrepreneurs, particularly students who have pursued the MBA in Rural Management and Agri-Business program, then MSc Food Science and Technology, MSc Geoinformatics and GIS. So they have become entrepreneurs, and they have become job providers than job seekers. And also, which is helping them to go to stay in the villages and the local areas, engage in fruitful activities. And that's how we can make such innovative things in our curriculum. And apart from whatever that is being done in the Mangalore University, which is really commendable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for complimenting the activities through your university. Of course, we need institutions of your university's kind more and more. Of course, we have the National Institute of Rural Development. There may be several government institutions here and there in each government, but we need knowledge and skills which are very pertinent for rural development and local self-government and governance. And I really compliment you for the activity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Sir, it was a wonderful session. Yeah, I just wanted to add some of these issues which we generally face with respect to evaluations. Something that is happening now is we have colleges and universities at different levels. The depth of the knowledge that has to go into the students in different programs, and the breadth of the disciplines that are offered in a particular institution. Because particularly these days, when you are having this NEP, with NEP coming in, many times what happens is the number of departments, the number of faculty members will be very limited, where we will not be able to go the way that we are actually expecting these programs to go to the level that is expected. So generally, in terms of evaluation, we face this problem. The second I feel is that with respect to different institutions which we have, the level at which these institutions are operating, they're all different. One problem that I have been seeing over the past few years is that for any topic that you bring in, there is a regulation that will come in. These regulations, essentially, they will focus only at the level to ensure minimum qualifications or the minimum levels at which these programs should run, and never support pursuit of excellence. That means a deeper level understanding, deeper level how you can actually pursue such programs. That is actually not being addressed by most of the regulations that come out, because we are academic administrators. We face issues of academic issues as well as the administrative issues which are coming from the governmental sides. Now, on the one side, we are trying to address the administrative issues, regulatory issues on that side. And here on the academic side also, we have been coming up with a lot of regulations. And in fact, I feel in general, this is a time in higher education we should go with more of deregulations than being, regulatory. This is something which I felt, if you really want, I'm saying that, if you are having, say, 500 papers coming out of a university, sometimes I feel that 50 good papers will actually do a better job than the 500 papers that are coming out of this university. One person, if the pursuit of excellence is never promoted these days, so whether it is in teaching, learning, or research. So something I felt we need to have a lot of deregulation, just like what we did sometime in markets. Thank you.
Our country has been thinking about it for long. I think Professor Kumar or somebody will say, we have been thinking about for long. For example, we want even 10 years ago or 10 years ago, we decided to abolish all the regulators in this country. But probably now regulations for regulating the regulators are also happening. So, of course, I fully endorse your view that the beyond the prescriptions, you have to do. And there are institutions doing the beyond the prescription. For example, the syllabus or whatever we do it is ultimately our board of studies, our faculties, our academic council, they are doing the regulations. But these are only framework. As a teacher, I am not limited by the regulations to teach if I know the subject, if I know the context of the subject, if I know the relevance of the subject. I am not limited to teach that thing. I think we have to do that exercise. Of course, deregulation and all that we can talk, but of course, within this framework, there are excellence happening. That is because of beyond this framework, we are doing something. And let us teachers, let's think about this those regulations, everything as framework, and then try to teach them the knowledge. After we also equip ourselves, teachers, after we also equip ourselves with the knowledge and the content. Thank you very much. Of course, your points are very important. Deregulation, we were thinking about, of course, if we say concretely, we were thinking about abolishing University Grants Commission. We were thinking about abolishing AICT. We were thinking about the NCTE. Several other things. I do not. We foresee in the conventional higher education. These are the bodies. But of course, you have seen, for example, in the last week itself, you have seen more regulations coming, more and more regulations coming. For
just
example,
adding to that,
NEP itself was coming as some sort of a regulation.
Just adding to that, for example, the APA scores UGC came up with to increase the academic visibility and things like that, which eventually resulted only in a lot of predatory journals coming up and occupying the space, where it actually became anti-academic rather than academic. And the same thing is happening in many other areas like question banks, say, for example. Smaller institutions, when they go with the question banks, the scope of evaluation is actually limited. Scope of the teacher gets limited. So this is where I'm saying that we need to have more deregulation than regulations.
Yeah. So I am Dr. T.N. Nagbhushan, Vice Chancellor at Kishkinda University, Ballari. I compliment the panelists for laying a strong foundation on some of the new technologies related to assessment and experiential learning. Now, the technology, when NEP was introduced in 2020, the artificial intelligence new contributions like generative AI model was not matured much. In the last 2 years, the development has gone so depth-wise that today we are calling what are known as adaptive learning. The adaptive learning basically talks about a student getting into the system. And trying to learn and also assess. The system assesses based on his learning capability. So initially with the questions which are very simple and gradually increasing in the order of difficulty until it gets into the complete group. The generative AI models, which are available today, are likely to get further deepened into subject-wise, and most of the subjects will get into the generative models. Not only ChatGPT, have Copilot from Microsoft, Gemini from Google. There are many models which are likely to come and change the whole landscape of teaching learning system. Today, we will see that we are just touching on the surface of the technology, but what actually happens, how we can really implement these things in the realm of the university higher education system. And these are, no doubt, they are commercially driven, and therefore we subscribe for these kind of driven systems. I think the panel need to really shed more light onto these emerging technologies, which will change the way that teaching learning system is going to change. Thank you.
What Professor is saying, that's true. And like I said, also technologies will keep on rapidly changing. And what's going to happen in next 5 years, we don't know. And somebody was saying, predict educational models for 2047. That's way too long. We can't even predict for 2030. So, but that's true. And your comments are really, really valid. Should we close it?
Yeah. See, really, we have enjoyed the session, especially our Vice Chancellor and Vice President of AIU. Within a few seconds, you have mentioned about regulation and deregulation and all, including framework as well. Every one of us, we started our career as a sometimes lecturer, sometimes professors. We served in the Board of Studies. We conducted Board of Studies. We involved in research. We were research scholars. We produced so many PhDs. We have a lot of experience academic. That's the reason we are able to reach the level of Vice Chancellors. You have been talking about experience learning, innovative learning and all. The head of the university should have the capacity to excel in research, experience in administration. But unfortunately, as correctly observed by Dr. Rajshekharan Pillai, for the last 1 week, we have been getting notification, draft regulation from the highest body of UGC saying that you academicians, you have a lot of experience. No, we are going to bring IAS officer, IPS officer as the Vice Chancellor with the eligibility as well. What they have, I'm sorry, I don't want to degrade those type of people. What experience they have on whatever you have been discussing for the entire session, even entire 2 days of AIU as well. So the time has come to think about regulation. Fortunately, UGC brought out under the name of draft regulation. It's the right time for all the academicians, especially Vice Chancellor of the entire country, to think about it, give me a suitable reply and response for the draft regulation. Otherwise, it is a very big drawback and disadvantage for the higher education institution of India. One more as well. UGC came out saying that previously no need for PhD to become a vice professor, associate professor as well. Now they come out. Net and select is not at all important. Undergraduate degree with a 70% of mark, going with a PhD are eligible. What is going on there? What we Vice Chancellors, are we going to be keep silent on all these things? So it is the right time for all the Vice Chancellors. Simply sitting, it is only a framework. We can accommodate that and all. It will definitely going to spoil the entire future of the higher education of India as well. So whatever we discuss, it may be theoretically possible. Unless it is going to be taken forward by a head of the institution, leader of the university, nothing can happen to improve the quality, innovation, whatever definition you want. I seek a small response from Dr. Rajshekharan Pillai.
Thank you.
Very openly as well.
I share your concern very well. I share your concern. For example, we know the problems, we know the solutions. We also know that if we apply these solutions, the system will improve. But when it comes to implementation, I'm quoting, it's not my words, actually, it is the words of Professor M.S. Valiyatha, a very distinguished medical scientist and who was the Vice Chancellor of Manipal Academy of Higher Education. So we know the problems, we know the solutions, we know if we apply the solutions, the system will improve. But when it comes to implementation, there are lot of issues. Maybe if somebody wants to go out of the box and try to do and probably quote unquote smart, over smart, probably he or she will face the music. We have, there are agonies and ecstasies for vice chancellors like that. I don't have to explain it. But this is all what is some sort of a sign of growth. I am an optimist. Of course, we have been reflecting on this thing, and of course, during the last 7 days, you have seen Vice Chancellor. Somebody has gone to the court. Several people have gone to the court. Several states have responded. All these things are happening, but of course, it is very important. You are very right. It is very important. The teachers, not only the Vice Chancellor, the teachers in the system, they should definitely react. It's ultimately, for example, you mentioned about the research and all that which we were doing when we were maybe young and all that. I remember when I studied the postgraduate course or undergraduate courses, I was not knowing the syllabus of the course. So the professor teaches. A very distinguished teacher comes and teach in the classroom. But I haven't seen a BSc syllabus, written syllabus or anything of the sort, or MSc syllabus. The very eminent teacher, he or she comes and teaches. So that is the strength of the teacher. Maybe that we have to revive. And that will happen. Ultimately, that will happen. For example, even when it comes to NEP, we are all implementing it. Of course, we are bound to implement the national policy. But there is, of course, a lot of concern among students that the rigor of academic rigor is getting lost in spreading things too much and all that. That is also to some extent true. So I endorse your view. Definitely, a body like the Association of Indian Universities should take up such things. But individually, the teachers, we are all responsible. We are also responsible, and we have to express our views also. Thank you very much. I fully endorse you. I think we are closing. We are given some drop.
With this, we will try to close the session. I would like to welcome our Secretary General, ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, to come on the dais.
Thank you very much for inspiring, sir, to think differently and clearly. As a token of our sincere gratitude, we wish to honor all our dignitaries. Now I invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to kindly honor Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, the chairperson of this session. Oh, all right. Okay, fine, sir. Let us now honor Dr. S. Mohan. Also. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Sir is coming. Dharma. Now, Professor P.L. Dharma, please. Now we can honor Dr. Mohan, please. Okay. Now, Dr. Pathak Diwan, please. Now, Dr. Dharni Karasu, please. Thank you.
To save time, we would like to serve the refreshments inside the auditorium itself. And the centenary celebration of AIU, it was supported by more than 5 organizations. Now, the educational technology companies, they are going to give away the presentation. So, they are all Alliance University, Jaguar, Bathlight, and Siddhanta, and Golgotha University, and Pearson. So now we request Pearson to start. Each one will have only 5 minutes plus 1 minute of question. So kindly cooperate with us. The first one is Pearson, followed by Jaguar and Siddhanta.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to AIU and VIT for giving Pearson VUE the opportunity to showcase what we do in certification and assessment business. So as you know, I'm from Pearson VUE. My name is Rajiv Kapoor. I'm responsible for the third-party channel, what we own in the Asia Pacific region. To begin with, I would try to play a small video, right, just to showcase what we do as Pearson VUE. Can we have
The future is arriving faster every The future is arriving faster every day. Professionals in every field require cutting-edge training and then critical certifications and licenses to prove they have what it takes to drive their industries forward. Professional testing must evolve to keep pace with this changing world. At Pearson VUE, we provide the most innovative testing solutions to certify and license the professionals who safeguard and advance our communities. From on-site exam delivery at patented secure test centers to online testing from home, we make certification more accessible to candidates around the world. Our expert cyber defense team works around the clock to identify potential threats, verify candidates' identities, and mitigate test fraud throughout the entire exam lifecycle. Candidates can show what they know. Our performance-based testing and other innovative test design solutions expand on traditional knowledge-based testing to measure hands-on skills in the software professionals actually use in their daily work. Say goodbye to disparate systems and difficult data management. Our innovative integrated platform simplifies and streamlines your data, integrating results from multiple test modalities into a single candidate record. Because it's not just about testing. It's about certifying and licensing to protect our communities, advance our technologies, strengthen our teams, and spark our creativity. Pearson VUE, the future of testing is here.
Questions, but if you do have, please do visit us on the booth. We will be happy to assist you and share the offerings which we have in this market. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your confidence, and we hope that they will come to your stall. So now we call a representative from Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation. Other stalls, kindly wait for the further announcements. We will get back to you. Now we request the representative from Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation.
Good evening, one and all. Distinguished Vice Chancellors, members of AIU, and esteemed guests. I would deeply thank AIU and VIT for extending this remarkable opportunity for representing Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation at this vibrant and intellectual conference. I would like to refer the speech from our Honorable Governor this morning, who elaborated at length on the importance of our Bharatiya knowledge. In this context, Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation extends its services. Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation is a part of Siddhanta Group, which has been into industry for the past 20 years. So we provide Indian intellectual capital to the global community by creating an ecosystem, reviving, nurturing, and developing IKS. We are Ministry of Education, Government of India, IKS Division, accredited IKS Center. We have developed around 100 innovative courses. So it covers all the disciplines, including science, technology, engineering, law, medicine, and whatnot. There are 4 verticals in which we are working currently. 1, faculty development program. 2, the students take up the course. The 3, individuals who are interested in IKS can also take up the course. And 4, a minor degree program. So we offer a credit-based course. This is through Siksha Learning Management System, that's the LMS. So this meets the UGC mandate requiring 5% of total academic credits for IKS. Our courses are meticulously designed by renowned scholars. There are 2 courses, one as a foundational course or as a discipline-specific course. So our goal for the entire individual is to empower him and develop a resilience, practical wisdom, and a deeper knowledge on our traditions, which has been put forward by our forefathers. So it develops the person as an holistic development, and it makes the person really very strong. So I invite you all to visit our stall, which is just behind. I would like all of you to just have a look regarding Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation. Our team stands ready there to have a comprehensive insight into our transformative educational offering. I would like to thank everyone and a big thank you from Siddhanta Group for this wonderful opportunity. And we would like to just showcase a small video regarding that. Thank you.
Rama Siddhanta Rupa Ya Prameya Vishayatmika Pramaneir Bodhita Bhuyat Pramatra Nandakarika.
Bharat, that is India, is the oldest living civilization and has nurtured the world with her timeless wisdom through millennia. This wisdom stems from India's knowledge systems, representing an enduring collective intellect passed down through generations. Indian knowledge systems, or IKS, comprises of holistic knowledge of the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Itihasa, Puranas, the Darshanas, which are representations of multiple worldviews along with diverse schools of thought such as Buddhist, Jaina, and Sikh. All of these enriched by a wealth of oral traditions and practices that have shaped everyday life for thousands of years. In the face of contemporary global challenges ranging from volatile geopolitics, exponential advancement in technology, severe environmental crisis, socio-economic turmoils, to widespread physical and mental health concerns, a shift in approach to understanding and living life is imperative. Anchored in the Bharatiya ethos of inclusion and sustainability, IKS remains a largely untapped knowledge resource for all of humanity that can play a positive role in addressing these challenges, influencing global thought leadership, and helping to resolve conflicts. Bharat's history of knowledge, which is integral to nature and human consciousness, offers insights into the cosmos and fundamental principles of life, unlike any other. IKS is designed and founded on the principle of universal well-being. That is, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayaha. Yoga and Ayurveda, born from IKS, have touched millions of lives worldwide, with even basic practices leading to significant improvements in global health and wellness. Be it literature, art, architecture, agriculture, metallurgy, sciences such as astronomy, chemistry, or any other field, Bharatiya Shastras express their deep knowledge in the form of conceptual models which are akin to scientific theories and principles and are keenly focused on prayoga or real-life applications. IKS, therefore, offers immense potential to drive the creation of globally relevant next-generation knowledge platforms. Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation is dedicated to reviving, nurturing, and integrating IKS into the mainstream academia and real-world applications, and is proud to partner with the IKS Division, Ministry of Education, to promote IKS. SKF is developing cutting-edge transdisciplinary IKS-based courses for schools, colleges, and universities across various disciplines impacting mainstream fields of study such as science, technology, engineering, management, law, medicine, arts, and humanities. Join SKF in this journey to rediscover and reimagine knowledge and education through India's rich civilizational lens. Scan the QR code to visit our social media pages.
One of the fastest growing bath and light brands in the world, Jaguar Group is a multi-diversified company that prides itself on over 6 decades of manufacturing excellence. The group offers solutions for almost every requirement in bath fixtures and lighting. Jaguar, the group's flagship brand, stands as a testament to excellent quality and design. Artis, the group's luxury brand, is synonymous with opulence and sophistication. A brand that's born from art, Artis is designed for those who seek to make a statement in their bath spaces. The Esco brand offers contemporary design and quality products that are practical, stylish, and affordable. Jaguar's global presence spans 55 countries, with a network of Jaguar World Destination showrooms, one of the world's largest chains in the category worldwide. From luxurious hotels to contemporary residential spaces, Jaguar Group's products in prestigious projects are a confirmation of our global appeal and local expertise. At Jaguar Group, the commitment to excellence begins at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities. Equipped with the latest technology and manned by skilled professionals, our production processes ensure that every product meets the highest standards of quality and precision. A testament to the quality of Jaguar Group's products is the wide range of international certifications it has attained and the prestigious Global Design Awards it has won by working with renowned designers. As a responsible company, Jaguar Group has undertaken multiple initiatives to minimize its carbon footprint, from solar power generation to zero liquid discharge from its plants, recycling brass, chrome and water. Jaguar's efforts have helped cut carbon dioxide emissions by 18,500 tons a year. Jaguar is India's most trusted bath brand and the #1 bath brand in value terms. It is also the country's most searched bath brand and has more than 54 million visitors to its website every year. Jaguar today is a $750 million company with a 12,000-strong team spread across the world. A team committed to pushing the boundaries of design and technology. Join us as we continue to shape our vision of enabling people worldwide to rediscover the joy of water and light.
So this is a service which is a free of cost service for all your institutes. Now, second point, which I think most of the people have been discussing here, is the skill development. So as a CSR activity from Jaguar, we are also very aggressive on the CSR activity. We are giving certified training to the young youths who are not able to afford education also, so that we can train them as plumbers, we can train them as technicians, so that tomorrow they can earn their livelihood. So this is where we can support the society. We can even support the students of your civil engineering or the architectural backgrounds, with the MEP training, the certification courses, and whatever support is required, we shall support you. And our products are all Griha certified. For example, you are looking forward for your buildings to be green rated. So our product can contribute a lot for Griha certification of your respective projects. So with that, I take your leave, and I would request my team to come over the dais just for 1 minute. I'll just introduce them quickly. I have people from my South Zone team. I have Aziz, who is representing the Chennai office. I have Srinath, who is from Bangalore. I have Shruti, he is from Kerala, and Vipin from Bangalore. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. The next company is Yatnas. Yeah, please do not exceed 5 minutes. We have one more technical session. See, now you should pass down to them. Where you have a PPT. Yeah, please open the PPT. You can see in that screen itself. No need to open here. The next company, if you have any PPT, kindly upload it for saving time. Kalvium. Yeah, not more than 5 minutes. I'll come and stop it. Don't feel bad.
I think just one moment, sir.
What is next company? Can I call?
Yes, sir. This is in PDF, sir.
Can you extend the screen? Yeah, upload it there. I will ask the people to upload it.
Or is okay.
You upload it from there because the compatibility of the device, you have to check it first.
Okay, sir.
People are waiting. We cannot. Yeah, you just give a PPT there. Whatever it is, they will upload it in our system.
Okay.
Yeah, not avoid this. Next.
Yeah, you can call.
Yeah. Yeah, companies those who are coming, please kindly put your PPT in that laptop itself. Don't try to make a interface with your system, the compatibility, other things and all. If it is fine, you can come. Otherwise, we will start the technical session.
Yes. Hello, I believe you all can see. Esteemed dignitaries in the room. Hello, my name is Anil. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Kalvium. We are here as well today. I would like to propose something before you, sirs and ma'ams. If we want to make a drastic impact into each and every single student who are in our institutions, it seems humanly impossible. In the past hour, 10,000 students completed an hour of education just on these grounds. around 200 classrooms. Do we know the level of understanding of that hour's topic for each and every single student in that hour? It seems like the 4,000 hours of education that makes up our higher education, undergraduate higher education, we can make a drastic impact, but it seems humanly impossible to know the exact level of understanding of every single student. Because if we did that, we would know who are the students who need help and an intervention during that single hour. It seems humanly impossible because for some person, for an individual, a lecturer, a professor, to keep in mind the context of every single student is humanly impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 years, with the advent of large language models, this is no longer impossible. To demonstrate that, if you'll kindly look at the screen, I'm demoing before you data from 3 classrooms across an entire day. That shows right from how many students attended the class, how many students understood the specific topic for that hour, and how many students mastered it. Now, this is not for a specific subject. It's not for a specific course or a lesson. It's for each one of those 4,000 hours of education. Technical subjects, humanities, non-technical, everything is covered. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, HEROES, an operating system for higher education that instruments every single hour of education with an in-classroom experience where the lecturer, the professor, knows exactly the level of understanding of the topic in every single student in real time. You don't need an assignment that is corrected and given many days later, and probably for one topic out of 50. Each one of those 50 topics that make up that subject, by the end of that hour itself, every single professor, campus manager, administrator in the entire system knows the level of understanding of every single student. How do we do this? We have built deep custom evaluators and formative assessors for every single topic. We have instrumented 4,000 different topics, subjects, and courses that make up higher education. And it allows us to scale when 10,000 students go through one single topic and uniquely understand that hour's learning topic in 10,000 different ways. It is now possible for us to know the exact level of understanding. I will end with a short demo. If you'd like to see more, please come to the stall and I would like to interact with you and help you understand the system a bit more. This is an hour where a student is asked to understand a humanities topic, confirmation bias. Now, every single student is going to explain how they've understood this very differently. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to type, hey, when I'm an Apple user, then I prefer Apple phones. And when I'm an Android user, I tend to prefer the Samsung ecosystem. And this is my understanding of confirmation bias. Now, an assignment like this 10,000 times will have to be evaluated and submitted over a course of a week for us to know the level of understanding of every single student. But ladies and gentlemen, as a student in this system, I just click on a button that goes to a large language model that evaluates it instantaneously and responds back with custom instructions for the student on their level of understanding. And over time, as the student completes more and more, they get specific feedback. How did they understand it well? How could they improve it? And again, I want to emphasize for each one of those 4,000 hours, we can do this today. Yes, it's a bit costly, but LLMs are progressing at a speed where it is actually now possible to deploy this at scale. With that, I invite you to come have a conversation with us and see how we can supercharge the environment in each and every single classroom. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, next company. And this is the last one. 5 minutes, they'll finish it. Tomorrow. So meantime, I request, this is the last company that before this technical session, they will speak. Meantime, I would like to invite the speakers to come on the dais. Professor Farhan Omar and then Mangal Sundar Krishnan and Dr. Sivaprasad to come on the dais. And Professor B. Anita will be the chairperson for this. So the speakers, you can come and take your seats on the dais. So now, Ethnos.
So good evening, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers and very importantly VIT for organizing this wonderful event. And thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. So I would like to brief Ethnos about Ethnos. So Ethnos is into training and development from past 17 years. So we have founded in 2007. So our expert is into training and development. Very importantly, the theme of today's conference is about assessments. So I will focus more on assessments and other activities. Yeah. So very importantly, how best our platforms like CLAP, CodeMitra Learning Assessment Platform, and our second AptiMitra platform, which is our flagship assessment portal, can help students right from first semester to final year, how they can progress, how they can be evaluated on different modules. I will be talking in coming slides. Moving ahead. Yes. So we are proud to tell that we are there with VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology from past 2015. So we are proud, and it is like for my colleagues and me, it is like a second home. So I'd like to thank management and everything. So a recent feather in our cap or recent achievement, we can say, is about medal winning mentorship, which speaks about our trainings, our type of modules, what we design, what types of mentorship we provide. So we are an official coach for Team India for cloud computing. So this is our recent achievement where we have got 2 medallions, one in terms of cloud computing and second in cybersecurity. It happened in Lyon, France. And we are very proud to say that 2 of our learners have secured 2 medals. So these are our partnerships. We work with private universities. We have collaborated with 600 plus universities so far. We work with 5 state government bodies. We work with NASSCOM in multiple ways, which drives innovation to the campuses and bridge the skill gaps. So I'll just focus a few aspects about what are these programs about. So we have 2 platforms called as CLAP and AptiMitra. So our CLAP is a very interactive platform where you have module-wise assessments. For each topic, you will have one interactive. For example, when you talk about, for example, time, speed, and distance from aptitude building, or if you talk about data structures, algorithms, you had a recorded video which will talk about that fundamentals of the topic. Second section is about the solved examples. What are different problem statements on that particular domain you will be having. Third section is about assignments. We can give module-wise assignments for each of the topics. We have 500 plus topics on different verticals and around 800 plus case studies readily available where students can practice on different things. So for module-wise assessments, assignments can be delivered to the students and the analysis can be seen by the what we can say the program manager. And when we talk about AptiMitra, we have large scale assessment, 10,000 plus company specific assessments can be delivered for the students where they can keep taking the mock tests and practice themselves on different aspects of the selection rounds. Apart from that, we also have assessments, study materials and reference materials. I would like to request you to come to our stall and we will have a wonderful discussion how best we can collaborate you for the further
of one nation, one exam system. Now I request Dr. Sujata to introduce the chairperson as well as try to wind up this session around 5 to 6:10 p.m. After that, we will have 3 to 4 educational technique companies presentation, then cultural program, then Chancellor dinner will be there.
Thank you, sir. So with a great privilege, introducing the chairperson and the speakers of the technical session 2, titled Viability of One Nation, One Exam System. So chairperson of this session is Dr. B. Anita. Professor B. Anita is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Anantapuram, with a distinguished academic career spanning 30 years at SK University. She has served as a professor, associate professor, and assistant professor, contributing significantly to teaching, research, and administration. She holds a PhD in human resource management and her research focus on workplace quality, HR management, and organizational behavior. She has received the Distinguished Women Award in 2019. A prolific author, she has published books on personality development, strategic marketing, and global trade challenges, further establishing her as a leading scholar and administrator. So thank you, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. So now I'd like to introduce Professor Farkan Kumar. Farkan Kumar is the former Secretary General of AIU and ex-Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan, and also the first VC of a Central University of Himachal Pradesh. He was also acted as an advisor, Education and the Planning Commission of India, a professor of management at Center for Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. He specializes in public policy, education, finance, and administration. He has published 35 research papers and numerous national articles. Welcome, sir. I'd like to introduce Dr. Mangala Sundar Krishnan. He's a professor in the Department of Chemistry from IIT Madras. He completed his PhD in theoretical chemistry at McGill University, Canada in 1988, followed by postdoctoral research in Canada before joining IIT Madras. He co-founded the NPTEL project and serving as a national web course coordinator and has been the chief coordinator for DTH Swayam Prabha by invitation from the Government of India. He has been honored with awards such as the Commendable Contribution to the Digital Initiative by the President of India and the Sterry Hunt Award for Teaching Excellence at McGill University. His research focus on theoretical molecular and magnetic resonance spectroscopy, theoretical chemistry, and quantum information. Welcome, Professor. I'd like to introduce Dr. K. Sivaprasad. He's a Vice Chancellor in APJ Abdul Kalam Kerala Technological University, Thiruvananthapuram. He was a former independent director, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, New Delhi. And he is a member of the Bureau of Indian Standards Transport Committee and member of an expert panel, Defense Research and the Development Organization, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, and member technical committee, Kerala State Inland Navigation Corporation, Government of Kerala, and member of the Research Board, Indian Maritime University, IMU, and Central University, Chennai. So welcome, professors, and open for the talk.
Panelists along with me on the dais and the August gathering, a very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the AIU for giving me this opportunity to chair a technical session. Nonetheless, the burden of chairing the last session is already on me. So I will not be spending much time on the presidential remarks before beginning of this technical session. I'll just give the outline about the topic for this technical session. It's the viability of one exam and one nation. The beneficial group of this concept is the main resource of any higher education institution and the target group, the students. Now, in India, we have too many entrance examinations, as we all know, to get into any course all through the nation. The students are burdened with the applications, clashing dates, their semester examinations, and the stress that they have to go through to take up all these entrance examination. And so today we are here to discuss the viability of having one entrance examination for each course all through the country. As we see the benefits that we can offer to the student, even financially, with the one exam, one nation concept, we do have too many challenges to look forward and to be met with. Today, I would like the speakers and guests that they will be addressing some of these challenges and could be able to chart out a plan or strategies wherein we can overcome these challenges and move ahead. One day, we achieve the target of one exam in one nation. With these few remarks, I would like to invite the first panelist of today's technical session, Professor Farhan Kumar, former Secretary General, AIU, to share his views with us and give his opinions on that. The time that is given to the speaker is 10 minutes, sir.
Distinguished chairperson, the fellow panelist, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Vice President, Professor Rajshekharan Pillai, former President, Professor Sharma. The present president may have just left somewhere, but I must recognize him. This is after 5 years that I am attending one of the conferences of the AIU. And now I realize that how much I missed during these 5 years. My apologies for that. We are presently living in an era, coming to the topic, we are presently living in an era where prefixing one nation, one, with a number of things has become quite common. So one nation, one election, one nation, one subscription, one nation, one data, one nation, one student ID, and there are so many, one nation, one ration, and there are so many of them. And in that list, we have, or we thought that people added one nation, one examination in this category. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Is it feasible? Yes, it is feasible, but it is certainly not desirable for a country of the size and diversity of ours. India is a nation, is a great nation. There is no doubt about it. But it is the union of the state. And therefore, it has a very federal character. And if nothing else, along these states, there are linguistic diversities. We know that in whichever disciplines, this one nation idea, one nation, one examination idea has been implemented, most commonly the NEET examination and the IIT JEE, we are aware that the success rate of the CBSE board student is significantly higher than the success rate of the state board, Tamil Nadu included. Many people might argue that their quality of education of these boards are bad. I disagree with that. It is that the curricula is slightly different than the CBSE curricula that these state boards follow, and our constitution and our education policies so far provide a scope for that kind of things. People should be aware of the state, etc. So since curricula is different and the papers are usually decided or framed on the basis of the CBSE curricula, it is just a normal thing for these board students not to perform as well as the CBSE board. And therefore, on this account, I would strongly say that this is not an advisable idea. Second one, in India, we have had some experiments. So IIT JEE and the NEET I mentioned, but you could also include for IIM admissions the CAT test that they conduct. Now, many of us think that the admissions to IIMs are done only on the basis of the CAT score. But if you just do some Google search, in some IIMs, the weightage of the CAT score is not more than 20%. meaning they combine many other inputs. Many other people argue that United States of America has SAT, GRE, GMAT kind of examination, but these are only one of the inputs and are just one of the so many criteria that these institutions follow. You talk to the best universities of the world, world-class universities. Say, for example, we've been to Yale University and to Columbia, to Harvard, and they said that there is a committee of 5 people, and these people take a call whether these students should be taken in or not. And they argue that all students who apply, they are good students, but we see that whether they have good connect, culturally connected, they represent the ethos and the philosophy of the institution, and on that basis, if out of 5, 4 professors say yes, these students are taken in, otherwise these students are not taken in. So decentralization has been the idea. We often mention our ancient Indian traditions, and it is said that there were no common entrance examination when Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, they all existed. The decision was done by the university themselves that which monk or which student is to be taken in or allowed access to the library and on what conditions. All discussions and debates on university autonomy mention that one of the integral part of the university autonomy is what to teach, how to teach, whom to teach, and by whom to teach, meaning teachers, curricula, students, they are all to be decided by the universities themselves. And by university, we do not mean by single individual of the vice chancellor or head, because universities have a collective decision-making bodies. So their academic council, their executive councils, their senate, syndicate, etc. So this is the argument that one nation, one examination may not work. Third argument that I will give, drawing from the diversity management, there are 2 ideas. One is the idea of the cultural crucible or the melting pot, where many elements or ingredients are put together and they are so mixed up that a new kind of material emerges out of that crucible or out of that pot. For a long time, we thought that United States of America would be a melting pot. But with their 200 years of history, they realized that no, that melting pot things or cultural crucible does not happen. People want to retain their linguistic, regional, and religious identity, and that has given rise to what we call as salad bowl theory. And salad bowl theory is that, again, various ingredients are mixed, but each ingredient retains its own identity, but a new dish is framed. India is so diverse that we need to follow this salad bowl theory. Fifth point, that so long as it was IIT and say particularly in medical examination, medical is one such profession where for the doctors to know the language of the place where the doctor is serving is extremely important. I will be a failed doctor if I don't understand Tamil and I'm posted in Tamil because I was selected on one examination basis, because if I can't understand what the patient has to say, I'll not be able to treat. This is an extreme example of medical education, but this applies to all. Even for an engineer to give directions to the workers and to the supervisor, knowing the language is important. One could say that, okay, civil servants learn the language, so they all should learn the language, but that happens only once you provide 2 years of training on the ground and in the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy, which is presently not possible or has not happened in case of India. Sixth argument, that why it is not advisable, that so long as it was some monodisciplinary kind of test for all India basis, it worked. So there are less glitches in the IIT, NEET or Law CLAT. But ever since they started Common University Entrance Examination, CUET, and will be the 4th year when we have CUET, and we found that every year it has been to use a milder word, disaster. Even last time it had to said, after 3 years of experience, it was said that those seats which were not filled, universities could conduct their own examination. So I think it duplicates efforts, it multiplicates efforts, and it makes students more hassle. So what we want to do, and the final argument, for everything that we do, I am a student of management, particularly finance. We say that for everything or every decision has to be taken on the basis of the cost and benefit. And if only the net benefit is positive, then we take the decision. If the net benefit is negative, the decision is not to be taken, or decisions need to go back to the blackboards. I will suggest that it is too premature to think of one nation, one examination. India is not Singapore. India is not Taiwan. India is a huge country. The only country with which we had comparison is China and the United States of America. United States of America does not rely on one test. China used to, but now they are getting out of that and giving freedom to universities. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and it is a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your insights. No, that doesn't matter here, sir. And there are no politicians here, fortunately. So we have opened the session with a very negative advice against the viability of one exam and one nation, citing various reasons, including the cultural and language barriers and the curriculum differences. Yes, India is a very diverse country, and probably it is a very enormous task to indulge in the viability of this. Thank you very much. And now, with that, now I invite Professor Mangala Sundar Krishnan, Professor, IIT Madras, to share his views on the topic.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman of the AIU, Professor Vinay Kumar, Pathak, Madam Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, my very distinguished senior colleague with whom I had many interactions in the past, Professor Rajashekaran Pillai, former presidents of AIU and former associates with the AIU, my distinguished colleagues on the dais, and this institute where I have been in the academic board for the last several years is also a very beautiful place to conduct such thematic discussions. I want to thank also the colleagues in VIT, right from the Chancellor to everybody who has contributed, and I also see a galaxy of them here. Distinguished Vice Chancellors from various universities with your vast experience and your skills, and all colleagues from other institutions and industries who are willing to participate in this whole thing. Okay, Professor Fouquan opened the bat. He suggested that it's not a viable option.
I have two anecdotes, and then I will tell a little bit. Madam, please, you must stop me when, at least give me 2 minutes before time to stop, okay? So the first anecdote was the former Chief Minister of Kamaraj in Tamil Nadu, many years ago. I'm talking about more than 60 years ago. Apparently, when he visited a village and certain things had to be done in the village, and nothing was available, no possibility of anything could be done to the village. So he consulted the officers around him, and several of the officers told him, it's not possible to do what these people ask you to do. It's not possible for the government to do this kind of reformation. So Kamaraj is supposed to have said to them, I hired you not to tell me what is not possible. I hired you to tell me how, if it is to be done, what should be done before. So that was number one. Approximately 25 years ago, when 8 institutions, 7 IITs came together and in Indian Institute of Science, with 8 partners, when we proposed to create a curriculum base for all the engineering and arts and science and humanities and so on over many years, it was considered an impossibility. The ministry was not very comfortable with the idea. It took 4 years to get the funding started. The project is now owned by the ministry as the project of Swayam and Swayam Prabha and Swayam Plus. So this is a prelude to what I want to say. It is not that one nation, one exam is possible or impossible, but if it has to be made possible, what are the reasons for it and how do we do it? There are some issues I will point out. More elaborate discussions, I'll be very happy to continue with this. Now, some of the exams we conduct in our country are already equivalent of one large examination for many countries in the world, including CBSE board examination of class 12 and 10th, state education board exams of various states, JEE, main and advanced, CUET, as he mentioned, JAM, and GATE, CSIR, and many other board exams. Now, if I don't include all of them, okay? The most voluminous among them is obviously the classes 10 and 11, the 12 CBSE. The proposal to merge NEET, JEE, main, and CUET as one exam is what I think brings all of us to the discussion table. What are the issues that need careful examination? And I call this model as ONO, O-N-O-E, similar to a very famous Japanese name. And if you please do the Google search, you will find out a lot of interesting things about ONO. And you see, let me ask you the following. There is also a very beautiful paper I read from Germany about central exit exams. This is an entrance exam, that's an exit exam. The central exit exams, what are the advantages for conducting centralized examinations in Europe? Okay. External school leaving examinations and all the others. Okay. That paper also can be circulated through AIU. Now, Dr. Furqan very rightly pointed out the cultural variances and diversity against homogeneity. One exam is sort of bringing everybody to a homogeneous mixture. Doesn't happen very easily. Okay. So the issues to worry about. The second, the differences in the quality and quantity and type of education among the higher education institutions we have. We may say one examination will send all the students to wherever they want to, but it is not always that the students will go where they want to, but where they have to. There's a difference between the two. Therefore, it is important to understand the differences in the higher education qualities before we say we will prepare the students for any higher education they want. Third, cognition. The ability to understand something is very different from the ability to express how well you understood, which is communication. Cognition and communication should not be misunderstood to be reflected by the examinations. Therefore, the students having multiple languages and multiple expressions and multiple levels of social activities, these differences have to somehow be factored in before we decide. differences in the languages of expression of various teachers. Teachers are not always well prepared for one national examination if they are teachers from multiple states and multiple rural towns. And finally, most important, at the end of all of this, if we decide what are the effective operational procedures that we have to implement without failure, and removal of inefficiencies in the process, inadequacies in the process, and unfair promotion of local students through coaching and various other means, and downright unethical practices which will happen when a large examination is held. So, most important aspect is that we want everyone in our country, according to the NEP policy, to be enabled, to be provided equal opportunities, equitable opportunities. And it's like this. You want to build a national highway. Anybody and everybody can travel, if that's what you have in mind. It's important to have adequate ramps on the highway, to the highway, and different types of ramps to enter, and multiple types of exits for students to exit whenever they want to get away from the highway. Otherwise, it's not a usable transportation system for a very large traffic. And in India, the large volume traffic for the examination, as was pointed out, was 14 crores. But that's 14 crores of children who go to school, not the 50 crores of children who cannot go to schools. Therefore, the large volume traffic that we have is a fantastic complex model for the whole world to evaluate. There's nothing wrong in making an attempt to try it with rightful reasons, not with any particular agenda behind it, to enable every child in this country to the best possible career and curriculum activities. And the most important thing in doing this is to prepare these children. If you have to tell them to write an exam, prepare them a little earlier with some sort of help materials, focused model examinations, Google Maps. The student may be in one level, the examination may be at another level. Do we have a very nice map by which the student can travel? Do we give them 3 or 4 years' time? If you have to do this, model examinations and helpful materials should be made around the class 8 or class 9 if you are doing the ONO for class 12. If you are doing this for the higher educational institutions for postdoctoral research and so on, you have to prepare them. And this has to be done across multiple boards and multiple communities. If you think that all of this is not possible, please understand we have a little more than 1 million teachers in this country. And if we decide we have to find the ways of getting it done, it's not that it cannot be done because of the failures of the past, but how do we correct for them? Now, third item. Sorry. All students up to class 11 don't have a common curriculum, class 10. And the national levels and have many derived curricula at the states levels. This is a very strong argument against a centralized national exam. But at all higher levels also, please understand, there are no common university curricula, university levels. We have 1,200 universities plus minus this way, but not all of them of the same standard. When they have to go for a professional career, the expectations of the industry across all these institutions is the same. Therefore, what is important for us is how do we bring people up to a common level, whether it's what we call as a minimum common level or a maximum proficiency level that we need to think about. And one nation, one exam shall not ever be a melting pot. It can only be an enabler with something like an Excel or XC paper, if in GATE, if you remember, with a subject that you choose in addition to Excel and XC paper. Therefore, common part 1, if you want to do that, and then give the students to attempt the part 2 of their own choice in their own languages, in their own levels of expression. And if you think 1 million people or 10 million people cannot be evaluated by this, AI and ML is across just waiting with the ChatGPT and Google. The techniques that are available, we challenge them to be brought up to the level of social justice. Therefore, technology today can be challenged to help us with the human expressions of millions of people at the same time. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's possible, but it's an equation of details. Please remember, all the devil is in the details. Experience is, I stand here with 2014 when we wanted to run the first online examination, national online examination under the NPTEL project using the MOOCs model at that time. We decided that we will not follow the standard MOOCs model, but we would want students to be verified and the exams to be conducted in centers. The logic was nightmare. And almost like 10 years later, the year when this was first done, as I was one of the national coordinators, the first year it was done, about 4,000 students wrote the examination in about 100 different places. Today, I think 35 lakh students are writing in about 250 places twice a year. And there are no major difficulties with such examinations. Therefore, we do have some experience if we want to build a very large portal. That's why the technology today is something that we should leverage to solve the problem we want to solve, not use the technology because it is available. We must use the technology to our requirement. The last of my presentation on this one is a point I would like to repeat. Enable students to read and answer in their own languages of choice up to a certain level. In fact, if you ask me, I would say even at the PhD level, if my PhD student is comfortable talking to me in Tamil, which is our language, my language, and he understands Tamil, I would say explain everything in Tamil. When you write your English articles, I will help you to the extent that I can, and you learn another language. Expression in one's own ability, one's own cognitive ability must be definitely emphasized in all these examinations. And students should not be eliminated in the process of these examinations, as unfortunately some of the online exams today do. JEE Advanced is a very good example that a lot of it is about elimination, not about selection. We should not eliminate them, or we should not serialize them into 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, but rather students who have excellent performance for over 3-4 years of practices and come out of it, give them credit and give them advantages, give them scholarships and so on. So encourage people to participate in such examinations by providing them the necessary academic incentives. Provide a ranking framework to school board systems like the way you have done. If we complain about ranking framework for the Ministry of Education for all the engineering colleges, because it puts all of them under the same mat. But we have a bigger problem with the schools. We have a bigger problem with the boards. Why don't we come up with a requirement of a general ranking framework, and we put the boards into these ranking frameworks, and therefore students belonging to different boards with an exact performance may be weighted accordingly, and the one nation, one examination may be a part of the final evaluation given to them. Therefore, this is not one eliminator, but this is one of the enablers. So it's also possible. Make the school board systems competitive. That would be the result of such exercises. And not the individual students to be competitive. Make the boards to be competitive. Make the system to be competitive, not the individual components. And therefore, a national level exam in all these things, if we ever propose them, cannot be impervious to the multi-level preparation from different state boards and different regions. The last, I guess this is my last slide. Empower everyone to their ability. That should be the minimal goal. But to empower everyone, you need to create multiple opportunities, because not everybody starts at the same level. You want to win an Olympic medal and you are not prepared, you have to go through the part of training that you need to. Failures can hopefully transform these people into successes with enough opportunities. And all central exams today must reward and provide best opportunities to the hardest working people, not simply give them the grade and tell them that you are eligible to go to this institute or that institute. Give them incentives in addition to that. And these are some of the thought processes. Sri Aurobindo ji said something about our educational system on what we should do to our children. And I'll end my thought process with that quote. The third principle of education by Aurobindo is to work from the near to the far, from that which is to that which shall be. It's a God's arrangement that they should belong, the children should belong to a particular nation, age, society, that they should be children of the past, possessors of the present, creators of the future. The past is our foundation, the present our material, the future our aim and summit. Agree on a principle and then go towards the future. Each must have its due and natural place in a national system of education, and therefore one nation, one exam, one nation, several exams, one nation, multiple exams, whatever we choose. Please enable the system to have its place in a natural justice to the education to all the children. I want to thank you all for permitting me to express my opinions and views I have collected over the years. Personally, I don't think we are ready at all for anything like that now, but there are enough problems and enough technologies and tools. And if this country can come up with a successful examination model for 400 million children, I think the rest of the world will recognize that we are pioneers in our own field of education. Therefore, that challenge is something that all of you also can help to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Krishnan. Thank you for your insights and thought process that you could share with us and highlighting the possibility of having one exam, one nation through facilitating teachers' preparedness, removing the inefficiency of the procedure and systems, mapping the students' preparedness, giving an option of the languages and mediums, and leveraging the possibility through technology. Some of the insights that you have given to this possibility, definitely that provokes the thought, sir, and possibly paves the way for future in making it a possibility. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, may I now invite Dr. K. Shivaprasad, Vice Chancellor, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, to share his views.
Namaste and good evening to all those who have assembled here for this Association of Indian Universities annual conference. Respected chairperson of the panel, my fellow panelists, respected Secretary General, President, Vice President of the present Association of Indian Universities and the former officials, respected Vice Chancellors, teachers, students, and the industries who are collaborating with this association annual conference. Being the last speaker of this session and also of this day, it'll be a very difficult situation for me. And this particular topic is a kind of debatable topic with a focus. And I have been totally exposed by the previous fellow speakers. I totally agree to whatever they have commented, their recommendations, suggestions, whatever it is. I fully agree to that. And I will only add to them some of the points I just would like to supplement on them. I also would like to narrate an incident that happened in Kerala, which actually created in our state, probably Dr. Mohan Kundamel may be remembering that, how an entrance examination kind of test for admission of courses started in Kerala. I think in 1980-81 period, there was a big scam on medical admission. The scam was a candidate who secured 0 marks, 0 marks, 0 marks, and 4 marks was added up to, out of 450, 445 marks. And he was a son of a very famous doctor in Ernakulam, and he was admitted to MBBS course, and there was a big scam, and that resulted the first entrance examination in our state. Probably he would be able to explain more on that. That was usually accidents, scams, untoward incidents start a kind of a new type of activity in the world. That is a world order. And coming back to this one nation, one examination, that's a very beautiful slogan. Our previous speaker was mentioning about this, the beauty of slogans. There are many just like this are in the scene now. One election, one nation, one election, something like that. So personally, my opinion is that there should be a slogan in our mind for future materialization. We have to keep on chanting that slogan if we would like to actually implement that particular activity. Slogans are must. And as a slogan, this one nation, one examination can be taken up in our mind. Probably this will be materialized in the future. In what way, in what form, we don't know, but that slogan should be always there in the mind, which gives us strength to achieve that particular goal. Famous slogan by Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan. Now it is Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan, and Jai Vijnan. So that Jai Kisan and Jai Jawan slogan actually was materialized afterwards, and we have the results of that particular slogan. So as a slogan, it can be accepted. I was sitting there and I was discussing with Dr. Sudhir about this. So he was mentioning that everything, what we take, the decision should be based on the stakeholders' requirement, their needs, and their own ambitions. Stakeholder is an important thing for any decision. Is there any stakeholders' requirement in this slogan or this ambition of one nation, one examination? Has anybody mentioned, has any student or a parent mentioned about we should have an examination, one examination for the entire nation? I don't think, I have never come across any requirement from a stakeholder. So we should be always be considered about the stakeholders' requirements. Then only if stakeholder is very, very demanding, probably we should be thinking more serious about this. But I don't think any serious requirement from a stakeholder has so far come. And UGC chairman, our honorable UGC chairman, has mentioned his comments on this one nation, one examination. I read somewhere that this is for the time being, it's a namesake slogan. We are not very serious about that. And I'm very surprised to see AIU, Association of Indian Universities, coming on top of UGC and organizing a seminar like this, conference like this thing, this theme, where the UGC has not owned it very seriously. So that shows the commitment of Association of Indian Universities towards achieving something which is a type of satisfaction to the customer. And very See, this has been proved. The one institution, one examination has been proved by IITs. I was discussing with sir. He said probably this would be the 50th anniversary of JEE, the joint entrance examination, and that particular examination, the style of examination has been successful, very, very successful. So there is no, absolutely, there is no lack of tested data in our system, because JEE has been a very successful examination of particularly for one institution, not for the nation. And when we talk about JEE, actually the professors in IIT are seriously involved in this conduct of this examination. But the other examinations like NEET or CAT, whatever CAT it is there any active involvement of teachers in that? Usually, these examinations are conducted by the government. The government officials are conducting these entrance examinations because the system changes from primary education to higher education. So where is the involvement of teachers? Unless and otherwise, teachers are involved in designing these type of entrance examinations, there can be some issues because the products or the outcomes are actually handled by the teachers. So my recommendation is involve more teachers, just like this. This is a Vice Chancellor's meet. Probably AIU should take this down the line in front of the teachers. What are the feelings of teachers about conduct of one examination for the nation? That should be there because teacher is one of the biggest stakeholder for the Indian education system. We should not neglect the part played by the teachers. And the next one is why there is, what is the real need of an entrance examination? This real need of an entrance examination is to eliminate candidates. If number of seats, number of positions is equal to number of candidates, you can probably arithmetically think that there is no requirement of any elimination. Because there was a huge demand for seats, seats were limited, the entrance examinations were started to eliminate some of the candidates. But unfortunately, at least in our state, the demand is being focused on some of the engineering courses as far as engineering courses is concerned, and some of the engineering branches or disciplines are totally being neglected. Just like computer science and information technology for the time being has a great demand, mechanical engineering and civil engineering is going down. So is there any logic behind conducting an examination for a particular course which has no demand? You don't need any elimination. You can simply take with any other method. But again, there is now the entrance examinations are aimed at certain disciplines where demand is more. So we have to think about these type of problems which are, no, that may be probably time being for computer science. Next year, it may be civil engineering or some other engineering. So that is very, very dynamic. The demand is very dynamic. And if you impose something which is not logical, then it can meet with heavy failure. So we should be thinking about that. It's one of my suggestions. And probably everybody was telling about the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in many other activities. Do we have data for the last at least 20 years on entrance examinations? What is the behavior of the candidates? After getting selection, which one they have opted, and many combinations can be there. Can we use the data from the last 20 years to model one nation, one examination, or any other pattern that we would like to have? So that usage of AI should be there for this purpose also. That is my humble submission. And also, one more thing, the examination, see, there is a fundamental problem, especially for Kerala. I don't know the other states, whether they have formulated and some other rule. In Kerala, if you want to study an engineering course in Kerala, only some 2 or 5% is allotted to other than Kerala state students. Mohan Kundumel sir was explaining there is a shortage of demand in Ayurveda, BAMS in Kerala, and he's the Vice Chancellor of the Health University, and he would like to attract students for Ayurvedic BAMS from other states. But the present regulations that does not allow other state students to come to Kerala, at least. I don't know the other states. So if you have one nation, one examination implemented, that may be a failure, because from Bihar, the students cannot come to Kerala, and vice versa. So the one nation, one examination should be based on the other regulations also, the other civil regulations also. And one more submission that I have is, all these examinations are all entry examinations. When national education policy will be implemented completely, there is one more entry after exit. Entry, exit, entry, exit, I don't know how many times. So what is the relevance of first entry? There are the other entries also. So why are we going for an entry which is going to be repeated again? So that also, unless and otherwise NEP is fully implemented, we should not be thinking about one nation, one examination. And there was a reference in the morning, there are going to be 3 universities, 3 types of universities. And my feeling is that one examination for one type of institution may be a better futuristic proposal. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much for listening to me. And also I thank the officials of AIU for giving me a chance to express my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Professor Keshav Prasad Garu, for while the first speaker strongly advocated against the one nation, one exam model, the second speaker was talking and giving us some strategies to overcome the problem and get along with the same. The third one was neutralizing both and actually asked us to mentally prepare first for coming how many years, we do not know. And then I was pointing out some ground realities like a database that we have. Do we have the database of all our entrance examinations, which is primary and very basic for any step towards the one exam model? And also the courses which have demand and the courses which do not have demand. And then what is the logic for having one exam for all these courses? So thank you, sir, for raising these points, very valid points, and giving us some new ideas and bringing us down to the ground realities in the same field. Thank you. Now, if there are any questions, the audiences may raise the question.
Really enjoying the session. The speakers, the brought out whatever they have in the mind without any reservation. And our friend from IIT opened the door. It's not a political forum. The topic is really related to politics. Now there is a danger for autonomy of universities. I think every one of you will agree. In all of the statute and the documents and regulations, commissions, there is given here, clean credit. The university is allowed to function independently, that means autonomy should be there. When you say one side autonomy, another side dictating the university to take something, what do you mean by autonomy? It's nothing but each and every department of the India, they wanted to do something as per the direction of the top people in the country. One nation, one Aadhaar card, one nation, one election. So the Ministry of Education also wanted to do something. Why not we also go for one nation, one examination? How is it possible? So Mangal, you narrated the history of Kamaraj, honorable Kamaraj, but you have not revealed everything to us. I
will answer you.
When former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, when he died, he left only 10 rupees in his balance. Such a honest person lived and created history. When he was traveling as a Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in the village, he found some 10 or 15 children doing cattle behavior. He stopped the security in the car. He called the husband's boss. You come here. Why are not coming to school? Doing this like that. They told, unless we go for this, we don't have any food. If you want, if you give food, I will go to the school. After listening this only, he assembled all the officials to his chamber. Asked the IAS officers, I must give free food to my children who are suffering for food in villages. That time the reply was, oh, if you one time leave, definitely entire question of Tamil will go over. No, I will go to each and everyone and beg from everyone, collect money. I want to give food for my children at the school. Then he established free scheme and attracted the students. The kind of common is living today, the situation will be totally different. Even the first person opposing need like one nation, one examination. And our friend from Auditorium University told the slogan may not be good today, it will be good in the future. Unless and until the reservation of India goes, definitely the slogan will not work out. We have a feeling that we can duplicate Western type of education in India. We can come, one is also somebody told, and there the percentage of patent is high, there the percentage of publication is high, India is very poor. There, no reservation for admission of students, no reservation for appointment of faculty, because they go to the social industry. A country like India, which believe Mahatma Gandhi, we believe Vivekananda, we want to uplift the rural, depressed people. It will take time. How many deaths, how many suicides taken place out of the failure of NEET examination? Do you want to see more such death and suicide in the name of common university examination? There is a threatening. Why threatening communication? Because recently the universities who are all not going to implement the regulations will be losing the capacity of awarding degrees. So it is not an autonomy. There is a great challenge for the autonomy for all education. Mr. Mangal, you are from AIU. Your situation is totally different. You have your examination system is totally different. As currently observed by my Chancellor of Vellore University. Right now, many of the state universities, many of the private universities, class strength is less than 50% of the science. The fees collection is very less. When we go for EdTech examination, I see that they are all very students, they are not obtained the going eligible mark. We have to close down many departments and many universities as well. So, common university entrance examination, it is not for developing education among the citizens of India. Again, Mr. Vice Chancellor of the University, you have given a very good statement. When UGC or Ministry of Education take any decision, they have to listen one of the main stakeholders of that is called the teachers. I am going one step further. before giving any notification, at least to discuss the main stakeholders of higher education, the so-called vice chancellors. Are you discussing with the vice chancellors? Yeah, there are the vice chancellors. They have stated most of their years in abroad. They are here, they are training, they are deciding and circulating to us. We are the vice chancellors, working with the common people. We are the vice chancellors, working with the students coming from different types of life as well. Why not? It's so correctly said. I know the president, former president as well. Deputy Secretary. This forum must be used by University Grants Commission. The main forum must be used by Commission. I am requesting the President and the Secretary General, at least the National Conference, please request UGC, NAC, ACP, top people, coming, be with us, listening us, understanding us, take message from us, and take decision. That is the way we have to take care of the teacher as well. So I am sorry. I have shared many things with you. Finally, one thing as well. So, politics, whatever I do is not politics. Somebody may think that this fellow is speaking like a politician. It's not like I am a person representing a common man, common people who are suffering from 3 days from the village side. I have my own experience of 17 years vice chancellor of university and 33 years college also. I have been the education for the last 54 years. I am very much eligible to give such statement to share the feeling and sentiment of the people of India as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Is it all right if I can express a few words?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? No, that is a different thing. That's just okay. So I am an invitee asked to look at the possibility, what is one nation, one exam? I never in my entire career, I also tell you as a person, I don't support one elimination examination for any entrance to any higher education. Because it sort of puts under the rug the 5 years or 8 years that the children have studied in schools as completely irrelevant. I'm not in favor of any of them. What I meant as a one nation, one exam is a challenge of being able to conduct a very large examination whose credentials could be used as a part, not as a whole, as a part of any evaluation that you want to make. Exactly like the way GRE, for example, is put in as a percentage of weight to the performance of the students before they go to a university. I do not, for all the 30 years I've been in IIT Madras, I don't think I ever participated in a JEE examination. Because I somehow believe that the JEE, while it started off, this is a personal opinion, I have right to express that in this forum, JEE today is destroying the input of the IITs through various other coaching practices. Therefore, I don't necessarily support that, but we don't have an alternative in admitting to 23 students out of 1 million, 10 million students. We don't have a procedure. Now, having read from that failure or that mistake that we have made with JEE or JEE Advanced or CSIR, we might want to create an examination platform for students to perform and put themselves in competition with their peer groups. But that should never be one examination that will determine their admission to wherever they want to go. It can only be a part evaluation. Up to that, only I can give you a solution. I cannot give I agree with you, in NEET in Tamil Nadu, so many students have committed suicide. I understand that. And all these years, we have been working in NPTEL. Our focus is the last mile of students to see that they get the best of the education and they get the best of the course materials available to them. And without any compulsion for them to do or not to do. I think it's as an ideal for creating a very large examination. It is a complex problem that all of us can work with. Teachers and vice chancellors alone can do this. I also tell you, ministry can only implement a procedure. If it is started as a compulsive activity, I'm not in for it. This is my academic view. The rest of the politics about UGC, I'm not a member. I mean, as a professor, I follow all the regulations. UGC comes up with its own rules. AICT comes up with its own rules. Let's not discuss those things in relation to a problem. The problem is a statement that can we conduct an examination. Now, if that examination should decide this, that, etc., that can be discussed in the politics of the states and the government, etc. But do we have one national model in which students can be trained over 2-3 years through multiple examination models so that they feel competent, they feel comfortable, and they feel that they are qualified with anybody else in the world? Do we have an examination today? Can we create one? That's all I am interested in. I'm not interested in anything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One nation, one examination. Instead of that, it comes the one nation, one evaluation system. Every university have their own evaluation systems are there, and it is not become the comparable. If it is a evaluation system, it becomes one evaluation system across the country. It becomes the most feasible as compared to the one examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the essentiality of one evaluation too. Yes, yes.
Sir, keep closer, keep closer.
Exam, call it next national exam. But divine every year, every line, because all the states have similar standard. So, but
sir, can you please hold your mic here? Yeah.
But what we see is that foundation on exam. Now, not politics, but still, the government is now trying that one nation, one election. They are not taking the stakeholders' view. But if they forcefully do it, I think one day they will force us to take it, that one nation, one exam. But we like or don't like, it may happen.
My humble opinion, the UGC, on the one hand, say that the university should have account in academic and all other aspects. And on the other hand, they propose for one nation, one aim. It's self-market. And grants and evaluation should be part of the university system. Then only it will run smoothly. And in some of the states, they have introduced that unified UBCM system for admission as well as exams. It is creating a problem. Students are not getting the results for 3-4 months, whereas if it is done in the university level, it can be done within 20 days or 1 month. So we have to be process. Thank you.
Yeah, what the cautionary note is very clear. I'm not taking a stand as to what this examination will do. The policies of that is not in my purview. Please let me repeat that again. The policy of what this examination will do was never a question for which I put the answer. I will give you my personal input. When the NPTEL started in 2014 with an online examination, I was not very happy because I said, this online MOOCs, massive open online examination from students writing their exams from the university, from their homes, is not a standard model. And also universities, multiple engineering universities of multiple levels, do not make this as a common examination for all of them. Do not make this as a credit-worthy examination, but please give this as a model on which the students can practice if they were found deficient in their college level teaching, And if they see one standardized examination in which they participate and they get their input and then they feel comfortable, yes, I am competent, I can handle. It is the confidence level of the student that alone should be the outcome of such examinations. But as you said, if this is turned over into a political nightmare, I'm sorry, that was not my intention. Okay? As a professor of practice, I see a complex problem you stated. What are the solutions for which we can attempt? That's all I'm looking at. Now, where it is like the biggest example is when Albert Einstein wrote to the American President Roosevelt that we must work on the atomic bomb. Where are we now? Any day, anybody can destroy this world. So, but the idea of the atomic bomb was essentially to see what are the scientific challenges involved in it. What are the complications involved in it? You learn a lot more science, you learn a lot more society. I think as academicians, we should, if we put in a very standard model, I don't think any government will come and tell you your model is wrong, I will do it myself. We have not given a model. Therefore, the government comes in and tells us, you take this model, you do this. If we agree in principle, government supports because the model helps the students. Please think about it. I don't worry about the post consequences. If it is to be conducted, what are the challenges to be addressed? That's all my question, and that's all my answers to. Okay, let me repeat that again.
Yes, sir. Last question.
I fully endorse the viewpoints. We in the 21st century with a lot of technological changes happening, we will actually, without any progress, we don't really make the technology. Now we have seen that the students need to pay heavy fees and run from one center to another center, one university to another university to write the examination. In Karnataka, this was actually administered by the ministry, and the private universities have accepted to utilize the CET as kind of additions to the other quota also, rather than the government quota. Non-government quota will be accredited only through CET and also government pay. So that means there is free money happening in the system. Similarly, if we prepare the students well in advance, actually, told by Professor Kumar that I think the current student generation, new millennials, they are born with technology. They should be trained in the beginning that this is how we are going to better the examination, there should be vending mechanism. Then they will become globally, challengeable and they can really compete with the global opportunities. We need to prepare our students for not only national but global opportunities that are opening up at a large scale. I think we need to look at all the possibilities of holding it so that our students in our country, even the last time student is trained appropriately and enabled. Thank you.
I think AIU needs to be complimented for bringing in this topic. This one nation, one examination is a big elephant in the room. And therefore, we need to make sense of this. Now, this has been really a very interesting panel. We have all been PhD examiners. And in the report, there are usually 3 choices given. One is that the thesis be accepted. The other one is the thesis be accepted with revision. And the third one is the thesis be rejected. So I think I took straight away a position that the thesis be rejected. The other 2 panelists have taken a position that thesis be sent back to the student. And therefore, it should be revised. I think if AIU has to pass a resolution, they should pass a resolution that universities across the board are not comfortable. There are many misgivings. There are many challenges. The cost appears to be too high than the benefit that we are likely to get. And therefore, this should not be the goal. I must say that for the past 18 years, Professor Pelle in his presentation was making, since 2007 National Knowledge Commission, for the past 18 years, the nation has been trying to make one nation, one regulation. In 18 years, it has not happened. It means that was much simpler than bringing all universities. And the fear is, you see, you begin with one nation, one examination, then you say that there are curricular differences. So one nation, one curricula, then one nation, one textbook. So then there is no end to it. And higher education is too precious to be experimented like this. I think whatever decision we take that need to be thrashed, that need to be discussed threadbare for its implication, for the challenges, for the problems, and only then a decision. I'm not an anti-reformist. I have been a reformist, but the reform does not mean a change because all changes are not reforms. Sometimes the changes de-reform the system and it takes us back to more problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yes, actually, we are running short of time. With the permission of the chair, we want to permit.
Very quickly, 1 minute.
Yeah, that Dr. Morgan is standing and speaking. Yeah.
I'm Professor Mohan. Actually, I got a start to serve in IAS Madras for 25 years. Fortunately or fortunately, I became the research. The first and foremost in our universities, especially state universities, more than conducting exam and so on, I feel that autonomy is going down. The not only financial autonomy, not even academic autonomy, is that for any, suppose I want to change a school to combine the department to the school, I have to go to a clerk. The clerk has to first tell me, then it has to go to director, then the director to secretary, the secretary to minister. So I think we should look for getting the autonomy of the university to decide on what we wanted to have for the betterment of the student, rather than everything that I have to take a fight to government. I think this, even though it is under the state university, but they have to give that account. I think we have to discuss that particular point, which is very important. After you become autonomous, I think we can do the exam or whatever it is. But I think I don't have autonomy. I have been controlled by somebody. I cannot tell that politically. This is very, because I wanted AIU to take up that autonomy of the university, especially state university, are in a very bad state. I may be, may not be correct in my statement, but this is what I have experienced in the last 3 years. I find it very difficult. So everything that money is not coming, yes, tuition fees is completely right. Money is also stopped there. I you put my hands are tightened and my legs are tightened and I have to go in their race. It's not possible. So then only I talk about the quality. So first I think the more important thing we have to discuss is the autonomy, then quality of the education, that's more important. I think afterwards, in my opinion, we should start thinking about conducting exam. Thank you very much.
So
The last here.
Good evening, everybody. India as such is with one continent with so many countries. So highly is not going to happen. My request to the officials is see to it that this point doesn't arise. But all it comes. So many people have advanced their chairs in several countries. The same thing is going to happen in India. But all they want to implement this one nation, one exam is not going to happen. As you rightly said, sir, we should not do this point number 3, rejection. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the enthusiastic participation from among the guests. We know that it is a very stimulating question, But I just wanted to clear on one or two things that the UGC has not come up with a proposal of one nation and one exam yet. That's the first point I wanted to make clear, as Professor from Kerala has clarified. The second point is when we say viability of one nation and one exam, we are discussing here only the viability. That is the procedural viability, I guess. So that's the only part that the speakers have been discussing, not it as a future event or not. But thank you for all the insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to come on the dais and honor the chairperson and the speakers with the memento from AIU. First, our Madam will honor Chairperson Dr. B. Anita for chairing this session. And next, our Secretary General will honor Professor Furqan Omar, a former General Secretary General of AIU. Then Dr. Mangal Sundar Krishnan, Professor from IIT Madras. And Dr. K. Sivaprasad, Vice Chancellor from APJ Abdul Kalam, Kerala Technological University, Trivandrum. Thank you so much. So now it's the time for the companies to come and present. Only a few minutes. The rest of them, you can come and give away your presentation. So now it's 6:35. We will be giving only 15 minutes to complete. Exactly at 6:50, the cultural program will start here. We'll go for next 1 hour. So those who are on lineup, please put your PPT or a video, whatever it may be. Don't try to bring your laptop and see the compatibility and take technical glitches. If you have anything, please kindly write it down so that we will go ahead with this. The other announcement is, if any one of our Professor Vice Chancellors would like to visit a Golden Temple, that is tomorrow morning. If you are really interested to visit the temple tomorrow morning, kindly give a name to Dr. Arne Nambiraj, who is taking care of the accommodation. So he will list up and arrange the conveyance and other things and all. So we can start at 7 o'clock, go there and visit and come back at 8:30 because our session will start at 9:30 here. So those who would like to go and visit the Golden Temple and come back, so the time duration is in between 7 to 8:30 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, please come. You want? So now I call upon the executives from Litwork to present about their company for next 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I know it's been a really long day for you. And I'm sure it will take a lot of patience to have to listen to people like me at this point in time. Just a quick word of introduction. I do come from a completely different world. I don't come from the world of academics. I am from the industry. I have led an international assessments company for the last 2 decades. So essentially my work has been in looking at potential in people. That's basically what we've done. We are an official training partner for VIT, and our practices have been a huge part of VIT's work for the last 2 years. So I'm happy to quickly just walk you through what we do and then take it from there. Are we up and running? It works, is it? Ma'am, out of 5 minutes, I finished 3 minutes. Are we good to go, ma'am? It can't take so long.
That's why I already told you, those who are having at the end of.
We've just got our USP.
No, what you are doing that?
No, been waiting there for 10 minutes.
Come on. If any other company is ready with your PPT, please kindly come. We don't want to. Just now only again. No issues. Please check it. If it is open. Neo is here. I'm Neo. Veranda is here. Load பண்ணுங்க. Connect பண்ண ஆப் இல்ல அது. அதான் கம்பேட்டபிலிட்டி இல்லைன்னு சொல்றேன்ல. அது பண்ணாலும் உங்களுக்கு வந்து பிரசன்டேஷன் போர்டு கம்பேட்டபிலிட்டி வரணும்ல. அதுவும் அதான் வச்சிருக்காரு. எடுத்து வாங்க பாப்போம். நீங்க
வந்து சார்.
சார். ஓகே ஓகே. சார் அந்த பிபிடி நோட் பண்ணிருக்கேன். இது வந்து ஆப் வந்து கம்பேட்டபிலிட்டி நான் பண்ணுறேன். மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் தி
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just run through this quickly for your benefit. In terms of what exactly we do, I just want to talk a little bit about the future of work. It wasn't too long ago, maybe about 3 decades ago. I think every single family, middle class family in India, was saying, my child will go to engineering. It wasn't too far away. I think, but in 3 decades, I think we have seen a bull run in engineering. We've seen fantastic international careers, we've seen great successes, but somehow that landscape is shifting. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that. A good example was the Maharashtra CET that happened. Out of 1.6 lakh seats on offer, only 1.21 or 1.3 were accepted. So there was a 31% vacancy as part of the Maharashtra CET. The reports were that 23% drop in engineering admissions is really what happened last year. Now that is one part of it. So the landscape seems to be shifting on engineering. The opportunity-wise, again, for the first time, I think the IITs saw a dip in their placements this year. I think just about 60% were placed this year. It is expected widely that just about 10% of the 1.5 million students who are going to graduate this year will find placement this year. So obviously the sands of this whole engineering spectrum seem to be shifting. So the key is to understand what is really causing this. Is it really a lack of opportunity? Is it a lack of interest? The fact is that there is tremendous opportunity. NASSCOM, just hold it for me. Just move it back to where it was. So when we are looking at, what are some of the directional changes, there are 2 things. There is enormous opportunity which is still available. NASSCOM says we need at least 1 million engineers in the next 2 years who are going to be AI aligned. There are tremendous interest in renewable. The question is how relevant, how aligned are your curriculum to being industry worthy? That is the essential thing. So how do you keep relevant? How do you keep aligned? And how do you measure? In fact, the entire thing was, how do you know what good looks like? How do you help students to understand what good looks like? And what you can't measure, you can't improve. I think this was a statement made by Peter Drucker. What you can't measure, you really can't improve. So in that context, let's understand a few things that are quickly happening, and you can reflect on how aligned your university is to some of these changes. For example, more than 1.5 million developers today on GitHub are using GenAI tools to develop code. By 2025, AI development code will be 30% of all code written in the world. How ready are your students to take on this responsibility? How ready are they for the industry today? That is the key question. The kind of skills and competencies that made them successful will not make them successful in the future. I think we need to understand that. So I basically want to share a few models that we've been working with VIT on. So when it comes to comprehensive coding proficiency, we are looking at a combination of three things that our industry is worried about. A, there is the ability to be able to write good code. Second, there is a quality of code. And third, there is this concept of technical debt. Unless we address all these three issues in coding proficiency, we are not really aligning students to the industry. I think there is a massive difference between what is being skilled and what is being expected. The next model that we are working with right now is in a Gen AI coding environment, what is the proficiency a student must have to be successful tomorrow? It doesn't just stop at solving test cases. There are three things that go into it. There is coding proficiency, there is Gen AI proficiency, and there are cognitive abilities. Now, unless all these three things together are measured, you will not help the student to understand how relevant he or she is when it comes to the industry. So this is a model that is something that we're working with VIT on. The third thing that we're working with them on is we also work with a piece of psychometrics called LitQ. And by using two dimensions, one is, let's say, ability, and the other is proficiency, you are able to actually measure students on different kinds of quadrants. So if you were to have their cognitive score and you have the proficiency score, you can actually look at where they stand in different quadrants. So people who are in one quadrant may be good for service companies, some may be good for product companies, some may be good for startups. But the question is, how do you help students to get the best out of their potential and their ability? So, for example, a simple empirical study that we did basically looked at the placements in the 2025 batch. There were 7,900 students whose data we worked with. Very, very clearly, it says that every single step in the ladder in terms of the kind of companies that you want to get into has a very different benchmark in terms of what the expectations are. So unless you're able to train your students to be able to be effective in these companies, I'm afraid they would have lost the journey when it comes to placements. So I just wanted to share a few of these practices with you. That's really what I wanted to share. Thank you for the time to speak to you today, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
I think this is the last one. Any other companies here? Yeah, please come forward. We have to wind up. So next one is Veranda, followed by I'm New. With that, we will close it up, and followed by culturals.
Good evening, everyone. I am Pradeep Nair, Director Corporate Relations at Veranda Talently. It's a pleasure to be here today to introduce you to a transformative approach to industry, academia. Veranda is proud to be India's first listed EdTech company in the NSE National Stock Exchange. So since 2009, we have been shaping careers, having trained 15 plus lakh students, with 2 lakh students trained every year, and partnering with 1,000 plus universities and colleges. Our efforts have resulted in over 1.5 lakh placement offers annually, providing deep penetration into Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 institutions, and becoming the largest feeder of pre-trained talent, including 20,000 product offers and 1 lakh service offers. Through our Talently's corporate engagement outsourcing program, a comprehensive initiative designed to bridge the gap between academia and industry. So here is how we empower institutions and students to excel in today's competitive landscape. With 300 plus in-house trainers and 500 plus adjunct trainers, we deliver high quality tailored training designed in collaboration with corporates. Our curriculum enhances employability, especially for roles in high-end product companies. We assist students in securing placements in GCC companies and top corporate companies. We offer support for abroad internships and job placements, opening doors to international careers. We help establish industry center of excellence in campus, focusing on cutting-edge technologies. regular HR conclaves and interaction programs with industry leaders, keep students updated on corporate trends, programs tailored for students aiming to pursue higher education overseas, practical sessions with corporate technology experts provide students with real-world experience, interactive webinars and with CEOs and technology heads deliver valuable insights. So at Veranda Talently, our comprehensive training programs ensure candidates are equipped with problem-solving and programming expertise, strong soft skills for communication and collaboration, advanced data structures and algorithm proficiency, future-ready skills to meet evolving industry demands. To support this, we leverage three key components. Our AI-driven LMS delivers video lectures, assessments, and virtual coding labs. Our profile management system, a digital profile locker, aggregates students' credentials under a single public URL. And our talent management system democratized talent discovery, enabling corporate to access a larger talent pool, reduce costs, and accelerate hiring. So employability training includes technical skills in programming language like C, C++, Java, Python, and aptitude and interview preparation. Center for Futuristic Learning focus on emerging technologies like Java, Python, full stack, GenAI, AIML, big data. So I'm thrilled to highlight the remarkable achievements of our corporate training and engagement program in 2024. Through this initiative, we have made significant strides in shaping careers and bridging the gap between academia and industry. Here are the highlights for the 2025 batch. 983 students placed through our engagement programs, a highest package of 51.6 lakhs, showcasing the exceptional talent we nurture. 43 students secured packages above 21 lakhs. 943 students achieved salaries ranging from 3 to 20 lakhs. Successfully organized 245 plus camps, connecting students with top employers. Thank you, and I look forward to partnering to achieve success in the future. Thank you.
This is the last talk, that means talk of this day. Only 5 minutes. Our former Vice Chancellor Thiru sir asked how long you are going to make us to sit like this as we are old people, not old. You are young in mind, even you can participate in culture also, in dancing and relaxing yourself. Yeah, please, I'm new for only 5 minutes. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, a very good evening, all. I know it's been a long day, so I'll not take much of the time. I'll just introduce ourselves. We are called I Am Neo. We are a product-based company based out of Coimbatore. And we have been working with a lot of corporates as well as universities, helping universities in upgrading their computer science syllabuses, providing auto evaluations, auto grading systems, and also building a future-ready platform where tomorrow when students start building projects in the college on full stacks, web development, cloud computing, etc. So we have all sort of required learning product available with us. These are some of the awards and rewards and recognitions we have won over time, where we have been featured in many medias, as well as even companies like Google Cloud had done a case study on how strong a platform is being built by us. These are some of our products, which includes NeoPat, NeoCollab, NeoExam. so which are basically for universities. Through NeoPat, we help universities do conduct placement related activities, handle all the student data, give them a lot of company specific mock tests, and a continuous assessment is what placement departments do through our NeoPat platform. And then we have Neo Collab, which is nothing but the updation of computer science labs. So as I was mentioning, we do provide a curriculum along which works in sync with the existing university's curriculum. So students learn the latest industry required curriculum through our platform, and they can track their entire journey from day one till day last of the semester. So students don't feel left out, and they also meet the industry demands of today's needs. And then we have Neo Exam to automate all internal, external semester exams of the universities. And then for corporates, we have few products which they use for hiring as well as their internal L&D. These are some of our university and corporate partners. In terms of universities, we work with the biggest of the universities like VIT, SRM, Lovely Professional, and many more. And in corporates, we are working with, again, finest companies like Society Generale, who use our platform for hiring, companies like LTI, Mindtree, Tech Mahindra, HCL, Virtusa, who use our platform for their freshers onboarding training. So these trainings gives our curriculum an edge to help students right in the university to learn the industry curriculum. So these are some of the challenges we have identified for which we have built this platform called Neo Collab. So one is definitely the increasing industry expectations, increasing demand of computer science students, and related branches like AI, ML, data science, big data, etc. And also not being the availability of skilled faculties and the standardizations of the delivery of the course. So for bigger universities, different kind of faculties train students. Some faculties train well and some may not. So to solve this challenge, we have this platform, Neo Collab, using which you can not just auto-evaluate students, but also a standardization of the content can be given to the student. So auto-gradation is one part. Industry-grade hands-on exercises, faculty certifications, faculty development programs, hackathons, codeathons, a lot can be done here. These are some more details about our platform and the kind of tech stacks that we support, right from basic till advanced, including cloud, UiPath, Salesforce. All of these tech stacks are supported on our platform for the university students. And these are some of the labs and the technologies that we are currently training students on using our platform across the universities, which includes right from basic till advanced like web technology, Java, full stacks, etc. And our platform also helps in conducting internal external lab semester exams. And we have all the required security features to monitor students as well as stop any sort of malpractices that can happen in the computer science labs. So we have all sort of required securities on different levels available. And our platform is auto-scalable. As I mentioned, like Google had done a cloud study on us. So we have tested our platform for 1.65 lakh users. Our daily average test taking is 85,000 students. Almost 6 million hours of content is viewed. And we have great reports and analytics available. So for more details, we are right behind. Please visit us. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, all the deliberation and talk of this day is coming to an end. Now we are going to start the cultural for next 45 to 1 hour. Then we will go for the Chancellor dinner. Meantime, our Chancellor also will come and join with us. It's over to Department of Student Welfare. You can start.
From towering skyscrapers that define our cities to intricate algorithms that power our lives.
From the sound systems that amplify our voices to the lighting that sets the stage.
Education is the magical wand that will transform your thoughts into life.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Shreya Sethi.
And I'm your host, Nirmit Jain from the VIT Anchoring Club. And we welcome you to the cultural evening of Association of Indian Universities South Zone Vice Chancellors Conference 2024-25.
We, the students, are deeply honored to present this to you with the invaluable support of the VIT management and the Student Council.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of official from Association of Indian Universities. Your presence is deeply valued.
We would also like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Chancellor and founder of VIT, Dr.G.Viswanathan, sir.
Respected Vice President, Mr. Shankar Vishwanathan, sir.
Respected Vice President, Dr. G.V. Selvam, sir.
Respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran, ma'am.
Respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Partha Sarthi Malik, sir.
Respected Registrar, Dr. T. Jayabharati, ma'am.
And respected Director of Office of Students Welfare, Dr. C.D. Nadu, sir, and other respected Assistant Directors present with us today. Today, we're gathered here to celebrate, envision, and explore the limitless possibilities that education offers.
At VIT, we don't just provide education, we ignite visionaries who design the future.
As Mahatma Gandhi said, live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever.
This reflects our commitment in empowering students to innovate, overcome challenges, and inspire changes.
And to celebrate these minds that connect us and stand behind modern marvels, we have a spectacular evening of cultural performances.
So without further ado, let's begin this evening with the elegance of Bharatnatyam, a classical dance performance from the rich heritage of Tamil Nadu. Here, every step speaks a story of devotion and elegance. So give it up for Ranjini.
மாயே மனம் கனிதருள் புரிவாய் Tikitatum ta di ta da di da ta jo ta da jo di ta tum ta
What a graceful start to this evening. Can we have a huge round of applause for that performance?
Get ready to be amazed by the intricate footwork and mesmerizing spins of Kathak, all the way from Uttar Pradesh. Please put your hands together for Aditi Sharma.
धरत हाथ में आबिल गुलाला धरत हाथ में आबिल गुलाला धरत हाथ में आबिल गुलाला खेलत होरी मदन गोपाल भर पिचकारी मोहे मारे भर पिचकारी मोहे मारी मोरी सारी चुनर बिगारी मोरी सारी चुनर बिगारी मोर दिए मरोड़े करे हैं मुझसे जोरा जोर बड़ो नटखट है बड़ो नटखट है नंद को लाला खेलत होरी मदन गोपाला खेलत होरी मदन गोपाला मदन गोपाला मदन गोपाला
Đến tình ở nó đến tình đó đến tình ta tất cả tình ta đến tình ta thấy từ đó cái thấy từ đó cái thấy từ đó cái đó là chỉ ta 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 cái đó nó chỉ có tất cả cái cái đó cái đó ta 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 cái đó
Pathak truly left us all spellbound. Can we have a huge round of applause for Aditi Sharma?
Now let us immerse ourselves in a spiritual journey with music and melody of Om Namo Narayanam. Can we have a huge round of applause for Akash and team?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akash. We have Samarth on tabla and Kriti on harmonium. Today, we'll be performing Om Namo Narayana Kriti, set to Karnaranjini Raga, composed by Ambujam Krishna. Om Namo Narayana. Om Namo Narayana என்று உள்ளமுருக உரைத்திடன் Om Namo Narayana என்று உள்ளமுருக உரைத்திடன் Om Namo Narayana. Nalgum Shri Guru Vayurappan. Nalgum Shri Guru Vayurappan. Nama Mallar உயிர் வழி வேறேது நாமமல்லால் உயிர் வழி வேறேது ஓ நமோ நாராயணா என்று உள்ளோருக உரைத்திடன் ஓ நமோ நாராயணா. பன்னிசைக்கும் பவழவாயிதழும் பங்கஜ கண்ணழகும் குண்டலம் திகழ் செவியோவென் சங்கம் திகிரி ஒலிர் கரங்களும் வெண் சங்கம் திகிரி ஒலிர் கரங்களும் தன் துளபம் தவிழ் மார்பில் மின்னோ முப்புரி நோலோ கிண்கிணி இடையாப்ப கசிலம்பு கலகலகா கிண்கிணி இடையாப்ப கசிலம்பு கலகலக மண்ணிடை வைகொண்டதப்பந்தரும் காட்சித கண்ட தொழுகலி போடு பாடி கொண்டாடி கரம் குவித்து சிலித்து என் திசையும் எதிரொலிகோ ஓ கிண்கிணி இடையாப்ப கசிலம்பு கலகலக மண்ணிடை வைகொண்டதப்பந்தரும் காட்சிதனை கண்ட தொழுகலி போடு பாடி கொண்டாடி கரம் குவித்து சிலித்து என் திசையும் எதிரொலிகோ ஓ ஓ நமோ நாராயணா என்று உள்ளோருக குரைத்திடன் ஓ நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நாராயண நாராயண நாராயண
Thank you.
What a serene and melodious performance it was. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
Celebrate the vibrant spirit of Maharashtra with an energetic Marathi dance. Please put your hands together for Yuva Marathi.
छत्रपती सह्याद्रीचा आठवे शिवाजी राजा जगा वंदितो तुम्हा शिवराया राहू दे कृपेची छाया आठवे शिवाजी राजा जगा
अरे दुश्मन असू दे गणिम असू दे किती बी हुशार मग शिवरायांच्या बुद्धियुक्तीचा लागण हा पार हे लागण हा पार लागण हा पार आता राजांच्या मनीचं कुणाला ठाव अहो तुम्हाच ते ठाव नाही असं झालंय वय नाही अरे खरंच नाही मला फक्त एवढंच ठाव की बघा 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 आता शिवरायांनी आता महाराजांनी राजांना काहीतरी आता वाटू दे त्याला राजाने त्याला
Wow, the dance floor is still vibrating after that performance. Let's give a huge cheer for Yuva Marathi.
Next up, we have the dance of enchantment, Mohiniyattam, from the serene state of Kerala, known for its graceful and flowing movements. Let's hear it for Kirtana and team.
जीता हरे जय माधव विष्णु अजित हरे जय माधव विष्णु अजमुख देव नादा जय सारथे साधु വിജനൊന്നു പറയുന്നു വിജയ സാരഥേ സാധു വിജനൊന്നു പറയും സുജന സംഗമമേകം സുകൃത നിവഹ സുലഭമദനു നിയതം സുജന സംഗമമേകം സുകൃത നിവഹ സുലഭമദനു നിയതം പലദിന ഞാനു ബലഭദ്രാനുജ നിന്നെ നലമോടു കാൺവതിന്നു കളിയല്ലേ രുചിക്കുന്നു കാല വിഷമം കൊണ്ടു കാമോ സാധിച്ചതില്ലേ നീല നീരധവർണ്ണാമൃദുല കമല രുചിര നയന നൃഹരേ അർച്ചിത ഹരേ വിഷ്ണു അജമുഖ ദേവ നാദ
What a grateful performance. Before moving ahead, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Chancellor and founder of VIT, Dr.G.Viswanathan, sir.
Respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran, ma'am.
That was a grateful and very elegant performance. Can we have a huge round of applause for that?
Next up, get ready to experience the magic of Indian classical music with the soulful Rag Bhairav in the intricate Teen Tal rhythm. Let's give it up for Avidha and Samarth.
Hello, I am Abhidha. I am going to perform Rag Bhairav, Teen Tal. मिलन के बाद पिया तोरे बलि हार मार मैं पिया लगे पार अरे दीना पर बिना मोरे आए बहुत दीना पर बिना मोरे आए सखिया चार मैं याद
बहुत दिन पर पिया मोरे आए, बहुत दिन पर बहुत दिन पर सनि द परि नि द र प र नि स बहुत दिन पर बहुत दिन पर पिया मोरे आए, सखिया साथ में Sare re sa ga ga re ma ma ga ma ga ma ma ga pa pa ma pa ma pa ma da da ba da ba da da ba ni ni da ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa vi ya बहुत दिन पर पिया मोरे आए, बहुत दिन पर सनि द प म ग रे स ग रे ग म प म ग म रे ग म प द प म प ग म प द नि द प द प द नि स म प द नि ग म प द नि स रे स बहुत दिन पर पिया मोरे आए, बहुत दिन पर बहुत दिन पर पिया मोरे सखिया सार में पिया लगी बार, पिया लगी पिया पिया लगी
The magic of Rag Bhairav truly filled the air with serenity. Let's give it up for Avidha and Samarth.
Get ready for the powerful beats of Chenda, a traditional drum performance from the state of Kerala, where energy embodies rhythm. Give it up for Aditya.
Union of Parvati and Lord Shiva. Please give it up for Advika and team.
മനോരാജ്യം അംഗജവാണനൊരു പകയാച്ചവന്നിതല്ലിൽ വിഷജ്വാല പാരിൽ പരത്തി അരിയുടെ നിറകുലത്തി ഉളച്ചുടൻ ചിരിപ്പകത്തി താരാമുഖ്യ പേരായിരം കൊള്ളവരുടെ കീഴേഴു പേരാകിയ നാരായണനും പണത്തിന്മേലെ ചാടി പാരാതെ കേറി പണി കൂടാതെ വൻപണം തോറും പ്രവൃത്തി ചാടി വന്നിച്ചോടൻ കൃഷ്ണൻ പാടി ഭക്തികൾ കാണൂ കടും ചോര ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു വീണു ഉറയിൽ കത്തിച്ചു കേണു ഉറയിൽ ഉദത്രൈവമാണോ ഭഗവാനെ മനോഹരമേളം കൂടി ചില ദേവാദികൾ പുഷ്പവൃഷ്ടി പവമാന സുതുടുപടു പരദ
What a beautiful representation of culture and harmony. Can we have a huge round of applause for Advika and team?
Up next, let's witness the elegance of Kathak in its group avatar with synchronized beats and amazing storytelling. Give it up for Team Revive!
Om Tadana Dhirena Dhirena Om Tadana Dhirena Dhirena Om Tadana Dhirena Dhirena Om Tadana Dhirena Dhirena Udana Dhirena 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 Udana Dhirena 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 no da no da no da de no da no da no da do da na na di re na 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 uda na di da na di da na di re na uda na di da na di da na di re na जान सिफारिश जो करता हमारी देता वो तुमको बता शर्मो है आंखें पर्दे गिरा के करनी है हमको खता जिद है अब तो है खुद को मिटाना होना है तुझ में फना
That was a visual treat to the eyes. Can we have a huge round of applause for this fantastic performance?
Now, let's immerse ourselves in the timeless art form of Kuchipudi, a dance form from Andhra Pradesh. Let's hear it for Vinitha and team.
जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलं व्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गमालिकामट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रम निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मोधरी पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणम् मम संतति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्धरापति क्वचित् दिगंबरे मनो विनोद मे तु वस्तुनि जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत्सणामणि प्रभा कदंब कुंकुम द्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधू मुखे मदांध सिंधुर स्फुरत्व उत्तरीय मे दुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरि नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय प्रफुल्ल नील पंकज प्रपंच कालिम प्रभावलंबि कंठ कंदली रुचि प्रबद्ध कंधरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदं मखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धकच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे अखर्व सर्व मंगला कला कदंब मंजरी रस प्रवाह माधुरी विजृंभणा मधुव्रतं स्मरांतकं पुरांतकं भवांतकं मखांतकं गजांतकांतकांतकं तमंतकांतकं भजे पठन्स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरुसु भक्तिमाशियाधिनान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहि नाथु शङ्करस्य चिन् विमोहनं हि देहि नाथु शङ्करस्य चिन् विमोहनं हि देहि नाथु शङ्करस्य चिन्तनो
If dance could speak, we just heard an entire story. Can we have a huge round of applause for Vinitha and team?
Now let's bask in a melodic harmony where soulful tones combine with classical music. Give it up for Angiras and team.
Hello, hello, hello. Namaskar everyone. I am Angiras. On tabla we have Samar and on harmonium we have Preeti. And today we will be performing a Marathi bhajan, Kannada Raja Pandharisa. नाही कळला वेदा नाही कळला अंत पार ह्याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा वेदा नाही वेदा नाही वेदा नाही नाही कळला वेदा नाही कळला अंत पार ह्याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर जसा प्रगटला असा विटेवर निराकार तो निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर जसा प्रगटला असा विटेवर उभय ठेविले हात कटीवर उभय ठेविले हात कटीवर पुतळा चैतन्याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो चोखोबांची गुरे राखतो आ त्याची खीर चाखतो चोखोबाची गुरे राखतो पुरंदराचा हा परमात्मा पुरंदराचा हा परमात्मा वाली दामाजीचा कानडा कानडा राजा हो कानडा राजा हो राजा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा आ, 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 विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठला Thank you.
That was a soul-stirring performance. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Yes.
Feel the joy and festivity of Assam with a high-energy Bihu performance. Please welcome on stage Ragini and team.
Ôi mota mohtia, ôi moro dukhia, ôi nepal mor mo, te ôi bha, ôi thike no papolo, ôi ahilu bihu. Divine mono morma. Porbote, porbote, Kuntorado, Kaludораtenga, Kuntorado, Kaludораtenga, Kuntorado, Cotadira gore, Cotadira gore, Idehio, Forte, Hopote. O juntorado, si pone morone, juntorado, si pone morone, juntorado, tumbar more, un equivoco, pote copo, hatote de tu car, hatote de tu car. Patime moe pelio bia, patime moe pelio, patime moe pelio bia.
The energy of Bihu truly filled the stage with joy. Let's applaud the fantastic performance.
Once again, we are back with the timeless art of Bharatnatyam, where dance meets expression, tradition, and grace. Give it up for Bhuvanashri.
కాంతం చింతయ గురువరం స్కందం సంతం కాంతం చింతయ గురువరం స్కందం.
Wow, That was truly mesmerizing and full of passion.
Immerse yourselves in the melodious charm of Bengal with a soulful song performance. Give it up for Anushka and team.
বারুয়ে আলো আকাশ, দেখো আকাশ তারায় ভরা, দেখো যাওয়ার পথের পাশে ছুটে হাওয়া পাগল পারা, এত আনন্দ আয়োজন সবই বৃথা আমায় ছাড়া। থাকুক আমার মুঠো দুই চোখে, থাকুক ধারা, এলো সময় রাজার মতো, হলো কাজে হিসেব সারা। গময় তমসোম জ্যোতির্গময় মৃত্যুর্মামৃতম গময়, শান্তি শান্তি ওম, শান্তি ওম, শান্তি ওম, হরি ওম তৎসৎ। শান্তি ওম, শান্তি ওম, হরি ওম তৎসৎ।
Our next song is Kichu Kichu Kotha.
কিছু কিছু কথা বসে আছে ভিজে, মিছি মিছি ব্যথা হয় নিজে নিজে, ঝরে যাওয়া পাতা জুড়ে বসে ডালে, মেঘে মেঘে কথা শোনে সে আড়ালে।
আকাশ যখন গাইবে বলে, আকাশ যখন গাইবে বলে বাদলেরই গান, বাতাস তখন বইতে গিয়েও দেখায় অভিমান অভিমান। আকাশ যখন বেরোয় পথে মন খারাপের সুর, বাতাস তখন নীরব চিঠি পাঠায় বহুদূর বহুদূর।
কিছু কিছু ধুলো জমে আছে কাছে, ডাক নামগুলো ভীষণই ছোঁয়াচে, মরে যাওয়া জমি ভিজে গেলে জলে, চারা গাছগুলো কত কি যে বলে।
আকাশ যখন গাইবে বলে বাদলেরই গান, বাতাস তখন বইতে গিয়েও দেখায় অভিমান অভিমান আকাশ যখন বেরোয় পথে মন খারাপের সুর বাতাস তখন নীরব চিঠি পাঠায় বহুদূর বহুদূর।
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, what a lovely performance. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
Get ready to feel the pulse of Punjab as the stage comes alive with the Bhangra beats. Give it up for
Team J&J.
चिट्टे सूट ते दाग पै गए ते सूट ते दाग पै गए गली तेरी विच यारा चिट्टे सूट ते दाग पै गए गली तेरी विच यारा वे कणियां च मैं फिज गई वे कणियां च मैं फिज गई तैनू मिलणे ओदी दिलदार कणियां च मैं फिज गई तैनू मिलणे ओदी दिलदार
मेरे सुर मैंने जादू जिहा पा लिया मुंडा अत दा शकीन पिछे ला लिया
सिला लिया तू दिल दे प्रेम जड़ा लिया
तू एक ख्वाहिश प्यार सोनिया वे तेरे नाल रखना मैं पाके
तेरा दी गली जो सोनी है तू लगदी परमा छड़का
जिदी गलासी वांगू सोनिया वे रखदा है मेरी खड़का
तेरा दी गली जो सोनी है तू लगदी छड़का तेरे तोरो दरंगा तारे यार बल नहीं करे दर्दी ने को झूठ करे न्यू के जिले आज हाथ नहीं बड़े बेर किटी अख कोल छल्ले जिन्ना लग चिकोरा तारी बट बोलियां अंद तेरे सिरों तेरे तेरा कांचन अपना पाशा दोनों चाली से करे
That was full of energy and enthusiasm. Can we have a huge round of applause for J&J?
Experience the vibrant traditions of Bengal with an energetic Dhanuchi dance. Please give it up for Srijita and team.
আমি বাংলার গান গাই, আমি বাংলার গান গাই, আমি আমার মেয়েকে চিরদিন এই বাংলায় খুঁজে পাই।
আমি বাংলার গান গাই, আমি বাংলার গান গাই,
আমি আমার মেয়েকে চিরদিন এই বাংলায় খুঁজে পাই। আমি বাংলায় দেখি স্বপ্ন, আমি বাংলায় বাঁধি সুর, আমি এই বাংলার মায়া ভরা পথে হেঁটেছি এতটা দূর। বাংলায় আমার জীবন আনন্দ, বাংলা প্রাণের সুর। আমি একবার দেখি, বারবার দেখি, দেখি বাংলার মুখ।
দিন ফাগুন মাসে পরাণ ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে, থালি পাথালি মনে আলতা কোণে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে। আশ্বিন ফাগুন মাসে পরাণ ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে, থালি পাথালি মনে আলতা কোণে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে। এই গোপী আলি রে, এই গো দুলালি রে, এই গোপী আলি রে, এই গো দুলালি রে। আশ্বিন ফাগুন মাসে পরাণ ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে, উথালি পাথালি মনে আলতা কোণে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটিছে। সাহেব বাবুর বউ এসে দেখতে বাড়ি খাসা, ধুলাকুটি ধুলাকুটি করে হাসি, কপালে হাওয়া ফুলওয়ারি। কটা দিন থাকলো মা বাংলা জোড়া বাড়িতে, আইলো আমার প্রাণ লো আবার আইলো মা বাড়িতে। এলো গিরি শোনো খবর, আইলো নারদ মুনিতে, আইলো আমার প্রাণ লো আবার আইলো মা বাড়িতে, আইলো আমার প্রাণ লো আবার আইলো মা বাড়িতে, আইলো আমার প্রাণ লো আবার আইলো মা বাড়িতে, আইলো আমার প্রাণ লো আবার আইলো মা বাড়িতে। যাই দেখিতে প্রাণ লো এ বাবা, রইলো মা বাড়িতে।
That was a true showcase of rhythm and energy. Let's have a huge cheer for them.
Up next, we have a vibrant Dandiya performance from the state of Gujarat, representing their lively traditions. Give it up for Yamini and team.
મને ભૂલો બધી વાત પ્રેમની આ મૌસમ છે अब आओ मेरे पास रह जाओ मेरे साथ प्रेमनी आ मौसम छे घણી રાત મને ભૂલો બધી વાત પ્રેમની આ મૌસમ છે अब आओ मेरे पास रह जाओ मेरे साथ प्रेमनी आ मौसम छे
ચરર મારું ચક ડોળ ચાલે ચરર મારું ચક ડોળ ચાલે આજે રોકડાને ઉછાળ ચાલે ચરર મારું ચક ડોળ ચાલે ચરર મારું ચક ડોળ ચાલે આજે રોકડાને ઉછાળ ચાલે
હે રમતી આવે માડી રમતી આવે મેલડી માડી યાદ રમતી આવે રમતી આવે માડી યાદ રમતી આવે
What a joyful and colorful performance it was. Let's give a cheer to them.
Celebrate the beats of Oelatam, a folk dance deeply rooted in Tamil Nadu's heritage. Please give it up for Megha and team.
மறி கொழுந்து வாசம் மாசு மாறு ஏதும் மக்களோட பாசம் நாடு பூரா பார்த்திருக்க நாடு கோபுர உச்சி நாயக்கரு மகாலயும் போகும் உலகம் வெச்சி மீனாட்சி அம்மனோட நாகப்பாயும் வைக தெங்கிடாத தமிழ் மாமதுர சீமையின் மறி கொழுந்து வாசம் மாசு மாறு எதுவும் இல்ல மக்களோட பாசம்
திருவிழா நடத்துங்க நடத்தாம போங்க இங்க கரகத்தை தூக்குங்க தூக்காம போங்க ஆனா எங்களுக்கு ஆடலும்பா நிகழ்ச்சி போட்டே ஆகணும் போட்டே ஆகணும் ஆ
ஆர்குடி கல கலக்க மதுரை ஜில்லா மன மணக்க ஆண்டிப்பட்டி திருச்சிலக்கார சம்பட்டி கம கமக்க
எல்லாம் தக தகக்க வீரபாடி கிருக்க சின்னமனூர் சிறு சிறுக்க கம்பம் எல்லாம் கதகதக்க
கோடியும் தான் பச பசக்க பெரிய குளம் கிசு கிசுக்க
தலை குண்டு பாடிப்பட்டி
ஏ உசிலம்பட்டி உச்சிப்பட்ட சேடப்பட்டி பட்ட
அலிங்கப்பட்டி கரிச்சிப்பட்ட காரியப்பட்டி வேற்றுப்பட்ட
திருப்புவனம் சொக்கி நிக்க சிவகங்கை சிக்கி நிக்க
அட வருஷ நாடு சாயபடி அடையூத்து சரியே புளித்தம்பட்டி காய அந்த பூசலூரு கருகே
ஆடி வந்த ஆட்டம் என் மேல பல மைனருக்கு நோட்டம் ஆடி வந்த ஆட்டம் இது குடுக்க கைக்கு கொடுக்காத தோட்டம்
இந்த பொங்கல் நமக்கு சூப்பர் கலெக்ஷன்மா.
இப்போ என்ட்ரி
வேலையா நான் மட்டுக்குள்ள உன்ன வச்சு பாடண்டா நான் மட்டுக்குள்ள உன்ன வச்சு பாடண்டா.
பாட்டுனா சும்மா உச்சந்தலையில இருந்து உள்ளங்கால் வரைக்கும் சுருன்னு அப்படியே கரண்ட் பாயணும்.
மொத்தமா
இங்க வந்து பாருங்க வெட்டி ஆடுத சும்மா குத்து குத்துன்னு குத்திக்கிட்டு இருக்கான்.
குத்தடிக்க கூத்தாட்டங்கை தட்ட போடு
இருக்கிற இடம் சூப்பர், பட்டைய கலப்பலாம்.
What a delightful way to conclude this evening. Let's applaud this wonderful performance.
What an amazing journey through talent, energy, and tradition we've experienced today. Let's give it up for all the performers.
Tonight, we not just witnessed the rich cultural heritage of our country, but also realized the role of creativity and resilience in education.
As we wrap up this evening, let's take a moment to appreciate the fusion of intellect and imagination in shaping the future, from education to the performing arts.
Okay, we would once again like to thank the VIT management for making this event a grand success.
I'm your host, Shreya Sethi.
And I'm your host, Nirmit Jain from the VIT Anchoring Club, signing off.
Okay, thank you for all our VIT students, those who have performed. Now we are going for a dinner. Kindly join with us for the dinner in the SAYS hall. After the dinner, Chancellor is having a gift for all the Vice Chancellor. So please kindly collect the gift. The group photograph, what we have taken in the morning, we have put a printout. So we will be, it's our pleasure to give one copy to all the participants. So please kindly join with us for the dinner. The dinner is hosted by our Honorable Chancellor. Thank you so much, sir. Chancellor is going to distribute a gift. It's a Thiru in English version. Chancellor himself, he has signed in all the books by name. So please kindly, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.